Haitian City, Upper Zone. A luxury hovercar slowly landed in front of the Upper Zone's entrance. A man and a woman then got out of the car, their appearance instantly attracting the hundreds of teenage boys and girls waiting by the entrance. This man and woman were none other than Shifeng and Mushin. However, all of the teenagers focused on Mushin, their eyes filled with surprise and confusion. Why is the Boulder Corporation's heir here at Haitian City's Upper Zone? Could she be transferring to our Upper Zone? That's impossible. I heard that Mushin broke through recently and acquired Grade 1 authority in Yuantian City's Upper Zone. Moreover, not only does she have the Boulder Corporation's full support, but the base layer supervisor is also quite supportive of her. At this rate, she might enter the middle layer of Yuantian City's Upper Zone. Why would she want to come to our Upper Zone? The teenage boys and girls began a heated discussion among themselves when they saw Mushin. They couldn't understand why a big shot like her would suddenly come to Haitian City's Upper Zone. Mushin, on the other hand, paid no attention to the teenagers discussing her. She behaved as if these people did not exist at all. Why are there so many people taking Haitian City's test? It's more than 10 times the number I saw at Yuantian City, Shifeng asked, astonished when he saw the crowd thronging the entrance. When he took the test to enter Yuantian City's Upper Zone, there had only been several dozen other people taking the test with him. Such a huge difference between upper zones was incredible. Haitian City's Upper Zone is more populous than Yuantian City's Upper Zone. It was also constructed a little earlier. Looking at the teenagers waiting by the entrance, Mushin shook her head and explained, "However, these people aren't talents the Green God Company is nurturing internally. They were born inside Haitian City's Upper Zone. Also, this place is holding its annual evaluation, which is why so many people are here. The corporations behind these people will use the test results to determine their future successors and daily resource allocations. For these people, this period will most likely be the most competitive period of their lives." At this point, a hint of frustration darkened Mushin's eyes. It was precisely because of this competition that her relationship with Kurue wasn't particularly good. Compared to life in the outside world, life in an upper zone was much harsher. "I see. So that's why these children have such astonishing physical fitness," Shifeng commented. When he looked at the teenagers before him, he couldn't help sighing ruefully. He had to admit that the upper zone's children were indeed amazing. From what he could see, every one of these teenagers could easily beat up martial artists below the master standard. This wasn't a standard the youths born and living in the outside world could match. Having such amazing physical fitness at such a young age, these teenagers would become even more amazing once they entered God's domain. Let alone reaching Tier 4, they could very well reach Tier 5. At this moment, Shifeng finally understood why the various superpowers had so many Tier 4 and Tier 5 experts. He could produce many Tier 4 experts just from the group of youngsters in front of him. "Let's hurry inside." Taking a look at the time, Mushin said, "If we wait until the mental path activates, like last time, it'll be even more difficult to find that girl you mentioned. After all, we are residents of Yuantian City's Upper Zone, not of Haitian City's Upper Zone." Shifeng nodded in response and followed Mushin straight into Haitian City's Upper Zone. Although a person could freely visit all upper zones once they had a registered ID, the upper zones operated like independent organizations and competed with each other. In fact, some of the tasks the Green God Company assigned to the various upper zones were dependent on the performance of each upper zone. Hence, the residents of every upper zone were somewhat hostile toward the residents of other upper zones. Under normal circumstances, an upper zone's resident wouldn't visit another upper zone. After all, one mistake could easily result in a fight. Upon seeing Mushin and Shifeng walking straight into the upper zone, the teenagers standing by the entrance couldn't help envying them. This was because people older than 20 who could enter the upper zone directly had already obtained IDs in the upper zone. These people wouldn't have to struggle to enter the upper zone, unlike themselves. Who's that man? Why is a person like Mushin escorting him? He might be the son of some big shot living on the middle layer. Otherwise, why would someone of Mushin's standing guide him? Damn it! This is too enviable. If I were the son or nephew of a mental strength master, I wouldn't have to struggle here so desperately. I could even enter one of the middle layers mansions for training. At this time, the teenagers waiting by the entrance couldn't help gazing at Sure Feng with jealous eyes. As children of major corporations, they might be objects of envy for the people living in the outside world, but they were nothing in the upper zone. Only the big shots living in the upper zone's middle layer would garner respect from the upper zone's residents. After entering Haitian City's upper zone, Sure Feng found that this place was indeed more populous than Yuan City's upper zone. In fact, one could even consider it more prosperous. Not only were there high-rises all over the upper zone, but there was also something called the Mental Strength Training House here. Such a facility did not exist in Yuan City's upper zone. The Mental Strength Training House wasn't particularly large. The entire building was only 2 stories tall, with the footprint of a basketball court. Yet, a crowd waited to enter this small building, including children of major corporations and the Green God Company's talents. There were even direct successors of major corporations standing in line. This was a sight that definitely couldn't be found in Yuan City's upper zone. In fact, even Mushin felt an urge to enter the mental strength training house when she saw it. However, she could only let this urge fade away. This was because the notice outside the training house very clearly stated that only those with grade 2 authority or above in Haitian City's upper zone could use the training house. People of other upper zones would not be allowed entry at all. Aren't upper zones open to all residents with ID? Sure Feng was confused when he saw the notice. Why is there such a rule in Haitian City's upper zone? Isn't this unfair to people of other upper zones? The upper zone placed extreme importance on mental strength. One could easily imagine how attractive a place capable of helping a person improve their mental strength would be for the residents of the various upper zones. There's no helping this. The Mental Strength Training House is a resource Haitian City's Upper Zone 1 after competing with the other upper zones. Hence, the Green God Company gave the residents of Haitian City's Upper Zone exclusive use of it. It is also why many more corporations are willing to invest in Haitian City compared to the other upper zones, Mushin said, shaking her head. A bitter smile appearing on her face, she added, if not for the Boulder Corporation having deep roots in Yuan City, we would have most likely moved the focus of our development to Haitian City already. Mushin's words didn't particularly surprise Sure Feng. Although he had not experienced the training house's effects, mental strength was everything in the upper zone. It would naturally be very attractive to the various corporations. In fact, Sure Feng also felt tempted to transfer to Haitian City's upper zone. After all, his concentration was currently bottlenecked at the Tier 4 peak standard. Thus far, he had already used 3 phantom potions, yet he was still nowhere near the Tier 5 concentration standard. While Sure Feng and Mushin were conversing, an argument suddenly broke out in front of the training house. Lu Tiandi, I've already said my adventurer team will never join you. A fair-skinned girl sporting a double ponytail and wearing light blue sportswear glared at a handsome and dapper young man in his early 20s, her eyes blazing with indescribable rage. However, the young man in question paid no heed to the girl's anger at all. Instead, a robust, middle-aged man standing beside him smiled and said, Miss Ji Luorong, you are free to refuse my young master's invitation, but if you do, you can forget about obtaining resources from anyone in this upper zone from now on. You should understand very clearly that my young master has the power to blacklist you. None of the people present dared to refute the middle-aged man's words. In fact, nobody stepped forward to champion the girl. This was because Lu Tiendi was the Starline Corporation's new heir. With the Starline Corporation's influence in Haitian City's upper zone, it would be child's play for it to prevent the upper zone's residents from selling resources to a specific individual. Looking at the girl named Ji Luorong, the middle-aged man chuckled and said, Miss Ji, I advise you to listen obediently to my young master's words and have your entire adventurer team join us. Otherwise, you shouldn't think of staying in Haitian City's upper zone anymore because nobody here will sell you any resources. You shouldn't even think of asking your older sister for help, either. At the middle-aged man's words, many of the corporate children present looked at Ji Luorong sympathetically. In Haitian City's upper zone, Even major corporations wouldn't dare to offend the Starline Corporation outright, let alone an individual with no background. If Ji Luorong refused Lu Tiandi's demand, everyone could already foresee the girl having to leave the upper zone shortly after due to a lack of resources. However, as Ji Luorong remained silent, the middle-aged man smiled triumphantly, and the spectating crowd sighed ruefully. A low voice suddenly resounded in the area. "Is that so? What if I want to sell resources to this young lady?" A deathly silence suddenly fell over the area as everyone turned toward the voice's origin. What entered everyone's sight was an ordinary-looking young man clad in dark gray casual wear. Besides his ordinary appearance, the young man also felt no different from an ordinary passerby. This person was none other than Shifeng. Although he had grown a lot taller as his physical fitness improved, he still couldn't change his plain appearance. "Who is that guy? Isn't he a little too courageous? That guy is dead for sure." Even the successors of the other major corporations here wouldn't dare blatantly refute Lu Tiandi's words. Could this guy be a newcomer to the upper zone? The gathered people were astonished as they looked at Shifeng. They never imagined that such an ignorant person could exist in Haitian City's upper zone. If it were the Starline Corporation of the past, there would still be many people who would dare go against it. They definitely wouldn't let Lu Tiandi, who was merely the corporation's heir, act so arrogantly. Even Lu Xingluo, the corporation's previous heir, hadn't dared behave like Lu Tiandi was behaving now. However, Lu Tiandi's background was different from Lu Xingluo's. Lu Tiandi had caught the eye of one of the middle layer's big shots at a young age and had been secretly nurtured by this big shot since then. Only after Lu Tiandi had replaced Lu Xingluo as the Starline Corporation's new successor had this matter gotten exposed. Due to this revelation, the Starline Corporation's status in Haitian City's upper zone had instantly skyrocketed. Now, even the other major corporations operating in the base layer had no choice but to tuck their tails in front of the Starline Corporation. Otherwise, Ikue, Lu Tiandi's butler, wouldn't have dared to be so arrogant, openly making such a bold statement in public. Ji Luorong, who had been standing silently in front of the training house all this time, couldn't help turning to Shifeng in surprise and confusion. She never thought that someone would be willing to stand up for her. At the same time, though, she couldn't help worrying for Shifeng. This was because she was well aware of Lu Tiandi's extraordinary identity. He was destined to live in the middle layer, and even the Green God Company would have to show him a certain degree of respect. "Kid, it seems you're quite courageous, huh? Do you not know who my young master is?" Ikue asked as he looked at Shifeng coldly. "Or do you intend to make an enemy of the Starline Corporation?" Ikue had just stated that so long as Lu Tiandi gave the word, nobody in Haitian City's upper zone would dare trade resources with Ji Luorong. Yet, no sooner had he made this declaration than Shifeng announced his intention to trade with Ji Luorong. Shifeng had basically slapped the Starline Corporation's face. Upon hearing Ikue's words, many people present frowned at Shifeng worriedly. Everyone could tell that Ikue was up to no good. The middle-aged man was escalating a trivial matter into a problem that concerned the reputation of the entire Starline Corporation. If Shifeng dared to say anything more now, the consequences were unimaginable. He might even face a similar end as Ji Luorong's and get kicked out of the upper zone eventually. After all, it was incredibly difficult to live in the upper zone without resources. When Ji Luorong heard Ikue's words, she gritted her teeth and resolved to stop Shifeng from championing her. However, just as she was about to take action, a lithe figure suddenly appeared before her. "Little girl, you don't need to worry about him," Mushin said. Looking at Ji Luorong's worried expression, Mushin smiled and continued, "Even the Starline Corporation wouldn't dare do anything against him. Shifeng not only possessed Grade 1 authority in the upper zone but was also a neutralizing grandmaster. Let alone the measly heir of the Starline Corporation. Even if the Starline Corporation's current owner were here, he wouldn't be able to do anything against Shifeng." Looking at Mushin's dazzling beauty, Ji Luorong could tell that Mushin had an extraordinary background, which should mean that Shifeng did as well. However, she still couldn't help worrying. But, before Ji Luorong could say anything more, however, a low voice resounded throughout the area once more. "So what if I am? These 5 simple words instantly created a commotion among the spectating crowd. Is he crazy? He's actually openly making an enemy of the Starline Corporation? Does he not know what death is? If it were the Starline Corporation of the past, even the upper zone's ordinary corporate children wouldn't fear offending it. After all, they were all residents of the upper zone's base layer. Why should they be afraid of each other? However, the situation was different now that the Starline Corporation had the backing of a middle-layer big shot. That big shot could just make some random excuse and have them removed from the upper zone temporarily. Once they were outside the safe haven known as the upper zone, the Starline Corporation would have plenty of means to deal with them. Upon hearing Shifeng's response, Ikue was momentarily dumbfounded as well. After snapping out of his daze, he bellowed, "Punk! It seems you really are itching for a beating. In that case, I'll help you loosen those bones of yours." Although the Green God Company prohibited fighting in the upper zone, the company would turn a blind eye to small conflicts in private settings. So long as one did not go too far, the Green God Company wouldn't look too deeply into the matter. After all, disputes were bound to occur wherever people gathered. However, if anyone dared to take things too far, the Green God Company was bound to dish out a severe penalty. In fact, many corporations and forces had gotten banished from the upper zone and suffered an early demise because they had crossed this line. Hence, nobody would dare to openly defy the Green God Company's rules. The next moment, Ikue stomped his right foot on the ground, and his body shot forward like a cannonball. The impact of his feet shook the ground slightly and even left a deep footprint behind on the cement. As his body shot forward, Ikue punched, perfectly integrating his fist's speed with the speed of his moving body. His fist generated explosive noises due to this perfect combination as it collided with the air. Evidently, his punch had already exceeded the speed of sound. A sonic boom. He's a Hunglian Grandmaster. When everyone heard the explosive noises, they stared at Ikue in shock. The upper zone's environment allowed one to develop one's physical fitness rapidly. In fact, even developing one's physical fitness to the standard of a Hunglian Master or a half-step Hunglian Grandmaster wouldn't be a problem. However, those who could actually overcome the final hurdle and become a Hunglian Grandmaster were incredibly rare. Even in the upper zone, such people were considered top-tier experts and treated as VIPs by major corporations. These corporations would even be willing to grant a Hunglian Grandmaster the position of elder to rope in such individuals. This was because every Hunglian Grandmaster was no different from a humanoid beast. Hence, everyone couldn't believe that Ikue was serving as a mere butler of a corporation's successor, despite being a Hunglian Grandmaster. Let alone the spectators, even Mushin was astonished by this situation. Only 2 people weren't surprised by this situation, Lu Tiendi and Ji Luorong. Zover. Ji Luorong reflexively shut her eyes at this sight. She had found out that Ikue was a Hunglian Grandmaster only because Ikue himself had revealed his strength to her during one of their previous meetings. Hence, she knew that Ikue wasn't just an ordinary butler, but was also a terrifying bodyguard. If Shifeng got struck by Ikue's punch, he would be fortunate to leave with only a few broken bones. It wouldn't be strange if he ended up hospitalized for half a month. Boom! The next moment, as if a grenade had exploded, the sound of an explosion echoed throughout the area. Even those standing over a dozen meters away felt the intense impact. Almost everyone present shut their eyes subconsciously. After all, they could easily imagine the outcome that awaited those struck by a Hunglian Grandmaster. If a Hunglian Grandmaster managed to land a square blow, they could kill a bull with one hit. Even a neutralizing Grandmaster would end up with broken bones if they got struck by a Hunglian Grandmaster. Meanwhile, the sound of an impact meant that Ikue's punch landed on Shifeng. However, when everyone opened their eyes again, they were dumbfounded. How is this possible? At this time, not only was Shifeng completely intact, but he had actually caught Ikue's iron fist with just one hand. Ikue himself was surprised by this situation. He never thought that his punch would meet with such a result. You've made your move. Holding on to Ikue's fist, Shifeng looked at the middle-aged man and asked calmly, "Is it my turn now?" Shifeng's words seemed to stimulate Ikue, the latter's face immediately turning ashen. Ikue was indeed surprised that Shifeng had blocked his punch. But that was merely because he had not expected that Shifeng would actually be a neutralizing grandmaster. Moreover, although his previous punch seemed fierce and domineering, he had actually used only about half of his strength. After all, he would be in big trouble if he created too much of a scene. At that time, even Lu Tiandi wouldn't be able to protect him. However, Ikue never thought that Shifeng would take advantage of this fact and turn him into a laughingstock in the eyes of the crowd. He was a dignified Honglian grandmaster. Even the owners of international corporations would have to be polite to him and treat him as a VIP when meeting him. As for neutralizing grandmasters, they could only cower in fear in front of him. He had never once suffered such humiliation before. "You bastard!" Ikue took a step forward and punched with his other hand. Half-step collapsing punch. This time, Ikue did not hold back at all. The only thing on his mind was to make Shifeng regret his words. Shifeng responded to the second attack in a similar manner, extending his other hand to catch the punch. He didn't seem to have noticed that Ikue's present punch was different from the one before. Upon seeing this, Ikue sneered. A punch carrying 50% of his strength indeed wouldn't pose a threat to a neutralizing grandmaster. A neutralizing grandmaster could easily block the attack by relying on technique. However, it was a different story for a punch carrying his full strength. A neutralizing grandmaster who tried blocking such an attack would definitely end up with broken bones. Yet, Shifeng was ignorantly trying to receive his punch using the exact same method. Boom! A loud explosion rang out as Ikue's fist collided with Shifeng's palm. The shockwave generated by the impact this time was much stronger than before. Nevertheless, Ikue was still dumbfounded as he looked at Shifeng. This was because the result of his second punch was exactly the same as his first. Shifeng had still caught his fist without fail. Did I subconsciously hold back in fear of getting into trouble? Inevitably, such a thought occurred to Ikue. After all, this was the only reasonable explanation he could think of for this situation. Otherwise, how could a neutralizing grandmaster possibly receive his full-powered punch? However, Shifeng did not give Ikue any time to react at all. Immediately, he pushed Ikue's hands aside and executed a palm strike on the latter's chest. The palm strike was so fast that the attack had already connected with Ikue's chest before he realized what was going on. However, even after noticing the attack, Ikue paid no attention to it at all. As a Honglian grandmaster, he had long since developed an instinctual defensive mechanism. Whenever his body received an attack, his muscles would tighten, giving them a toughness resembling steel and neutralizing the attack's impact. If neutralizing grandmasters were proud of their techniques, then Honglian grandmasters were proud of their physical body's toughness. In simpler terms, a Honglian grandmaster was someone trained to take hits and dish out devastating blows. Even if a Honglian grandmaster managed to land only 1 out of 100 attacks on a neutralizing grandmaster, this one attack would end the fight instantly. Boom! Ikue stood steadily even after receiving Shifeng's palm strike. He also looked at Shifeng in silent contempt. Nobody present found it surprising that Shifeng's attack had no effect on Ikue either. This was because Honglian grandmasters were precisely this powerful. They were truly monsters in human skin, and trying to harm these monsters with the hands and feet of ordinary humans was an utter joke. This was also why the various major corporations in the upper zone would desperately try to recruit or befriend Honglian grandmasters. "Kid, I admit that you're strong. However, you can't hurt me." Patting his clothes, Ikue said disdainfully, "On the other hand, how long do you think your stamina can hold out against my attacks?" A neutralizing grandmaster's ability to exert complete control over their physical body was indeed extraordinary. However, when it came to stamina, a neutralizing grandmaster was far from comparable to a Honglian grandmaster. A Honglian grandmaster could fight 3 days and 3 nights without rest. In contrast, a neutralizing grandmaster would be fortunate to last even half a day. Hence, neutralizing grandmasters would frequently curse Honglian grandmasters as merely a bunch of simple-minded brutes with well-developed bodies. Spectating from the sidelines, Mushin grew worried when she saw this situation. She never thought that Lu Tiandi would have a Honglian grandmaster as his bodyguard. The Boulder Corporation had to pay a great price just to get a Hanglian Grandmaster to become one of its elders. Moreover, apart from the Boulder Corporation's master, everyone else in the corporation treated this Hanglian Grandmaster with awe and respect. Yet, Lu Tiandi actually had such a powerful expert working as his henchman. It was ineffective. Shi Feng also couldn't help looking at Yi Kuei in surprise. Ever since his concentration had reached the Tier 4 peak standard, his control over his body in the real world had improved by a significant margin. After factoring in his improved physical fitness, he now even dared to apply some of the techniques he used in God's domain in the world. This was also why Shi Feng had provoked Yi Kuei. He was very curious to find out where his current limits lay. When Shi Feng was catching Yi Kuei's second punch, he hadn't just caught the attack with an open palm. Instead, he had executed 3 rapid palm strikes against Yi Kuei's fist. In other words, he had used the 3 extreme slashes technique, a simplified version of Miracle Dragon's 6 extreme slashes. As Shi Feng had executed his 3 palm strikes against Yi Kuei's fist almost in the same instant, it was practically impossible for the human body to tell that it wasn't just 1 but 3 separate attacks. Thus, Shi Feng had succeeded in blocking Yi Kuei's full-powered punch. Otherwise, even if his physical fitness had improved a lot after he began living in the upper zone, he would still have to avoid Yi Kuei's full-powered attack. Meanwhile, the offensive palm strike Shi Feng executed against Yi Kuei was currently his strongest attack. For extreme slashes, from an outsider's perspective, Shi Feng's attack would look like an ordinary palm strike. In reality, his attack consisted of 4 palm strikes executed in rapid succession on the same location. This attack placed a heavy burden on his mental strength, and he couldn't use it a second time even if he wanted to. Looking at Shi Feng's surprised expression, Yi Kuei smiled. "Kid, now it's my turn to..." Just when Yi Kuei thought to attack again, his body suddenly stiffened, and he collapsed to the ground willy-nilly. His breathing became stifled, and he had difficulty even speaking. In fact, even his vision started to blur. These abrupt changes discombobulated Yi Kuei. He couldn't understand what was happening at all. What the hell did you do to me?" Struggling to lift his head, Yi Kuei gaped at Shi Feng in confusion. He simply couldn't wrap his mind around how Shi Feng had managed to injure him so severely with just a palm strike. Now, he found even standing up from the ground difficult. The spectators were likewise surprised when they saw Yi Kuei collapse to the ground. He defeated a Hanglian Grandmaster in 1 strike? Who is this guy? At this time, the onlookers eyed Shi Feng as if he were a monster. They even began wondering whether the scene before them was staged. After all, who could possibly believe that a Hanglian Grandmaster would fall from just 1 palm strike? "I think I know who he is." Some time ago, 2 people managed to pass Yuantian City's mental path together. One of these people was even someone the Boulder Corporation brought in using its reserve slots. According to the rumors, that person was Zero Wing's guild leader, Black Flame. Although this guy looks different from God's Domain's Black Flame, they should be the same person. What? He's the guy responsible for dragging down the Starline Corporation's Lu Xinglua. Among the crowd, some people who kept tabs on Yuantian City's upper zone recognized Shi Feng. For a time, the street bubbled with commotion. Nobody had thought that Black Flame, the mythical sword emperor of God's domain, would actually appear in their upper zone. Moreover, the man had even defeated a Hanglian Grandmaster with a single palm strike. His strength was simply terrifying. "So he is the Black Flame Big Sis told me about?" Ji Luorong gaped in shock as she looked at Shi Feng. After all, Black Flame was currently rumored to be the strongest person in God's domain right now. He was in existence even the 5 great super guilds had to tiptoe around. So, that's why he dared to stand against Lu Tiandi. He's the one responsible for Lu Xinglua's removal. Lu Tiandi will probably have to tread cautiously around him. Amazing! As expected of Black Flame. I never thought that he would be the person who received Grade 1 authority in Yuantian City recently. This is interesting. It seems Lu Tiandi has met his match. Everybody present knew of Black Flame, but they did not know much about Black Flame's identity in the real world. After all, they had many things they needed to handle. How could they possibly have the time to look into the real-world identity of every famous expert in God's domain? Only if they were particularly interested in a specific person would they spend some money to commission a detailed investigation. Not to mention, Black Flame was someone who had never publicly declared his God's domain identity in the real world. This made it even more difficult to investigate his situation. Only superpowers that paid close attention to Zero Wing would know of Black Flame's identity. While most people did not know of Black Flame's identity in the real world, it was a different story for the name Black Flame itself. This name was far too well known in God's domain. Not only was this name involved in many iconic battles in the game, but it was also behind the creation of many miracles. In fact, many of Black Flame's battle videos had circulated through the various kingdoms and empires forums and were regarded as a paradigm for swordsmen. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that almost every player operating on the Eastern continent would know Black Flame's name. Needless to say, residents of upper zones like themselves, who were expert players in God's domain, would definitely know of Black Flame. Although Zero Wing started out as a guild with no backing or background, it was now publicly recognized as a superpower. Compared to the various superpowers that had relied on powerful organizations to gain their strength, the influence Zero Wing had over the public was many times greater. In fact, Zero Wing's influence over the virtual gaming industry almost rivaled the 5 great super guilds already. Zero Wing had already become an absolute titan in God's domain. Thus, Ji Luorong felt like she was dreaming when she looked at Shifeng. While the onlookers were discussing quietly among themselves, Lu Tiandi, who had been silently spectating the situation all this time, suddenly approached Shifeng. "It seems I have been impolite. I didn't think that you would be Zero Wing's guild leader, Black Flame," Lu Tiandi said as he looked at Shifeng with a friendly smile. He also gave off an indescribably calm feeling, betraying no anger over Shifeng having heavily injured his butler. "Hello, my name is Lu Tiandi, the current guild leader of Starlink. You have truly helped me a bunch by defeating Lu Xingluo, guild leader Black Flame. Otherwise, I would most likely have to expend a lot of time and effort to take over Starlink. No need for thanks. You and I are not allies," Shifeng retorted nonchalantly. Others might not know about Lu Tiandi, but Shifeng had a very deep understanding of him. This was because Lu Tiandi had been a well-known Tier 6 God-ranked expert in the past. However, he had not joined any guild. Instead, he had led an adventurer team while working under Starlink. Although Lu Tiandi appeared friendly on the surface, he was deep down a very conniving person. He had toyed with many powers in the past. These powers had worked for Lu Tiandi only to get backstabbed. For this reason, many superpowers had detested Lu Tiandi. However, because of Lu Tiandi's extraordinary strength and his tremorous clown adventurer team, one of God's domain's 7 great dark adventurer teams, none of the various superpowers could do anything against him. "Guild leader Black Flame, must you be so unapproachable? Lu Xingluo and I are 2 different people. There are many people within the corporation who dislike Lu Xingluo for his overbearing and arrogant attitude as well. However, he is, after all, the patriarch's son. Even if others have an opinion regarding his behavior, nobody dares to say anything. Guild leader Black Flame's dragging Lu Xingluo off his pedestal is an event worth celebrating for the Starline Corporation," Lu Tiandi said, chuckling. "Since Miss G is your friend, Guild leader Black Flame, I will naturally stop trying to recruit her. Also, I have admired Zero Wing for a long time now. May I know if you are willing to form a partnership with me? To present Starlink's sincerity in this partnership and apologize for my rudeness to Miss G, I can sell a large batch of phantom potions to you and Miss G at cost on behalf of Starlink. May I know what you think of this, Guild leader Black Flame?" At Lu Tiandi's words, everyone couldn't help envying Shifeng. The phantom potion was something the various major corporations coveted. Let alone at cost, they would even be willing to buy the phantom potion at double or triple the original price. After all, the importance of improving one's mental strength trumped everything else in the upper zone. Ji Luorong was tempted by Lu Tiandi's offer. She currently held only Grade 2 authority in Haitian City's upper zone. If she could acquire a few more phantom potions and improve her mental strength, she might reach Grade 1 authority. At that time, she would have a much easier time operating in the upper zone. After all, only around 300 people held Grade 1 authority in Haitian City's upper zone, and the Green God Company placed heavy importance on every one of them. At that time, even if a corporation in the upper zone wished to target her, they would face incredible difficulty. She also wouldn't be tight for resources, as the tasks offered to Grade 1 authority holders would sometimes award phantom potions. Thank you for your goodwill, Guild Leader Liu, but Zero Wing already has its own collaborators. Currently, Zero Wing has no plans to cooperate with more guilds, so there is nothing I can do about this, Shi Feng said, directly rejecting Lu Tiandi's offer. If there is nothing else, we will be taking our leave now. If that's the case, then it truly is a pity. Sighing, Lu Tiandi said, if you have any intentions of forming a partnership in the future, feel free to contact me anytime, Guild Leader Black Flame. Shi Feng responded to these words with just a polite smile. He then turned around and left the training house together with Ji Luorong and Mushin. The spectating crowd also dispersed, leaving Lu Tiandi and Yi Kuei alone. After the crowd dispersed, Yi Kuei made a full recovery after consuming a life potion. Looking at Shi Feng's departing back, Yi Kuei said in a quiet voice, "Young master, Black Flame is simply too arrogant. You already extended such a sincere invitation to him, yet he actually refused to show you any respect. It's no wonder he managed to anger Lu Xinglua that much. Should I find an opportunity to teach that kid a lesson?" Yi Kuei was furious over Shi Feng's successful surprise attack on him. Had he been a little more careful earlier, he definitely wouldn't have suffered such a serious injury. Moreover, he had also noticed that Shi Feng looked a little pale after attacking him. Shi Feng had probably suffered a significant backlash from his own attack. If that were the case, landing a fatal blow on Shi Feng would have been entirely possible. I don't know why, but he seems to be extremely wary of me, although this is clearly our first meeting. It seems it'll be impossible to use him for our own purposes. If that's the case, let's teach him a small lesson. However, I'm afraid you alone won't be enough, Lu Tiandi said, shaking his head. That Shi Feng actually managed to execute Miracle Dragon's trademark move in the real world. Evidently, he has reached an incredibly high level in both his physical fitness and mental strength. It'll be tough for you to take care of him by yourself. I'll ask Brother Wang to accompany you. You'll have Mr. Wang come as well? Yi Kuei was momentarily surprised by Lu Tiandi's words. However, he quickly revealed an ecstatic expression and said, "If this is the case, that kid is dead." The Brother Wang Lu Tiandi mentioned was a Honglian Grandmaster who was only half a step away from becoming a mental strength master. He was also Lu Tiandi's senior brother and a resident of the upper zone's middle layer. It would be child's play for such an expert to take action against someone living in the base layer. By the way, when you head back, notify the others in the team to take action against Ji Luorong's adventurer team immediately. Make sure to destroy them as quickly as possible, Lu Tiandi instructed calmly. Since I can't have Ji Luorong's adventurer team, there's no reason why I should let Shi Feng have it. Rest assured, young master, we have long since been keeping track of those people. If not for your love of talent, they would have been doomed already. Yi Kuei responded, smiling. Nodding, Lu Tiandi then entered the mental strength training house. Haitian City Upper Zone, Northern Mountain Villa Community. Shi Feng couldn't help doubting his eyes as he stared at the 3-story mansion before him. You've been living in this place all this time? Shi Feng asked as he looked at Ji Luorong strangely. The mansion before him not only looked luxurious but also occupied an area as large as 2 basketball courts. It was even larger than the Boulder Corporation's mansion in Yuantian City's upper zone, which had cost 30 million trade points to exchange. Meanwhile, Ji Luorong lacked both influence and authority in the upper zone. In fact, she was even living in the upper zone by herself. Apart from her family's corporation operating in the outside world, she did not possess any backers or background whatsoever. Hence, Shi Feng found it truly hard to believe that she had managed to purchase such a large mansion. Even Mushin was a little surprised by this situation. After all, the base layer's mansions couldn't be bought by just anyone with sufficient points. Normally, one also needed to have grade 1 authority or above. However, from the information she obtained on Ji Luorong's background, the latter had only grade 2 authority. "This is the mansion my maternal grandfather left behind," Ji Luorong said, nodding. "Because of my family's decline, we had no choice but to live in the outside world. However, because my mental strength showed promise, my family decided to make use of the reserve slot my maternal grandfather left behind and let me live in the upper zone." Realization immediately dawned upon Shifeng at Ji Luorong's explanation. This also explained why Phoenix Rain had been living in the outside world despite her family having such a large mansion in the upper zone. The upper zone had existed for a long time already. During this period, there had indeed been many families that had fallen into obscurity and were forced to leave the upper zone. After all, the strong preyed upon the weak in the upper zone. Without a reserve slot or sufficient talent in the mental strength department, one would not qualify for residency in the upper zone at all. Through this revelation, Shifeng also realized that the Ji family was indeed extraordinary. Although it was in decline now, the fact that it had managed to acquire such an extravagant mansion in the upper zone proved that it had once been a powerful force there. This also explained how Phoenix Rain managed to rely on her own strength to become one of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's pavilion masters. As Ji Luorong talked about her family circumstances, the group arrived inside the mansion. Upon entering the mansion, Shifeng had to admit that it was indeed much better than his housing unit. Not only was the place much more spacious, but it also provided much greater help toward the improvement of one's mental strength. After entering the mansion, Shifeng turned the conversation to Ji Luorong's current circumstances and Phoenix Rain's brief reappearance in God's domain after her disappearance. Upon hearing news of her older sister, Ji Luorong breathed out a small sigh of relief. She had been incredibly worried when she found out that her older sister had disappeared. When she heard that her older sister had been brought to Haitian City's upper zone, she had repeatedly searched the base layer for clues of her older sister. Despite her efforts, she had come up empty. The only possibility she could think of was that her older sister had been transferred to the middle layer. Hence, she had been anxiously trying to enter the middle layer to verify her older sister's condition. Hearing that her older sister had once appeared in God's domain after her disappearance, and even expressed that she was safe, had lifted the stone weighing on her heart. Now, she could finally relax a little bit. "By the way, why did Lu Tiendi come to find you? Do you have any grudges with him?" Shifeng asked curiously as he looked at Ji Luorong. His main goal in coming to Haitian City's upper zone was to check Ji Luorong's situation. After all, he had promised Phoenix Rain to take care of her little sister. Meanwhile, Lu Tiendi wasn't a kind person. Catching his attention was akin to catching the attention of a fox. One was bound to meet with misfortune. "I don't have any grudges with him. In fact, today is only our second meeting," Ji Luorong sighed. "As for why he is approaching me, it is because he wants Eternal Glory, the adventurer team I established, to join his adventurer team, Tremorous Clown." "He wants to annex your adventurer team?" Shifeng was surprised by this answer. Tremorous Clown was an extraordinary dark adventurer team. According to his past knowledge, the team had been active on the Western continent and possessed powerful members. At its peak, the team had even had 3-tier SIXS and 9-tier 5s. Even the various superpowers dared not casually offend the adventurer team. Back then, many experts operating on the dark side of God's domain had sought to join Tremorous Clown. However, only a small minority had succeeded because Tremorous Clown's entry requirement was Tier 4. Normally, only peak experts who had reached Tier 4 could join the team. Shifeng also knew a little about Ji Luorong's adventurer team since Ji Luorong had also been relatively famous in the past. Although not on the level of the Demon Queen Phoenix Rain, Ji Luorong had still been a bona fide Tier 5 Apex expert, only half a step from reaching Tier 6. Eternal Glory had also been a famous top adventurer team. At its peak, the team had had not only a Tier 6 God-ranked expert but also 3 Tier 5 experts. However, Eternal Glory was currently merely a well-known adventurer team. Its overall strength was still incredibly weak. This included Ji Luorong, the adventurer team's commander. Shifeng doubted that the team even had a single Tier 4 player in its ranks right now. Hence, He found it inconceivable that Lu Tiandi wished to annex eternal glory. Of course, Shifeng wasn't looking down on Ji Luorong and her companions. The present Tremorous Clown was far stronger than eternal glory. Tremorous Clown probably rivaled the average superpower in the number of its peak combatants. Now that Lu Tiandi had acquired Starlink as well, the overall strength of the forces under his command should be at an astonishing level. My team is indeed incapable of catching Lu Tiandi's attention. The only reason I can think of for his efforts to annex us is the special legacy we obtained, Ji Luorong said after giving the matter some thought. Some time ago, we visited a very special secret land and found a massive world passage sealed there. We even came across a person who might be a Tier 6 god. According to that person, the seal on the world passage would soon break, and the War of Worlds would soon begin. Our team received a special legacy from that person. Recorded inside the legacy was a sealing magic array. If we sacrifice EXP to the magic array, we can isolate a specific area from the rest of the world for a long period. It can be considered a means to resist the War of Worlds. However, at that time, other players aside from our team entered that place as well. In hindsight, those people might have been Tremorous Clown's members. Ji Luorong's words shocked Shifeng. This was because he had never heard of a War of Worlds happening at this stage of the game in his previous life. However, he also doubted that Ji Luorong was lying. After all, he had visited the ancient god's domain. He wouldn't find it strange if there were other timelines of God's domain. This was especially true after seeing 100 Ghosts as members. Those people clearly didn't come from the ancient God's domain but most likely were from another interstellar continent. This so-called War of Worlds was probably a great war between Earth's players and the said interstellar continent's players. If this was true, it would be a disaster for Earth's God's domain. After all, in terms of resources and experts, the interstellar continent's God's domain was far superior to Earth's God's domain. If the two sides were to wage war against each other, it wouldn't take a genius to imagine that Earth's side would suffer a catastrophic defeat, with many superpowers getting annihilated. Even the present Zero Wing would have a difficult time facing the interstellar continent's offensive. This explained why Lu Tiandi wanted Ji Luorong's adventurer team to join Tremorous Clown. After all, the ability to isolate an area from the outside world would be of significant help to a guild in the upcoming war. When Mushin heard Ji Luorong's words, her complexion darkened. Mushin did not doubt that the War of Worlds would happen. This was because of information Frost Heaven obtained from investigating 100 Ghosts. Previously, she had still been questioning the validity of this information. However, after listening to Ji Luorong's tale, everything made sense. Yet, she couldn't bring herself to be happy about this discovery. Frost Heaven had gone to great lengths to secure one of the reserve seats for God's Domain's 12 great guilds. Yet, just when the guild was about to usher in an era of rapid development, the War of Worlds was about to begin. This was an absolute nightmare for Frost Heaven. However, Mushin felt a little fortunate. If she hadn't chosen to accompany Shifeng to Haitian City's upper zone, she would have most likely remained ignorant about this upcoming, world-shaking change. If Frost Heaven did not prepare for the War of Worlds, it wouldn't be strange if the guild got annihilated. While Mushin was pondering Frost Heaven's future, Shifeng looked at Ji Luorong and said earnestly, "Luorong, now that Lu Tiandi has set his sights on you and you have even rejected his offer, with his personality, I'm afraid it won't be long before he takes action against your team. It is no longer suitable for you to remain in Haitian City's upper zone. It will be safer if you move to another upper zone. I have a housing unit in Yuantian City's upper zone. Although it isn't comparable to this mansion, you can still conduct daily exercises there. Would you like to move there?" Shifeng knew Lu Tiandi's personality better than anyone. Lu Tiandi would eliminate anyone he deemed his enemy. With the Starline Corporation's present influence over Haitian City's upper zone, Ji Luorong definitely couldn't live there in peace. Only by leaving Haitian City's upper zone would Ji Luorong escape Lu Tiandi's clutches. Go to Yuantian City's upper zone? Inevitably, Ji Luorong hesitated. However, she also knew that Shifeng was right. Living in Haitian City's upper zone would no longer be safe. "Miss Ji, if you find it inconvenient to live with guild leader Shifeng, you are welcome to live with me. Although the Boulder Corporation isn't as powerful as the Starline Corporation, we have established a solid foundation in Yuan City's upper zone. Mushin invited. Miss Mushin, you misunderstand. I don't find it inconvenient. I am already very satisfied to be able to live in Yuan City's upper zone, Ji Luorong said, shaking her head. I am just worried about my friends. They don't live in the upper zone. If Lu Tiandi targets them, I'm afraid they won't be able to hide from him for very long. If it were before, when God's domain still didn't hold such great importance to the various corporations, she wouldn't have to worry about the Starline Corporation secretly taking action against her companions. However, the situation was different now. Because of the extreme importance the Green God Company placed on God's domain, the various major corporations now prioritized the game. It wouldn't be strange if they took action against individuals in the real world. In response to Ji Luorong's worries, Shifeng chuckled and said, "That is simple. Just have your friends head to Zero Wing's headquarters. I'll have everything arranged for their stay." He very much welcomed alliances with experts. Meanwhile, Eternal Glory had plenty of experts in its ranks. Once these players grew up, they would become formidable allies. Sheltering Eternal Glory's members now would only benefit Zero Wing. Moreover, Lei Bao was currently at the half-step Honglian Grandmaster standard already. There was also Fire Dance, who was not much inferior to Lei Bao. Combined with the various top-level security measures set up in Zero Wing's headquarters, even a Honglian Grandmaster would have difficulty making trouble there. After hearing Shifeng's words, Ji Luorong couldn't help rejoicing. Excitedly, she said, "Thank you, Guild Leader Shifeng. I assure you that they will listen to all of Zero Wing's arrangements during their stay." The fact that her adventurer team's members could stay in Zero Wing's headquarters was definitely good news. After all, the present Zero Wing was already very strong. Moreover, the various major corporations hadn't been able to do anything against the guild thus far. Hence, her companions should be relatively safe once they moved to its headquarters. After ending her conversation with Shifeng, Ji Luorong promptly contacted her companions and had them hurry to Zero Wing's headquarters immediately. The sun was setting, and the sky was growing darker. Originally, this was a time when countless office workers would be getting off work and going home. However, the lights of Zero Wing Tower remained brightly lit. Compared to the buildings around it, the tower looked much livelier, with many people coming and going from it. There was even a long queue of young men and women waiting outside the entrance to take the basic tests for joining Zero Wing. At this time, a group of several dozen people of various origins and clad in diverse styles suddenly appeared in front of the tower and quietly studied the tall building before them with curious expressions. "So, this is Zero Wing's headquarters?" A young man with freckles on his face said in disdain as he looked at the line of young men and women waiting outside the building. "I really wonder what's gotten into the commander. Why does she want us to train in Zero Wing's headquarters all of a sudden?" Although Zero Wing is a powerful guild in God's domain, the number of peak experts it actually has isn't a lot. These people trying to join Zero Wing are obviously newbies as well. I bet they can't clear the trial tower's 3rd floor. Yet, the commander actually wants us to train with Zero Wing. None of the group objected to the youth's derisive remarks. It was evident that they agreed with him. As people who had chosen to join an adventurer team, the thing they disliked the most was being tied down by various restrictions. Hence, they also held players who joined guilds in extreme contempt, considering guild players to be basically weaklings who feared the strong but bullied the weak. In comparison, every member of their adventurer team could become a core member of a guild, even a super guild should they choose to join one. This was because they had honed their combat techniques through fighting powerful monsters and various outdoor PvPs without relying on any background or backer. They were completely different from the experts pampered and cultivated by guilds. Moreover, they were also incredibly strong in real-world combat. Much stronger than the fighting champions frequently mentioned on TV. This was also why they felt that going out of their way to train with Zero Wing was a complete waste of their time. However, the middle-aged man leading the group shot a glance at the freckled youth and said coldly, "Enough, Tiantong. This is the commander's order. Either you go to Zero Wing or leave the team. Do you wish to leave the team?" The freckled youth named Tiantong no longer dared complain. Although he was still unreconciled to the situation, he did not dare defy the middle-aged man. Similarly, everyone else in the group held their tongue, nobody daring to voice any opinions. This was because this middle-aged man wearing a black shirt was not only Crimson Mask, the Eternal Glory Adventurer team's vice commander, but also the strongest person in the adventurer team. He was so powerful that even if everyone in their adventurer team, including their commander, Ji Luorong, banded together, they would just barely be able to hold their ground against him. On the Western continent, he was also known to many as Crimson Mask the Demon. In one instance, in order to save a companion cornered by a large guild, he had charged into a map sealed off by an army of 10,000 all by himself. This army had over 1,000 Tier 3 experts, yet not only had this 10,000-man army gotten routed, but none of the 10,000 players had managed to leave the map alive, either. After this battle, the nickname Crimson Mask the Demon began to spread across the continent. As a result, Eternal Glory had a much easier time operating out in the fields. Moreover, Crimson Mask possessed an extraordinary identity even in the real world. He used to be very famous in the bodyguard industry. Many international corporations had sought to employ him. However, for some reason, he had suddenly retired as a bodyguard to become a full-time gamer, thoroughly investing his life in God's domain. As for his decision to join Eternal Glory, which had been a weak adventurer team back then, that had simply been an accident. After seeing that everyone had quieted down, Crimson Mask nodded and led the group into Zero Wing Tower's lobby. As soon as Crimson Mask and the others entered the lobby, a beautiful woman with shoulder-length hair in sportswear approached their group. The core member's emblem pinned on her top indicated that she was a member of Zero Wing. When this woman appeared, Eternal Glory's members automatically raised their guard. The expression of Crimson Mask, in particular, turned grave when he saw her. This was because the pressure and presence this woman gave off were simply too powerful. Although the woman did not exude any kind of aura, they couldn't help feeling nervous for some reason when standing in her presence. Faced with this feeling, ordinary people would most likely think nothing of it. However, as players who had fought in numerous life and death battles in God's domain, Eternal Glory's members had long since honed their intuition beyond that of ordinary people. Anyone capable of making them feel nervous definitely wasn't an ordinary person. Eyeing the woman approaching them, Crimson Mask inwardly calculated his chances of winning should he fight her. However, after a round of careful observation, he was surprised to conclude that he had only an even chance of victory, and this was only because his physique was stronger. Could she be Fire Dance, the commander of Zero Wing's main force? No matter how Crimson Mask thought about the situation, this was the only possibility he could think of. Otherwise, he couldn't explain why this woman before him gave him such immense pressure. "You must be Eternal Glory's members, right?" the woman said, smiling as she scanned the group before her. "You can call me Turtledove. I've already heard about your situation from the guild leader. Since you have come to Zero Wing, you can treat Zero Wing as your home from now on. Your rooms are ready, so you can go there and rest whenever you want." After saying so, Turtledove led Crimson Mask and the others toward the elevator to the residential area. Turtledove. While following after Turtledove, Crimson Mask and the others revealed confused expressions. This was especially true for Crimson Mask. Before going to Zero Wing's headquarters, he had looked into the peak experts under Zero Wing's command. However, there was no one named Turtledove on the list. Even Tier 4 experts don't give off such powerful mental pressure. Could she be one of the trump cards Zero Wing is secretly cultivating? Tiantong was also inwardly surprised when he looked at Turtledove. Tiantong had met many experts, but this was the first time he had come across someone capable of giving such powerful pressure in the real world. Moreover, this was merely a pressure Turtledove was radiating subconsciously. Only those who had experienced countless harsh battles and training would develop such a temperament and aura. This was something even Crimson Mask had yet to accomplish even now. Crimson Mask was incredibly strong. He could defeat even master martial artists in a few moves. Despite his strength, Tiantong had never felt such pressure coming from the middle-aged man. As the group was waiting to enter the spacious elevator, two men walked out of it. These two men were clad in sportswear similar to turtle doves. They also wore the emblem for Zero Wings core members on their tops. The instant these two young men appeared, Crimson Mask and the others broke out in a cold sweat. This was because, in their eyes, the two men that just exited the elevator were no different from beasts. Even someone with dull senses would feel a chill crawl down their spine when bathed in the violent auras and oppressive feeling the two men exuded. Moreover, the two were incredibly fit as well. In fact, they were even superior to Crimson Mask. However, the presence of these two young men did not cause any of the Zero Wing members nearby any trouble. Instead, these Zero Wing members acted as if they did not see these two people, with some of them even chatting and laughing among themselves. What's wrong with these people? Tiantong was flabbergasted when he saw the behavior of the Zero Wing members around him. Can they not sense this oppressive feeling at all? Right now, Tiantong felt as if a lion was baring its fangs and claws at him, as if death itself was staring at him. If an ordinary person were subjected to such a feeling for long periods, they might even go crazy. Yet, Zero Wings members seemed oblivious to this oppressive feeling. Looking at the two departing men, Crimson Mask couldn't help asking Turtledove, "Miss Turtledove, may I know who those two people are?" The instant those two young men exited the elevator, Crimson Mask had the feeling that he was doomed. This was because both of those young men were evidently stronger than him. If the two of them attacked him together, he wouldn't even have a chance to retaliate. "Their shadow sword and flying shadow," Turtledove answered calmly. "Because they have been improving quite slowly recently. Big Sis Fire has been scolding them a lot. Currently, the two of them must train with Master Lei Bao for 2 hours every day. Otherwise, they will be prohibited from entering God's domain." Slow improvement? Turtledove's words rendered Tiantong speechless. She must be boasting. Yes, Turtledove is definitely boasting. After all, who could possibly find two guys who are both stronger than Crimson Mask to be lacking? However, when Tiantong and the others finished settling into their rooms and visited Zero Wing's training room, they discovered that Zero Wing's headquarters was basically a den of monsters. This was because they witnessed Shadow Sword and Flying Shadow getting beaten up and yelled at by a sultry beauty dressed in a red t-shirt and shorts. The two young men were utterly incapable of fighting back at all. From an outsider's perspective, it looked as if an adult was beating up two children. While Eternal Glory's members were training in Zero Wing's headquarters, Shi Feng's group arrived back in Yuantian City's upper zone. Mushin promptly bade farewell to Shi Feng and returned to the Boulder Corporation's mansion. She intended to report the matter of the War of Worlds to the Guild and begin preparations for it as soon as possible. As for Ji Luorong, she arrived at Shi Feng's residential unit. To her surprise, there were actually two big sisters sharing the residential unit. Neither of these two big sisters was inferior to her older sister in appearance. This was especially true for Gentle Snow. She was basically a goddess who had descended to the mortal world. Moreover, these two big sisters were incredibly strong and knowledgeable in combat as well. When the two of them saw Ji Luorong going through her daily training, not only were they able to point out her flaws in the blink of an eye, but their advice was also easy to understand. Yuantian City's upper zone. In a restaurant a short distance away from Shi Feng's residential unit, Yi Kuei stood respectfully beside a burly young man and reported carefully. "Mr. Wang, according to my investigation, Black Flame and that little girl are living in that residential area. However, they are currently remaining in their house, so it isn't suitable to take action now. I'm afraid I'll have to waste some of your time." "No need for that much trouble." Chuckling, the youth named Wang Xianming said nonchalantly, "That's merely an ordinary residential area. Besides, it's just teaching a neutralizing grandmaster a lesson. I can just sneak in at midnight. I guarantee that none of the surveillance systems in place will notice me." "Then, I'll have to trouble you with that, Mr. Wang." Yi Kuei did not doubt Wang Xuanming's claim. Those surveillance systems might be able to stop him, but they definitely couldn't stop someone like Wang Xianming. Of course, it would be a different story if Shi Feng were living in a mansion. Unfortunately, Shi Feng was only living in an ordinary residential area, and the level of security in such a place wasn't particularly amazing. The night was quiet, and the moon hung high in the sky. Apart from the street lights, no other light source shone in the 6th Southern District. It was evident that the people living in this residential area had already gone to bed. Outside the residential area, Ikue approached Wang Xianming, who was all in black, and reported carefully, "Mr. Wang, all the houses in the residential area have already turned off their lights. Only a few monitoring facilities are still operating there. In addition, we found 32 enforcement robots patrolling the area. They do not follow any set patrol routes." The reason the upper zone was incredibly safe wasn't just the Green God Company's absolute authority in the upper zone. Apart from that, there was also the fact that anyone who had lived here for some time would gain a physique rivaling that of Hunglian masters in the outside world. Moreover, while the upper zone prioritized mental strength above all, every resident living in the upper zone still possessed exceptionally high combat standards. Defeating such people within a short period would be incredibly difficult. Most importantly, enforcement robots constantly patrolled every corner of the upper zone. Not only did these enforcement robots operate using state-of-the-art artificial intelligence, but their bodies were also made of titanium alloy and other special alloys. Even if they received a hit from a cannon of ancient times, they would, at most, suffer minor damage, although it was highly unlikely that a cannon could ever land a hit on these enforcement robots. This was because these robots possessed inhuman reaction speeds and physiques. Thanks to these factors, they could rival neutralizing grandmasters. Before these enforcement robots, both neutralizing grandmasters and Hunglian grandmasters were nothing. Hence, Hunglian grandmasters dared not take any covert action in the upper zone. At most, they would openly cross hands with their opponents. This frightening technology was exclusive to the Green God Company, and was one reason the various corporations worldwide feared the Green God Company so much. 32. Nodding, Wang Xianming said, "Okay, give me a map of their general location." Wang Xianming was not the slightest bit surprised to find so many enforcement robots in a residential area. In fact, this number was significantly lower than what mansion districts would boast. Even an ordinary mansion district would have at least 200 enforcement robots on patrol at all times. The security there was truly impeccable. It was only because Shifeng was living in an ordinary residential area that Wang Xianming had an opportunity to take action. Even then, Wang Xianming was only confident of teaching Shifeng a small lesson and heavily injuring him. This was because these enforcement robots were incredibly fast. The first enforcement robot would arrive within 8 seconds of the moment he broke into Shifeng's house. This was also the basic arrangement for ordinary residential areas. Hence, after Wang Xianming factored in the time he needed to escape, he concluded that he only had a very short time to do battle. If he delayed too long and got discovered by an enforcement robot, he shouldn't even think of escaping. As for putting up a fight against the enforcement robots, that was simply suicidal. These are the locations of the 32 robots 10 seconds ago, Ikue said as he transferred the data to Wang Xianming's quantum watch. Immediately, 32 red dots appeared on the map displayed on Wang Xianming's watch. After glancing at the map, Wang Xianming smiled and said, "It seems Xia Qingying is treating this guy quite well. With this distribution, I'll only have 7 seconds to conclude the operation." 7 seconds? Ikue frowned at Wang Xianming's estimate. "How about I attract the attention of those robots? There might only be a 1-second difference between 7 seconds and 8 seconds, but a Hunglian Grandmaster could cross a distance of several dozen meters in 1 second. Hence, 1 second was by no means a short period." "Relax." Grinning, Wang Xianming said, "Let alone this residential area. I've infiltrated even more dangerous places than this in the past. 7 seconds is more than enough for me already. If an ordinary Hunglian Grandmaster were taking action, 7 seconds would indeed be insufficient for them to injure a neutralizing Grandmaster and escape without getting caught. Not to mention, Shifeng was a neutralizing Grandmaster who had achieved an incredibly high standard in his mental strength. The control he had over his body was far superior to the average neutralizing Grandmasters, which would make teaching him a lesson even more difficult. However, this wasn't a problem for Wang Xianming. After all, he was only half a step away from becoming a mental strength master. The control he could exert over his body was far beyond what an ordinary Hunglian grandmaster like Yi Kuei could exert. In a situation where Wang Xianming fully exerted himself, he would need only 3 seconds to kill a Hunglian grandmaster, let alone a neutralizing grandmaster. Besides, his goal was only to injure Shifeng heavily. Yi Kuei did not doubt the man in the slightest. After all, not only was Wang Xianming incredibly famous in Haitian City's upper zone, but Yi Kuei had sparred with him before and suffered defeat after exchanging a single punch. Moreover, after that exchange, his entire arm had gone numb and became paralyzed for a short period, despite Wang Xianming holding back. Before that fight, Yi Kuei had never thought that it would be possible for a person to possess such incredible strength. Wang Xuanming's strength could practically rival Superman's. With such strength, it would be child's play for Wang Xianming to teach Shifeng a lesson. After Wang Xianming made some basic preparations, he promptly sneaked into the residential area by himself. Wang Xuanming's actions were swift and silent. Despite Yi Kuei keeping a close eye on him, the latter disappeared from his sight after just 3 seconds. Did his control over his body improve even further? Yi Kuei shuddered involuntarily when Wang Xianming disappeared into the coverless residential area. This was the first time he had seen someone with such an astonishing grasp of their body and surroundings. If Wang Xianming decided to take action against him, the consequences would be unprecedented. Yi Kuei felt very fortunate that Lu Tiandi had a good relationship with Wang Xianming. If the two of them were hostile, then as Lu Tiandi's butler-cum-bodyguard, he would definitely suffer a miserable death. While Yi Kuei was in awe of Wang Xuanming's capabilities, Wang Xianming successfully evaded the enforcement robots one after another and arrived before Shifeng's residential unit undetected. However, Wang Xianming did not rush to break into the house. Instead, he hid in a corner and silently observed his surroundings, then inspected the distribution of the 32 enforcement robots. He was being so cautious because the only way he could enter the house was by breaking down the door. Hacking the lock system was simply impossible. Meanwhile, the moment he broke down the door, the nearby enforcement robots would take action. Hence, he needed to have a precise grasp of his timing and plan his escape route first. Otherwise, he would definitely get caught. Good. There are 3 escape routes. So long as I can teach that Shifeng a lesson in 5 seconds, I can get out of this residential area scot-free. After planning his escape routes on his quantum watch and conducting some mental simulations, Wang Xianming set his sights on the nearby door. He then put on the helmet he carried, thoroughly concealing his identity. And as soon as he finished mentally preparing himself, he strode forward silently and arrived in front of the door in the blink of an eye. Subsequently, he kicked the door without hesitation. The door deformed, smashed open in an instant. Immediately afterward, the alarm in the house rang, and 6 enforcement robots received the alert almost simultaneously. These 6 enforcement robots then dashed straight for Shifeng's house. Meanwhile, Shifeng, who was logged into God's domain, also received the intruder alert as soon as the alarm sounded, and logged out of the game immediately. His reaction speed was so fast that he completed the entire process in just 1 second. However, for a Hunglian grandmaster, 1 second was a long time. Even though the house had a 200 square meter footprint, Wang Xianming still passed through the long corridor and arrived in the middle of the living room in just 1 second. The next moment, just as Wang Xianming entered the 60 square meter living room and was about to charge toward Shifeng's bedroom, he was stunned. This was because he discovered a woman with silky, waist-length hair sitting on the living room sofa. Wearing a snow-white nightgown, she quietly regarded Wang Xianming with eyes that carried neither joy nor sorrow. Looking at the absolute beauty before him, Wang Xianming smiled and said, "Miss, it's bad for your skin to stay up this late." Wang Xianming did not stay surprised for long. This was because the information he had acquired had indicated that Shifeng was living together with 2 women, who appeared to be Zero Wing's Vice Guild leaders. As Wang Xianming spoke, he did not stop his feet at all. In just a few steps, he had already arrived before Gentle Snow. Immediately afterward, he executed footwork and split his body into 3 afterimages. These 3 afterimages then executed a chop at Gentle Snow simultaneously, the chops breaking the sound barrier. Rest up for a week. The 3 chops Wang Xianming executed were lightning fast. Facing this move, even a neutralizing grandmaster would barely manage to stop 2 of the blows. The next moment, the 3 chops could be seen landing on Gentle Snow's body simultaneously. Ha! However, the instant his hand hit Gentle Snow's body, Wang Xianming was stunned. An afterimage. Moreover, before Wang Xianming realized it, another lithe figure had appeared beside him. This figure was none other than Gentle Snow. At this time, Gentle Snow still regarded him with the same emotionless gaze, apparently unaffected by his attack. Damn it! Where did that guy find such a monster? Wang Xianming stared at Gentle Snow in shock and confusion. He also couldn't understand how Gentle Snow could be so powerful despite being so young. Before clashing with Gentle Snow, he already had an inkling that she would be a difficult opponent. Hence, he had gone all out right off the bat to end the fight quickly. However, when he exchanged moves with Gentle Snow, he understood just how terrifying the woman was. No, she's not just terrifying. She's practically inhuman. He could clearly tell that Gentle Snow's physical fitness was only at the standard of Hunglian masters, which was far inferior to his own. Nevertheless, she had reacted to his attack as if she had long since known what he would do. Moreover, he had even failed to perceive her evasion. While he was executing his earlier attack, the figure he saw sitting on the sofa had merely been an afterimage his mind had fixated on. The moment he began his attack, Gentle Snow herself had already disappeared from the sofa. The ability to evade a Hunglian grandmaster's mental perception wasn't something that could be gained overnight. It was a high-level technique that had to be cultivated through rigorous training and countless battles involving life and death. While Wang Xianming might look like a 25-year-old man, he was, in reality, nearing 35 already. Yet, even at his age, he had just barely touched upon the threshold of this technique. In contrast, not only had this young woman before him learned this technique, but she had also mastered it to the point where she could dodge the attack of a half-step mental strength master with ease. Upon thinking up to this point, Wang Xianming rushed to the door almost immediately. He had no intention of staying here for even a second longer. If he were to clash against such a monster, it would be impossible for him to produce any results within the limited time available. If he stayed any longer, the enforcement robots would catch him. However, when Wang Xianming reached the entrance, he found another lithe figure standing by the door. This person was none other than Aqua Rose. Scram! Looking at the woman dressed in a light blue nightgown before him, Wang Xianming grew enraged. Not only had he failed to accomplish his mission, but there was even a monster behind him. If he wasted any more time here, he would definitely fall into the enforcement robot's hands. Hence, Wang Xianming's first reaction when seeing Aqua Rose was to attack her with everything he had. The next moment, over a dozen fists could be seen punching at Aqua Rose, every punch carrying the full strength of a Hunglian grandmaster. Even a Hunglian grandmaster would suffer internal injuries and lose consciousness if they got hit by such a barrage of punches. However, Wang Xianming was dumbfounded once he finished executing his attack. When his fists had landed on the woman before him, he felt as if he were shadowboxing. Not only did his attacks fail to repel the woman, but the woman had even moved closer to him. By the time Wang Xianming had executed well over 100 punches, Aqua Rose stood only half a step away from his 2-meter-tall body, her delicate palms smacking his chest. Despite Aqua Rose only executing a gentle strike, Wang Xianming felt an intense pain in his chest. The pain was so unbearable that he stumbled 2 steps back. How is this possible? Wang Xianming gaped at the woman before him in disbelief. A monster. Another monster. At this time, Gentle Snow arrived behind Wang Xianming and was quietly looking at the burly man. Wang Xianming revealed an incomparably ashen expression as he switched his gaze between Aqua Rose and Gentle Snow, wishing he could kill Ikue. How did that man conduct his investigation? 2 inhuman monsters actually lived inside an ordinary residential unit. Even the security level at the mansion areas couldn't compare to the security of this little house. At the entrance of the 6th Southern District, 10 minutes have gone by already. Looking at his quantum watch, Ikue smiled in delight. Mr. Wang should be taking action right about now. Ikue did not doubt Wang Xuanming's strength in the slightest. If not for the enforcement robots being too powerful, Ikue would have wanted to spectate the fight at a close distance and see how terrified and helpless Shifeng was against Wang Xianming. After all, a neutralizing grandmaster like Shifeng would be utterly incapable of resisting Wang Xuanming's strength. The most he could do was run away. Once Shifeng was taken care of, dealing with Ji Luorong would become a lot easier. Just as Ikue was entertaining such thoughts, a loud noise suddenly came from the residential area. Has he started taking action? Ikue grew excited when he heard the noise, and he couldn't help taking a few steps toward the residential area. Although he knew that the most he would see from his location was Shifeng's building, this was more than enough. He was only curious to find out how many seconds Shifeng would last against a monster like Wang Xianming. 3 seconds. Or perhaps 4 seconds. Based on the strength Shifeng had displayed previously, Ikue admitted that the younger man was indeed stronger than himself. However, if it came down to an all-out fight, he would have a great chance of victory. After all, Hanglian Grandmasters did not possess just incredible defensive capabilities but also recovery abilities far superior to the average person's. Ikue might have suffered significant damage from Shifeng's palm strike, but he had also recovered from the injury very quickly. One could say that the only advantages Shifeng had over the average Hanglian Grandmaster were speed and destructive power. However, in front of Wang Xianming, these advantages would be negligible. Hence, Shifeng would probably last against Wang Xianming roughly as long as an average Hanglian Grandmaster would. After leaving his hiding spot, Ikue immediately noticed Wang Xianming charging into Shifeng's house. Wang Xuanming's speed was so fast that Ikue didn't even catch a clear sight of him. However, 2 seconds after Wang Xianming disappeared into the house, he actually reappeared at the entrance. He's done already? Ikue was dumbfounded when he saw Wang Xianming back at the entrance of Shifeng's house. He never thought that Wang Xianming would be so powerful as to end the fight in just 1 second. With such strength, calling Wang Xianming a monster wouldn't be an exaggeration at all. Wang Xianming was on a whole different level from Hanglian Grandmasters like himself. However, in the next moment, Ikue was stunned once more. A woman wearing a light blue nightgown had actually appeared before the entrance without him realizing it. Meanwhile, as if agitated by this woman's appearance, Wang Xianming promptly launched a flurry of punches at her. Even from several hundred meters away, Ikue could clearly sense the terrifying aura Wang Xianming exuded. Madness, violence, destruction. Nobody could possibly survive Wang Xuanming's chaotic punches. Has he lost his mind? Ikue was horrified. If Wang Xianming had simply taught Shifeng a lesson and landed the latter in the hospital for several months, the Green God Company wouldn't look too deeply into the matter. At most, it would strengthen the residential area's security and give Shifeng some compensation. However, if Wang Xianming took a life in the upper zone, he would touch the Green God Company's bottom line. At that time, the company would definitely conduct a thorough investigation into the matter until it found the culprit. Once Wang Xianming was caught, even the big shots living in the middle layer wouldn't be able to help him. In fact, he might even drag down Lu Tiandi and Ikue as accomplices. However, before Ikue could recover from his shock, he received yet another jolt. This time, his eyes nearly fell out of their sockets. This was because the woman dressed in a nightgown actually remained unscathed despite facing Wang Xuanming's flurry of punches. She even moved closer and closer to Wang Xianming and eventually planted a palm on his chest. The instant the woman's blow landed, Wang Xianming actually stumbled 2 steps back and clutched his chest in pain. He also stared at the woman before him with fear in his eyes. Who is she? Why did such a monster appear in Shifeng's house? Ikue was shocked and confused as he looked at Aqua Rose, who stood in the corridor outside Shifeng's house. He even rubbed his eyes to make sure he wasn't hallucinating. Wang Xianming, an incredibly powerful Hanglian Grandmaster, had actually lost to a frail woman. As Ikue gaped in shock, Wang Xianming added to Ikue's confusion by charging forward and attacking Aqua Rose once more. He actually showed no signs of trying to escape from another location. However, Ikue quickly noticed that another woman of extraordinary beauty had walked out of the house. This woman was similarly dressed in a snow-white nightgown and had silky black hair flowing down to her waist. Under the illumination of moonlight, she looked just like a goddess that had descended to the mortal world. Although this woman did not exude an imposing aura, the indifference in her eyes combined with Wang Xuanming's strange behavior allowed Yi Kuei to guess what was going on. Most likely, the woman behind Wang Xianming was a monster as well. Hence, he did not choose to enter the house and break out from another location. After all, if Wang Xianming were to fight inside the more spacious house, he would have to face those two monstrous women simultaneously. No matter how powerful Wang Xianming was, he definitely wouldn't have any opportunity to escape under such circumstances. Hence, he could only choose to fight in the narrow hallway and risk a pincer attack. However, contrary to Wang Xuanming's expectations, Gentle Snow had no intention of double-teaming him. She simply stood aside and quietly looked at the broken door, appearing quite bothered about it. In other words, the broken door seemed much more important to Gentle Snow than Wang Xianming was. On the other side, Aqua Rose treated Wang Xuanming's series of desperate attacks as if they were child's play. Not only did she evade all of them effortlessly, but she also landed another palm strike on Wang Xianming, aggravating his injuries. Their clash continued for 4 seconds. At this point, Wang Xianming could no longer stand steadily, so weakened that even a Honglian grandmaster could go up against him. Trying to escape in such a condition was a luxury he couldn't afford. Before Wang Xianming could launch another round of attacks against Aqua Rose, the alerted enforcement robots finally arrived at the scene. After distinguishing everyone's identities, the enforcement robots promptly took Wang Xianming into custody. Once arrested by the enforcement robots, even a Honglian grandmaster would have no chance of putting up a struggle. As Yi Kuei watched Wang Xuanming's capture, he noticed Gentle Snow walking out of the house and looking in his direction. Fear seized Yi Kuei's mind, and goosebumps rose all over his body. He instinctively turned around and fled immediately. She shouldn't have seen me. I was so far away, and I even had my aura concealed. Even if she's a monster, she shouldn't have discovered me. Yi Kuei reassured himself this way as he fled. He repeatedly told himself that he was merely imagining things. Only after Yi Kuei had left Yuantian City's upper zone did he finally calm down from receiving Gentle Snow's attention. That was too damn scary. How can such a monster exist in this world? Chills crawled down Yi Kuei's back when he recalled Gentle Snow's indifferent gaze. I need to have the young master report this matter to the higher-ups immediately. Those monsters aren't things we can offend. Those two women simply aren't human. As Yi Kuei was fleeing Yuantian City's upper zone, Xia Qingying, the base layer's general manager, arrived at Shifeng's residential area together with several supervisors. Who's the fool who would actually dare assault someone in a residential area? Luo Hanbin frowned as he looked at the broken door before him. It had already been several years since a home assault had happened in Yuantian City's upper zone. The previous occasion had greatly angered the Green God Company. Although the victim had sustained only heavy injuries, not only had the offender gotten banished from the upper zone forever, but he was even imprisoned for 10 years once outside. Now that another occurrence had taken place, even if the Green God Company's executives didn't say anything, the managers of Yuantian City's upper zone definitely wouldn't spare the offender. However, when Luo Hanbin entered the house and saw Wang Xianming being held in place by 2 enforcement robots, his eyes nearly fell out of their sockets. Wang Xianming, a peerless genius of Haitian City's upper zone. Wang Xianming was a big shot who was only half a step away from becoming a mental strength master. Even a supervisor like Luo Hanbin had to act politely around him. Meanwhile, with Wang Xuanming's strength, he could rank within the top 3 of Haitian City's upper zone's base layer. The man even had a mental strength master as his teacher. With all these conditions, he was almost certain to become a permanent resident of the middle layer. Let alone Luo Hanbin, even Xia Qingying was shocked. Originally, she had expected the offender to be an ignorant punk. She never imagined that the offender would be a peerless genius of Haitian City's upper zone. She also couldn't help wondering how Shifeng had apprehended Wang Xianming. With Wang Xuanming's skills, Xia Qingying had only a slight edge over him. She couldn't guarantee she would win if they clashed. And if Wang Xianming focused solely on escaping, even she wouldn't be able to hold him down for 7 or 8 seconds. Looking at Shifeng sitting on the living room sofa, Xia Qingying blurted out, "You sure know how to surprise people. The last time you broke the mental paths record. Now you even brought down Haitian City's Wang Xianming." Smiling bitterly, Shifeng said, "An accident. This really is an accident. I never thought that a big shot from Haitian City's upper zone would actually take action against me out of the blue. From the time Wang Xianming had broken into the house and until his apprehension, Shifeng hadn't done anything. He had been a spectator all the while. He also never expected an expert like Wang Xianming to attack him. Not wishing to reveal Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose's matters for the time being, he did not dispel Xia Qingying's misunderstanding. All right then. Seeing that Shifeng didn't intend to continue speaking, Xia Qingying said, "Now that Wang Xianming has been arrested, the Green God Company will definitely punish him. Even his teacher won't be able to do anything about it. However, his teacher is incredibly protective of his students. While he might not be able to do anything about Wang Xuanming's punishment, he is sure to pick a fight with you. Although we will strengthen the security of this area, you should still be careful. It's best if you don't leave the residential area for the time being." Even base layer general managers like herself would have a headache dealing with the anger of a mental strength master, let alone Shifeng, who held only grade 1 authority. "Thank you for your warning, General Manager Xia," Shifeng said, nodding. Shortly after Xia Qingying's group left with Wang Xianming, word of Wang Xuanming's assault on Shifeng's house spread like wildfire. Even though it was already midnight, everyone in Yuantian City's upper zone still quickly received news of it. In one of Yuantian City's upper zone's mansion districts, "Uncle Hong, did something happen? Why did you suddenly call for me?" Muxin asked in confusion as she looked at Hong Xinyuan, who was standing by a French window and looking at the night view outside. She was just about to explore an ancient ruin. She had gathered her subordinates already. If she were lucky, she might discover a Tier 4 legacy land or a legacy guidance there. These things were incredibly important for the current Frost Heaven. The War of Worlds would be starting soon. Although her investigation had turned up very little information about the war, she had managed to deduce that they would face players of another world. At that time, the only options left for them would be to conquer or be conquered. It would be different from when players of other worlds entered the main continent. There would be no third option available to them. Hence, Frost Heaven needed to make as many preparations as possible before the War of Worlds began. Naturally, increasing the number of Tier 4 players the guild had was a top priority. Kurue, who stood beside Muxin, was also confused by Hong Xinyuan's summons. She had just fallen asleep, yet before she could get any rest, she was rudely roused out of bed. Hence, she was still incredibly sleepy and wanted nothing more than to crawl back into her bed right now. "Take a look for yourselves," Hong Xinyuan said as he passed a document to Muxin and Kurue. The document was none other than a summary of Wang Xinyuan's home assault in the 6th Southern District. How is this possible? Muxin couldn't help doubting her eyes when she read the report. She had heard of Haitian City's upper zone's Wang Xianming. An expert of his caliber could definitely rank as the number 1 or number 2 expert in the base layer of Yuantian City's upper zone. If such an expert decided to take covert action, even the Boulder Corporation would be powerless. All the corporation could do was have its members take shelter in its mansion temporarily. Nevertheless, Wang Xianming had not only failed in his attack on Shifeng but even gotten apprehended. How could anyone possibly believe this? He was actually that powerful? After reading the report, Kurue was now wide awake. Simultaneously, a hint of confusion had appeared in her eyes. "Everything is as the report states." Looking at Muxin's surprised expression, Hong Xinyuan said, "I have to admit that I indeed underestimated Shifeng. It seems that he has kept a lot more secrets than we thought." After pondering on the matter for a moment, Muxin asked, "Uncle Hong, do you mean for us to deepen our relationship with Zero Wing?" "That's right. You already know what's coming in the future. When the war begins, even superpowers will have difficulty surviving. If we wish to survive, Thoroughly solidifying our alliance with Zero Wing will undoubtedly be a good choice, Hong Xinyuan said, nodding. I also plan to sell some of the corporation's phantom potions and life potions to Zero Wing. These should be what Zero Wing lacks the most right now. I understand. I'll contact Zero Wing immediately. Mushin nodded and promptly left the living room. Karue snapped out of her daze. Looking at Hong Xinyuan, she asked, Uncle Hong, do we need to go to such lengths? If Hong Xinyuan were merely trying to form a strategic alliance with Zero Wing, then she could still accept such a decision. After all, the present strength and potential Zero Wing had displayed far exceeded those of the various superpowers. In fact, Zero Wing might even become an existence rivaling the 5 great super guilds. The only things the guild lacked now were time and talents. However, Hong Xinyuan's decision to sell some of the Boulder Corporation's phantom potions and life potions to Zero Wing greatly confused her. These items served as the foundation for the various corporations. Even the successors of major corporations could get their hands on only a limited number of them. You don't understand. Wang Xianming isn't someone who can be defeated so easily. The cards and secrets Shifeng has hidden are absolutely extraordinary. Shaking his head, Hong Xinyuan said, deepening our relationship with him now will be beneficial for both the corporation and you two sisters. In reality, apart from Shifeng's great potential, another reason behind Hong Xinyuan's decision to go to such lengths to befriend Shifeng was an astonishing piece of information Xia Qingying had leaked to him. Shifeng wasn't the person who defeated Wang Xianming. Hong Xinyuan knew that Wang Xuanming's combat power was only slightly beneath Xia Qingying's. Hence, defeating Wang Xianming was an incredibly challenging proposition. Needless to say, defeating him in just a few seconds would be even more difficult. Only the big shots living in the upper zone's middle layer could defeat Wang Xianming that fast. If the Boulder Corporation could befriend such big shots, it would bring much greater benefits to the corporation than simply silently developing its foundations on the base layer. At the same time, inside a mansion in the distant Haitian city's upper zone, young master, what should we do? Yi Kuei asked in a worried tone as he looked at Lu Tiandi, who had just exited his gaming cabin. Yuantian City's upper zone has already apprehended Mr. Wang. If your teacher blames you, Wang Xianming was a bona fide peerless genius. Finding a student like him was difficult, even for the middle layer's big shots. Now that Wang Xianming had been caught conducting a home assault, he would definitely be banished from the upper zone. Without the upper zone's various resources, any further improvements would be utterly impossible for him. After hearing Yi Kuei's report, Lu Tiandi smiled and said, we don't need to do anything. Although the outcome is different from what I imagined, things are still progressing according to plan. Now, all we need to do is sit back and wait. Wang Xianming had always been their teacher's favorite pupil, receiving the best resources available. Hence, Lu Tiandi had always gotten shortchanged in terms of resources. If not for Lu Xinglua suffering a major failure, his teacher wouldn't have started placing importance on Lu Tiandi at all. Lu Tiandi's original plan had Wang Xianming and Shifeng forming a grudge against each other. In his opinion, with Shifeng's abilities and potential, Wang Xianming probably couldn't do anything significant to Shifeng. Once Wang Xianming failed in his attack, Shifeng would definitely retaliate and create a lot of problems for Wang Xianming. Naturally, Wang Xianming wouldn't sit still and would retaliate against Shifeng as well. Shifeng had exceeded Lu Tiandi's expectations and defeated Wang Xianming. However, this was not bad news for Lu Tiandi. In fact, this was the outcome he hoped to see the most. After all, not only would Wang Xianming get banished from the upper zone now, but Shifeng would also earn the ire of their teacher. Once their teacher retaliated, Shifeng would most likely be forced to leave the upper zone. In fact, he might even disappear from the world altogether. At that time, Lu Tiandi could plan on taking over Zero Wing. According to plan? Yi Kuei shuddered involuntarily when he saw Lu Tiandi's indifferent smile. He never thought that Lu Tiandi would scheme against even Wang Xianming. Ignoring his butler's reaction, Lu Tiandi said, all right, move along. I still need you to take care of Ji Luorong's group in God's domain. Yes, sir. Yi Kuei responded in a hurry. Although he had long since known that those who stood in Lu Tiandi's way would never have a good ending, he still got frightened when he saw one of Lu Tiandi's schemes coming to fruition. Meanwhile, after Wang Xuanming's assault, Yuantian City's upper zone arranged for Shi Feng's group to live in a better residential unit. Xia Qingying had an enforcement robot stationed near Shi Feng's new house long-term to prevent a similar situation from occurring. As icing on the cake, the Green God Company gifted 10 phantom potions and 10 life potions to Shi Feng as compensation. However, Shi Feng did not feel happy at all in this situation. On the contrary, he even felt slightly pressured. Now that Wang Xianming is in custody, his teacher definitely won't spare me. Even with an enforcement robot guarding the house 24/7, it'll probably be difficult to stop the retaliation of a mental strength master. As Shi Feng studied the information Xia Qingying supplied him, his head ached. Fu Zhizhong, Wang Xuanming's teacher, was no ordinary individual. He was an expert that ranked at the top even in the middle layer and wielded incredible authority. He even had influence over several corporations operating in Yuantian City that rivaled the Boulder Corporation in scale. If Fu Zhizhong began targeting Shi Feng would most likely have difficulty acquiring resources from Yuantian City's base layer. Although it is still a little early, it seems I have no choice but to take on the Divine Dragon's trial. Even now, Shi Feng still wasn't confident of completing Auerbach's trial. This was because a Tier 4 Divine Dragon was much stronger than an ordinary Tier 4 dragon. Even Tier 5 existences were unlikely to be a match for a Tier 4 Divine Dragon. Originally, Shi Feng had planned to challenge the trial only after further improving his mana body. However, it seemed that he had no choice but to push his plans forward. It was of utmost importance that he completed the Divine Dragon's trial now. This was because only by completing Auerbach's trial would he become the Divine Dragon's true companion. If that happened, Zero Wing could thoroughly solidify its position on the Western continent, and the Starlight Fortress could serve a much greater purpose. At that time, Zero Wing would be able to not only recruit talents from the Western continent in large numbers but also acquire large amounts of 7 Luminaries crystals. After all, a Heaven Mode regional dungeon produced an astonishing amount of 7 Luminaries crystals. With the 7 Luminaries crystals he acquired, he would then be able to exchange for a bunch of phantom potions and life potions. Only by securing phantom potions and life potions in bulk could he achieve a breakthrough in his mental strength in the real world and his concentration in God's domain. After returning to his room, Shi Feng promptly consumed a phantom potion and a life potion. He then lay in his fearless cabin and logged into the game. Zero Wing City, Zero Wing's residence. After Shi Feng came online, the first thing he did was assign tasks to Liang Jing and Yulan, particularly the distribution of the Tier 3 mana set equipment he had produced. He had made more than 200 of these sets, and he tasked Yulan with secretly gathering a batch of Tier 3 experts who could equip them. Once these experts were geared with the Tier 3 mana set equipment, Zero Wing would gain an additional trump card. Although the modified Tier 3 mana set equipment wasn't as powerful as the original version, there was only a 15% decrease in the basic attributes it provided. A Tier 3 player equipped with the modified set could still go up against mythic monsters of the same level. In addition, Shi Feng passed the Treasure of Fire to Melancholic Smile and had her procure as many mysterious flames as possible. They could offer the Seeds of Flame converted as an award for the candlelight trading firm's forgers and alchemists. By doing so, they could not only increase Candlelight's productivity but also attract more lifestyle players to join the firm. After all, a lifestyle player's promotion was largely influenced by their production success rates. When Melancholic Smile received the Treasure of Fire from Shi Feng, she was shocked. Then, uncontrollable excitement welled up inside her. She had always had a passion for mysterious flames. However, incredibly powerful mysterious flames weren't easy to find. And even when the guild did find some, she didn't have the ability to make it her own. Thus, the mysterious flame she currently used was only a Tier 2 mysterious flame. No lifestyle player had managed to absorb either of the 2 Tier 3 mysterious flames sitting in the guild warehouse even now. However, the Purification Crown resolved the hurdle preventing lifestyle players from absorbing stronger mysterious flames and could even produce mysterious flames using various types of flames. Melancholic Smile could already envision the swarms of lifestyle players fighting to join the candlelight trading firm. At that time, Be it the construction of the Crimson Dragon flying ships or another mobile fortress, Candlelight wouldn't have to worry about lacking talents and manpower. At the same time, with Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose's return, Zero Wing no longer lacked apex combatants to protect it. Hence, Shurfeng tasked Fire Dance with secretly gathering information on the 7 treasures and collecting them directly, if possible. The 7 treasures were not only crucial for his quest, but their various supportive functions were simply heaven-defying, providing incredible help to both individuals and guilds. Previously, when players in God's domain were still low-leveled and weak, the likelihood of them encountering the 7 treasures was low. However, now that more and more Tier 4 players had begun appearing, the chances of players stumbling over the 7 treasures were much greater. Not to mention, the present Zero Wing was already far stronger than before. After its recent rapid development, Zero Wing now had more than 50,000 Tier 3 players under its command, a number that rivaled what the various superpowers had. In addition, the number of partners Zero Wing had continued to increase. Recently, Frost Heaven had thoroughly solidified its alliance with Zero Wing, drastically increasing Zero Wing's influence on the eastern continent. At this point, Zero Wing could expand its territory already. Hence, his hunt for the 7 treasures was no longer an impossible task. Moreover, he had to get his hands on the 7 treasures to elevate Zero Wing's strength further. This was because only by gathering all of the 7 treasures could he fully utilize their power. In fact, the 7 treasures could even suppress the Endless Abyss. If Zero Wing could acquire this power, thoroughly making an enemy out of the 5 great super guilds wouldn't be a problem. It also wouldn't have to fear the invasion of other gods' domains. After Shurfeng finished assigning tasks, he promptly teleported to the Starlight Fortress to take on the Divine Dragon's trial, so that he could solidify Zero Wing's position on the western continent. At that time, even if the World Seal broke and the War of Worlds began, Zero Wing would have the ability to defend itself against the attacks of the foreign gods' domain's powers. Western Continent, Starlight Fortress. The summoning array at the top of the summoning tower lit up, and Shurfeng appeared in the summoning hall a moment later. Standing atop the summoning tower, Shurfeng had a full view of the Starlight Fortress's situation. At present, the Starlight Fortress was no longer the same as before. Not only had the number of players visiting the fortress increased massively, but even the weakest among them was at Tier 3. There were even quite a number of Tier 4 experts roaming the streets. After briefly scanning the fortress, Shurfeng discovered at least 10 Tier 4 players, nearly outnumbering what Zero Wing City had. If not for the Divine Dragon's presence, even if the Starlight Fortress had Divine Tribe and Netherworld Empire's assistance, it would still be very difficult to keep all these players in check, not to mention the large number of visiting NPCs and NPC forces greedily eyeing the fortress. Yet, due to the Silver Divine Dragon, these players and NPCs had no choice but to lie low. After checking the fortress's situation, Shurfeng went to the Summoning Tower's summoning altar, which was also the Silver Divine Dragon's resting place. When Shurfeng arrived in the spacious summoning altar, what greeted him was the sight of a miniature version of the Silver Divine Dragon Auerbeck. The Divine Dragon, which was only around a dozen meters in length, was sleeping quietly in the middle of the room. At this time, Auerbeck had already reached level 164. The aura it released now was on a whole other level. It was also much stronger than the dragon Shurfeng had slain in the ancient god's domain. In fact, Shurfeng found it quite difficult to stand in the aura Auerbeck exuded. If an ordinary Tier 4 player were in his place, they wouldn't even be able to approach the Divine Dragon. Looking at the fully recovered Silver Divine Dragon, Shurfeng gained further understanding of Divine Dragons. He had to admit that Divine Dragons truly weren't existences humans could offend. Despite Auerbeck being only at the Tier 4 mythic rank, it was still strong enough to defeat ordinary Tier 5 existences. As for Tier 4 existences, they were nothing but ants in front of a Tier 4 Divine Dragon. "Little human, you've come?" Auerbeck woke up upon sensing Shurfeng's arrival. Looking at Shurfeng with its golden eyes, it said in satisfaction, "It seems you have made your preparations to challenge the trial." "Yes, esteemed Divine Dragon," Shurfeng agreed, nodding. Both his mana body and concentration standards had already reached a bottleneck, and it was unlikely he could make a breakthrough within a short time. If he wished to elevate his strength further, the only way to do so would be by obtaining a legendary weapon or equipment. However, this evidently wasn't a feasible plan, as every legendary weapon and equipment required a lot of time and manpower to acquire. Good. Since you're confident in taking on the trial, I will let you challenge it as per our previous agreement. However, let me make this clear. You only have 3 opportunities. If you fail to pass the trial in 3 tries, the contract between us will be dissolved, Auerbach said as it rose from the ground. As for the trial you will be undertaking, it is the trial that has been passed down through generations among the dragon race. Originally, this trial was created for dragons. However, since you wish to become my companion, you will have to complete the Tier 4 Infant Dragons trial at the very minimum. A trial for Tier 4 Infant Dragons? Shifeng was astonished by Auerbach's words. Although he had long since known that the Divine Dragon's trial wouldn't be simple, it would seem that he had still underestimated it. A Tier 4 Infant Dragon could fight even Tier 5 existences. Yet, he was supposed to face a trial created for Tier 4 Infant Dragons. I will teleport you to the Dragon Temple. Remember, you will not be able to use external tools there. You must rely on your own strength to conquer the trial. If you die within the trial, you will be teleported back here automatically. After saying so, Auerbach began chanting an incantation in Dragon Tongue, generating divine runes around Shifeng one after another. 5 seconds later, Shifeng was cocooned in countless golden divine runes. He then transformed into a streak of light and disappeared from the summoning altar, leaving Auerbach by itself in the spacious room once more. After briefly getting dazzled by runes, Shifeng gradually recovered his sight and found that he stood before a majestic temple. The temple was tens of thousands of meters tall, and it looked like a huge mountain. Even a dragon would appear tiny in front of this temple, let alone a human. As soon as Shifeng walked up to the 1,000-meter-tall door before him, an ancient and deep voice suddenly rang out in his mind. A human? No, you're not a human. How interesting. Auerbach actually sent you here to take the trial. Along with this voice, the phantom of a gigantic dragon gradually faded into view before Shifeng. This dragon was well over 1,000 meters tall, and when it appeared, Shifeng immediately felt stifled. For a moment, he wondered if he was standing before a Tier 6 god. It seems that little fellow has a really favorable opinion of you to actually let you take the trial, the dragon said as it looked at Shifeng. Smiling, it continued, Very well. I will abide by the old contract since Auerbach has sent you here. You should prepare yourself. You might not be able to pass this trial, but if you do your best, you will still receive great benefits, so make sure to cherish this opportunity. After the dragon finished speaking, Shifeng found that the view in front of him had changed completely. Now, what was before him wasn't a massive temple but a broken bridge covered in gray mist. Meanwhile, he was currently standing on this broken bridge, and he could vaguely make out land in the distance. The instant the gray mist enveloped him, Shifeng was stupefied. Eternal energy. No, to be precise, it's eternal energy condensed into a mist form. The moment the gray mist enveloped Shifeng, his mind felt refreshed like never before. Numerous ideas constantly emerged from the depths of his brain, and he could also view the operating principles of the mana surrounding him with unprecedented clarity. Before Shifeng could recover from his shock, the dragon's deep voice echoed in his mind once more. Repair the broken bridge using mana. So long as you repair 1/3 of the bridge, you will pass the trial. Your time limit is 3 days. However, for every 300 meters you progress, the time limit will get extended by an additional day. If you fail to repair 1/3 of the bridge when your time runs out, you will have failed the trial. When the dragon finished speaking, Shifeng heard rocks breaking off somewhere nearby. Turning toward the sound source, he found that the bridge's broken end was continuously crumbling. At this rate of collapse, let alone 3 days, the remaining portion of the broken bridge would disappear completely in just a few hours. And once the bridge disappeared, he would plunge into the endless darkness below. What an amazing bridge! When Shifeng spread his senses across the broken bridge, he was astounded. This was because this bridge was actually made entirely of mana that had solidified. Although this mana was solid, it was akin to sand. He could walk on this bridge without it collapsing like a sandcastle only because of special mana constructs holding the grains of sand together. After thinking up to this point, Shifeng promptly extended his mana domain to take control of these mana constructs and prevent the bridge from collapsing any further. However, the instant he did so, he was stunned. Manipulating solidified mana, is this taxing? Shifeng had plenty of experience manipulating mana that had condensed into a mist or liquid. In fact, he could control liquid mana as if it were his own arms. Yet, when he tried manipulating only a small bit of solid mana, he felt as if he was trying to move arms that had been injected with lead. Not only was the process incredibly strenuous, but even the slightest distraction meant immediately losing control of the mana. Meanwhile, the difficulty of maintaining the entire bridge's integrity was akin to holding up a weight of tens of tons. Not to mention, he also had to have this solid mana move according to his will to reconstruct the collapsed portion of the bridge. Looking at the continuously collapsing bridge, Shifeng finally understood just how difficult this trial was. Let alone reconstructing the bridge, just keeping the bridge from collapsing any further was already a monumental task. As Shifeng racked his brain over how to prevent the bridge from collapsing, the phantom of a gigantic dragon was quietly observing him in a distant cloud of mist. His grasp on mana is too immature. Let alone 3 days, he won't last even 3 hours at this rate. After taking a look at Shifeng's understanding and control over mana, the dragon shook its head and wings, disappearing silently from the mist. Time passed quickly. Now, less than half of the broken bridge, which was originally over 20 meters long, remained. Moreover, the bridge's rate of collapse was even accelerating as it grew shorter. This won't do. At this rate, the entire bridge will be gone in less than half an hour. I need to think of a way to stabilize a small portion of the bridge first. Shifeng had a headache as he looked at the collapsing bridge. He gave up on manipulating the entire bridge and chose to secure only a 2-meter length of the bridge. This was also the maximum amount of solid mana he could currently manipulate. Any more and the solid mana would challenge his control. Everything progressed just as Shifeng expected. In less than 20 minutes, the portion of the bridge he had given up on collapsed completely, and only the 2-meter stretch under his feet remained relatively stable. Even so, this small portion was still disintegrating gradually. How strange. Shifeng stared in confusion at the drastically slower collapse. The mana constructs that had been keeping the bridge together before clearly had their mana supply cut off and operations stopped after I arrived. However, the bridge's initial rate of collapse was much slower than when I started controlling it. The rate of collapse accelerated afterward. When he saw the broken bridge starting to collapse right after he appeared, he thought it signaled the start of his trial and represented his time limit. However, when he began manipulating the solid mana, he realized that he had been mistaken. The mana constructs keeping the bridge together had simply stopped operating, so the solid mana would naturally try to revert to its original form. Is there something wrong with my manipulation method? Shifeng couldn't help entertaining such a question. However, he promptly shook his head and denied this thought. No, I was simply manipulating the solid mana according to the original mana constructs. There shouldn't be a problem with my manipulation method. Otherwise, the entire bridge would have collapsed instantly instead of breaking apart bit by bit. A mana construct was similar to a magic array. If one did not use the appropriate method to manipulate a magic array, it would not activate. This was also the case for mana constructs, except mana constructs were much more fragile than magic arrays, crumbling if manipulated incorrectly. Due to his understanding of mana constructs, Shifeng had to wonder what exactly he had done wrong in preventing the bridge's collapse. Due to the eternal energy surrounding him, Shifeng's mind was operating with unprecedented clarity and activity. Numerous ideas came to mind, and he considered the issue from various perspectives. When less than 1 meter of the bridge remained, Shifeng's eyes suddenly widened in realization. I see. I've been doing things wrong from the very beginning. I shouldn't have tried to force the mana. Whether manipulating my own mana or the ambient mana, I should guide it down the desired path instead of compelling it to do so. While forcing mana does produce some results, mana has its own operating principles. Not only is forcing mana strenuous, but the bridge's mana will also conflict with my own mana. Upon thinking up to this point, Shifeng immediately began guiding his own mana into the mana constructs holding the broken bridge together. He no longer compelled it to enter the mana constructs. However, guiding mana was much more difficult than he had thought. This was because the mana in the environment was heterogeneous. Even his own mana was composed of various types of mana. Needless to say, trying to guide all these diverse types of mana to do the same thing was an impossible task. This meant that he had to refine and separate the different elements of mana in his body and have them do different things. Originally, accomplishing such a refinement would require a lot of time. After all, the disparate elements of mana in his body were all intermixed. Just separating them would already drive countless expert players to despair. To put this task into perspective, one could imagine a player's mana body as a box filled with millions of marbles of different colors, and these marbles represented mana of different elements. If players wanted to use a specific type of mana within their bodies, they would have to sort through all of these marbles and take out the ones they wanted to use. Doing so would be incredibly difficult and time-consuming. Not to mention, a mana body was much more complex than a box of marbles, which would further add to the difficulty. Fortunately for Shifeng, he had acquired a Saint's Legacy. Although the Ice World Saint's Legacy focused more on the ice element, the legacy had provided an introduction to the other elements. Thank goodness that Saint Legacy mentioned the various elements of mana. Otherwise, I likely wouldn't have any hope of completing the trial this time. Shifeng couldn't help smiling bitterly as he sensed the jumbled mana flowing within his body. Previously, when he made use of mana, he did not bother segregating it at all. He simply used it as it was and didn't find any problem with it. Now, however, he realized that his past actions had thoroughly mixed up the various types of mana in his body and made them even more difficult to separate. Separating the various types of mana in his body without knowing their basic properties would be akin to sorting a box of colorful marbles while colorblind. That would be mission impossible. Immediately, Shifeng began classifying his mana based on the Ice World Saint's introduction on the various elements. Fire-type mana was violent, scorching hot, and extremely difficult to control. Ice-type mana was quiet, cold, and hardly moved. Wind-type mana was free, refreshing, and spirited. Different elements of mana had their own habits and operating principles. If it were in the past, Shifeng would have found it impossible to distinguish them in detail. However, Shifeng was currently a half-step Grandmaster Magician. While distinguishing between the various types of mana remained difficult, it wasn't impossible. One trick he thought of to facilitate this process was constructing a single attributed elemental magic array for each of the various elements. This magic array would act as a filter and capture only the specific element of mana it was made to capture. The other elements would pass through the magic array unimpeded. This way, whenever he wished to call upon a particular element, he could immediately use the corresponding elemental magic array to gather the mana he needed. Originally, constructing these elemental magic arrays within one's mana body was a very delicate task. Even a half-step Grandmaster Magician like Shifeng would need 1 or 2 days to construct all of the necessary elemental magic arrays. However, thanks to the eternal energy surrounding him, Shifeng spent only 15 minutes constructing all the necessary magic arrays. Immediately, the various elements of mana in Shifeng's mana body gathered at specific locations, no longer one big heterogeneous mess. Amazing! So, this is the effect of segregating mana? When Shifeng scanned the mana in his body, he found that not only had its purity undergone a qualitative transformation, but his mana body also resonated far more powerfully with the environment. In fact, he also had a much easier time manipulating the magic array responsible for controlling his mana body. Now, he could even operate his mana body with a threefold manipulation method. So, this is why I couldn't cross the 110% threshold despite my concentration having reached the Tier 4 peak standard. Looking at the system notification that had appeared before him, Shifeng grew ecstatic. Just a moment ago, his mana body's completion rate had hit the legendary threshold. His mana body had reached a 120% completion rate, meanwhile, the instant his mana body reached the 120% threshold, Feng sensed his physique improving significantly and his perception of his surroundings rising to a whole other level. Most importantly, his mana was not only much denser than before, but its quantity had also doubled. Now that I'm done segregating my mana, it's about time I started taking on the trial. Feng shifted his gaze toward the half-meter-long bridge underfoot. Even without Feng deliberately maintaining the bridge, the aura he radiated was now enough to slow the bridge's collapse drastically. A 120% completion rate mana body truly is amazing. No wonder people thought players could contend against a dragon of the same tier once a player's mana body reached 120% completion. Feng was astonished as he studied the stabilized bridge underfoot. Despite not making a conscious effort to control his mana body, he exerted a powerful stabilizing effect on his surroundings. With how powerful his current mana body was, he couldn't even begin to imagine how powerful his mana domain had become. Fighting a dragon of the same tier and level aside, he could now contend against a half-step demon king of the same level at the very least. Afterward, Feng began injecting his segregated mana into the broken bridge. Once he did so, the broken bridge seemed renewed. The bridge's gradual collapse instantly halted, and its toughness had clearly risen to a whole new level as well. At this time, the bridge could probably receive Tier 4 attacks without sustaining any damage. Amazing! Sure enough, this is the true way to use mana. In the past, whenever he activated a skill or spell, he would make use of every type of mana available in his body to manipulate the ambient mana around him. Achieving a 10% efficiency by doing so would already be fortunate. This was because most skills and spells utilized only a specific element of mana to activate. To manipulate only a specific type of mana in the environment, using the corresponding element of mana to do so would yield the best results. Using other elements would still allow one to exert a certain degree of control. However, the efficiency would be incredibly poor. A backlash might even occur. Now that Feng had perfectly matched his mana with the ambient mana, he could use the ambient mana's power at 100% efficiency. One could easily imagine how much of a boost to his combat power this change would bring. After thoroughly stabilizing the broken bridge, Feng shifted his attention to the mana constructs keeping the bridge together. Keeping the bridge's mana constructs stable and operational could be considered the bottom line for this trial. If he wished to pass the trial, he would need to reconstruct the bridge. Otherwise, all he could do was stand still and stare idly at the distant land until his time ran out. After carefully inspecting the bridge, Feng was surprised. Previously, he had focused entirely on stabilizing the bridge, so he hadn't spent much time observing the bridge itself. Now that his mana body had reached a 120% completion rate, his perception of his surroundings had improved to a point where it felt as if he had again taken over a half-step demon king's body. DI as expected of the dragon race's trial. This bridge's mana constructs are simply phenomenal. Feng sighed in awe as he observed the broken bridge's structure. This bridge has made use of practically every property and operating principle of the various elements of mana. Without a considerable understanding of these aspects, it would be impossible to create such mana constructs. In God's domain, it was already a heaven-defying task for players to gain a deep understanding of the operating principles of the various types of mana. Hence, making proper use of these types of mana was simply a luxury players couldn't afford. In fact, even the Ice World Saints Legacy provided a detailed introduction of only Ice-type mana and just briefly touched on the other elements. Needless to say, the Legacy didn't include instructions on how to use these other mana types. However, the bridge Feng stood on perfectly displayed the basic use of the various elements of mana. It was much better than a simple text introduction. Of course, it wouldn't be an easy task to see how exactly this bridge was constructed. This was because ordinary Tier 4 existences couldn't get a clear view of the operating principles of mana, let alone the operating principles of a mana construct. Only dragons with their high life ratings could possibly accomplish such a feat at Tier 4. Even so, this situation was definitely a massive opportunity for Tier 4 players. The biggest hurdle Tier 4 players needed to cross to reach Tier 5 was the construction of their personalized mana body. This process required players to have not only excellent control over mana but also a profound understanding of the operating principles and usage of mana and knowledge of the construction of mana bodies. Meanwhile, the broken bridge underneath Shifeng just so happened to address these problems. Suppressing the impatience in his heart, Shifeng immediately began reconstructing the broken bridge with his own mana. Following this, time passed quickly. Although reconstructing the bridge was incredibly challenging, due to the eternal energy surrounding him, Shifeng found that the incomparably complex mana constructs weren't impossible to understand. Despite encountering failure one after another, Shifeng did not grow disappointed, but even became increasingly excited instead. This was because he was making progress with each failure. As he continuously adjusted his utilization of the various mana types, his control over them also improved in precision and efficiency. After experimenting for 2 days straight, Shifeng finally constructed a half-meter-long bridge. I did it! I finally did it! An indescribable sense of joy and excitement welled up in Shifeng's heart as he looked at the portion of the bridge he had reconstructed. Although the bridge he reconstructed looked much cruder than the original bridge, it did not send him plunging into the abyss below when he tried to stand on it. Most importantly, he had finally gained a basic understanding of the various mana constructs. This meant that he had finally reached a qualified level when it came to utilizing the various elements of mana. With these achievements, he was confident he could begin constructing his Tier 5 mana body. Of course, Shifeng did not let his achievements blind him. He still gave the trial's completion top priority. After all, having a divine dragon as a companion was much more important than constructing his personalized mana body. Immediately afterward, he resumed reconstructing the broken bridge and advanced toward the distant land. Although Shifeng had spent 2 days reconstructing his first half-meter-long segment, now that he had a foundation, he could reconstruct the subsequent segments much more quickly. Moreover, he also improved his precision with every segment he reconstructed, which, in turn, made his reconstructions look increasingly refined. After working for nearly a day, Shifeng finally reached the 500-meter mark, his achievement extending his time limit by 1 day. The distance from the starting point to the distant land is roughly 20 kilometers. So, I'll need to extend the bridge by 7 kilometers or so to pass the trial. If I can complete 500 meters per day, I should finish this trial within half a month. After Shifeng made some rough mental calculations, anticipation filled him. Although he would be spending much more time in this trial than he initially expected, the harvest he would gain was very much worth the time spent. After resting for a moment, Shifeng promptly resumed his job as a construction worker. Meanwhile, after another 8 days had gone by while Shifeng was reconstructing the broken bridge, a loud tearing sound suddenly appeared in a secret land in the eastern continent. A spatial channel several kilometers tall and 20 kilometers wide was sealed in this secret land. The moment the loud tearing noise sounded, the divine runes sealing this spatial channel shattered and faded out of existence. It is still starting in the end? An illusory figure appeared before the spatial channel. After looking at the spatial channel with a complicated gaze, this figure then disappeared without a trace. At the same time as this illusory figure disappeared, nearly 20 figures emerged from this gigantic spatial channel. Every one of these figures exuded powerful and ancient auras highly incompatible with the surrounding space. Ha ha ha! It's finally open. Our guild was even the first to discover it. So, this is an alternate god's domain? Why is the ambient mana here so thin? Although the mana density is somewhat low here, it is still another god's domain. Hurry up and notify the guild leader and the others. Tell them that the seal has been lifted and that the world passage is open. Have them make the necessary preparations. I'll go ahead with a team to understand the situation of this god's domain. We must claim this world for ourselves ahead of the other guilds, said the middle-aged man standing at the head of the team. At the middle-aged man's words, the team immediately split into 2 groups. 3 players returned to the world passage, while the remaining 15 players charged straight toward the secret land's exit. As these foreign invaders were taking action, Shifeng was struggling inside the distant special space. I didn't think that reconstructing the bridge would place such a huge burden on the brain. It's already been 8 days. Yet I haven't even reached the 3,400-meter mark. I've also exhausted more than half of my concentration already. Shifeng smiled bitterly as he looked at the distant land. At this time, he more or less understood why the giant dragon had such low hopes for him. Originally, he thought that he could progress 500 meters a day. However, the more time he spent in the trial, the greater the mental pressure he suffered from reconstructing the bridge. Whenever he tried manipulating the bridge's mana constructs, he felt like needles were pricking his mind. Moreover, the degree of pain intensified as he progressed, making the bridge's reconstruction increasingly difficult. Now, he couldn't even manage 300 meters in a day. Despite this situation, Shifeng had no intention of giving up. After all, every moment he spent in this special space allowed him to improve his control over the various elements of mana. If possible, he even wished he could spend several months in this special space. However, this obviously wasn't allowed, as proven by the increasingly powerful mental pressure he suffered. This feature was most likely implemented to deal with anyone trying to exploit this special space's benefits. Shifeng continued pushing forward for the next 3 days. By the end of the third day, Shifeng would suffer intense pain even if he only slightly manipulated his mana. After the fourth day, Shifeng's complexion had not only become deathly pale, but even his consciousness was beginning to blur. Meanwhile, as his consciousness grew increasingly hazy, he gradually understood that his time in the trial was coming to an end. This wasn't just because he was running out of time, but also because he would thoroughly exhaust his concentration and collapse after a few more attempts. The next moment, after Shifeng completed another 1-meter-long segment and was about to lose consciousness, the system's crisp and indifferent voice suddenly entered his ears. "System, congratulations! Your concentration has reached the Tier 5 standard. It is also detected that your mana body has reached the 120% completion rate. You have one opportunity to receive a world blessing and reconstruct your sea of consciousness. Do you wish to activate the world blessing now? Opportunity will be rejected by default if you do not respond in 3 minutes. Reconstruct my sea of consciousness?" Shifeng was shocked and confused as he looked at the system notification. The concept of reconstructing one's sea of consciousness wasn't foreign to him. In fact, he knew plenty about it. However, it was precisely because of this that he found this situation unbelievable. The sea of consciousness, to put it simply, referred to a player's soul. It was also something related to the promotion of Tier 5 players to Tier 6, the qualitative transformation of the soul. Any player who wished to get promoted to Tier 6 needed to have not only a powerful body but also a powerful soul. Only when both requirements were met could players get promoted to Tier 6. Of the two conditions, the requirement of a sufficiently powerful soul was more difficult to fulfill. This was because the soul was an illusory object. The only thing players could do to upgrade their soul was continuously raise their concentration standard. By doing so, their soul would automatically grow stronger over time. However, this form of improvement was incredibly slow. Even if a player's concentration reached the Tier 5 peak standard, their soul wouldn't develop that fast. If one wished to let one's soul undergo a qualitative transformation, one would need to experience numerous events that tempered the mind. Of course, there was an even quicker method to do so, raising one's concentration to the Tier 6 God-ranked standard. This was an incredibly frightening concentration standard where players could continuously modify and improve their sea of consciousness through their own will. The benefits a Tier 6 concentration provided were far superior to those of a Tier 5 concentration. In addition, there was also a third method, relying on external items to destroy one's inherent sea of consciousness and construct a new one. This method was similar to how players with Tier 6 concentration modified their sea of consciousness, only much more ruthless and thorough. Reconstructing a sea of consciousness meant destroying everything that currently existed and creating a completely new one. It was different from what players with Tier 6 concentration did. These players would gradually address the flaws of their existing sea of consciousness, refining it over time. For Tier 5 players, the opportunity to reconstruct their sea of consciousness was both rare and precious. Shifeng never even dreamed of receiving such an opportunity before getting promoted to Tier. After pondering in silence for a moment, he chose to accept the world blessing and the opportunity to reconstruct his sea of consciousness. System. The world blessing will be granted in 30 seconds. Please make the necessary preparations. The higher your completion rate, the better the reconstructed sea of consciousness will be. The higher the completion rate, the better? Not daring to be careless, Shi Feng took a deep breath, stopped work on the bridge, and focused only a portion of his consciousness on stabilizing it to prevent it from collapsing. He planned to give the reconstruction process his all. 30 seconds went by in the blink of an eye. Shi Feng felt an unprecedented pain assault him as if his soul was getting ripped out of his body. Had he not absorbed the Tier 4 hellfire before, he wouldn't have been able to endure this pain at all. However, after 10 seconds of this soul-wrenching pain, it disappeared all of a sudden. Simultaneously, Shi Feng felt his mind go completely blank. As for his soul, what remained of it were only countless soul fragments. Immediately afterward, numerous magic arrays appeared before him. These magic arrays were so complex that despite being a half-step Grandmaster Magician himself, he was still shocked. He spotted over a dozen Grandmaster magic arrays. As for Master magic arrays, they easily numbered over 100. Meanwhile, all of these magic arrays joined together to form an incomparably large soul array. System. You have 4 hours to reconstruct your sea of consciousness. Once 4 hours have passed, the world blessing will disappear. If you do not achieve at least a 40% completion rate by the end of these 4 hours, your sea of consciousness will not be reconstructed. Afterward, as a consequence of having your soul shattered, you will enter a weakened soul state for 20 natural days. 20 days? Shi Feng wasn't particularly surprised by the penalty for failure. Opportunities and risks came hand in God's domain. In fact, a 20-day penalty could even be considered very light. If a Tier 5 expert were to find out that this opportunity came with such low risks, they would do everything they could to secure it. Subsequently, Shi Feng stopped thinking about other things and focused on copying the soul array into his sea of consciousness. He couldn't decide whether he was fortunate or unfortunate. The fortunate part of the situation was that he had accepted the world blessing while in this special space full of eternal energy. He would have a much easier time drawing the soul array in this environment. The unfortunate part was that, along with the destruction of his soul, he had lost the ability to stabilize the broken bridge. In other words, he didn't have 4 hours to complete the soul array at all. Despite his frustrations, Shi Feng did not give up on this opportunity. Moreover, due to the eternal energy's effects, he managed to familiarize himself with the master magic arrays and replicate them with ease. The soul array's completion rate rose at a rate visible to the naked eye. 1%, 3%, 7%. In just 1 hour, Shi Feng had already completed 16% of the gigantic soul array. At this rate, he could definitely reach the required 40% within 4 hours. Even if copying the Grandmaster magic arrays later would slow down his progress, reaching 40% shouldn't be difficult. Another 1.5 hours went by, during which the soul array's completion rate had reached 35%. Shi Feng found his progress unbelievable. Hence, he attempted to copy his first Grandmaster magic array. The instant he completed the magic array, his progress rose from 35% to 38%. It increased by this much? Shi Feng looked at his progress bar in surprise. Completing a master magic array didn't even increase his progress by 0.5%. Now, completing just one Grandmaster magic array had raised his progress by 3%. Meanwhile, under the eternal energy's effects, his speed in copying the Grandmaster magic array wasn't much slower than when he worked on the master magic arrays. Without my support, the bridge can last 3 hours at most. I only have about 20 minutes left now, so I can only attempt one more Grandmaster magic array. Although Shi Feng guessed that the broken bridge would remain stable for 3 hours without his support, that was only an estimate. As a precaution, he decided to conclude his attempt after copying one more Grandmaster magic array. The soul array was massive. However, the crucial parts of the soul array were still the dozen or so Grandmaster magic arrays, particularly the 6 serving as the soul array's core. Originally, Shi Feng had thought to complete more master magic arrays to allow the core magic arrays to exhibit greater functionality. Unfortunately, he clearly did not have time for that. Now, he could only grit his teeth and draw the second core magic array. Time passed quickly. 10 minutes later, Shi Feng finished drawing the second core magic array. The soul array's completion rate jumped from 38% to 41%, reaching the system's requirement. Upon seeing this, Shifeng chose to complete the reconstruction. System, magic array completion rate at 41%. You have met the basic requirement for reconstruction. Your sea of consciousness will be reconstructed according to the constructed magic array. Do you wish to begin the reconstruction? Reconstruct. Shifeng promptly chose to go through with the reconstruction. Although he had more than an hour remaining before the world blessing disappeared, if he died midway, his reconstruction attempt would become forfeit as well. The next moment, after he approved the reconstruction, the soul array drawn in his sea of consciousness began operating. Although the soul array was still incomplete, just like the system stated, it was functional. As his sea of consciousness's reconstruction began, Shifeng experienced an unprecedented mental clarity. His mind became much more active, and his reaction speed also improved significantly. After 20 seconds into the reconstruction, he discovered that his previously blurry sea of consciousness had become much more tangible. The change was akin to mist condensing into water. The change might not seem significant, but the density of his sea of consciousness had undergone a qualitative transformation. Although his sea of consciousness was still in an illusory state, Shifeng could tell that his thinking speed had more than tripled. So long as he focused his mind, he could observe the world around him in a decelerated state. Amazing! Shifeng was astonished as he inspected his newly reconstructed sea of consciousness. No wonder so many Tier 5 experts in the past had been so crazy about reconstructing their sea of consciousness. With my current sea of consciousness, even though my concentration is only at the Tier 5 basic standard, the rate of my soul's improvement is probably faster than someone with Tier 5 peak concentration. His concentration remained at the Tier 5 basic standard. However, his soul strengthening rate was superior to even that of experts with Tier 5 peak concentration. The next moment, when Shifeng opened his eyes again, his surroundings looked completely different from before. The range of his mental perception had increased from 100 yards to 500 yards, and his 5 senses had also undergone a qualitative transformation. Similarly, his body felt more flexible and sharper than ever before. At this time, even though he wasn't actively manipulating his mana, the 2-meter-long bridge under him actually remained nearly stable. Moreover, his concentration was no longer depleted. Instead, it was brimming like never before. It seems I shouldn't have any problems completing the trial now. Shifeng smiled subconsciously as he looked at the relatively stable bridge. Previously, he had to make an effort to ensure that the bridge did not collapse. Doing so had taken up a lot of his focus. Now, he no longer needed to split his attention between the reconstruction and maintaining the bridge's integrity. He only needed to concentrate on reconstructing the broken bridge. This would reduce his mental stress by a large margin. Following this, Shifeng resumed reconstructing the bridge. He had a much easier time than before, which allowed him to progress at a flying pace. After just 3 more days, his progress finally reached the 1/3 mark of the entire bridge. However, Shifeng had no intention of stopping here. After all, the eternal energy in this place was simply wonderful. By staying here, he could not only further his understanding of the various mana types, but also familiarize himself with his new sea of consciousness and verify the theories he thought up for his new mana body. Hence, he did not rush to exit the trial, continuing to advance and reconstruct the broken bridge. As Shifeng got closer to the distant land, he found that he also had to improve the quality of the supports he constructed. Otherwise, the bridge wouldn't be able to withstand the corrosion of the abyss below. After working for another 4 days and arriving at the halfway mark, he could no longer advance any further. However, his failure to progress wasn't because he had exhausted his concentration, but because the supports he constructed could no longer withstand the abyss's corrosion. Short of a qualitative transformation, they wouldn't be able to hold up the bridge at all. It seems this is as far as I can go. Shifeng couldn't help feeling a little disappointed as he looked at the distant land. At this time, it looked much clearer than before. From what he could sense, he should be able to receive massive benefits in that land. However, with his current standards, it was evidently impossible to construct a bridge of a much higher quality. Feng immediately chose to leave this special space. Inside the ancient dragon temple. How surprising! The dragon phantom exclaimed in astonishment when Feng suddenly appeared before it. Despite having the body of a human, you actually managed to clear a trial made for the dragon race. Moreover, you managed to reach the halfway point. This is a rare achievement, even among the dragon race. A rare achievement? Feng was surprised by the dragon's words. The dragon race was an apex race. The perception of dragons was definitely far superior to his own. Not to mention, there were even divine dragons among the dragon race. For divine dragons, let alone reaching the halfway point, even completing the entire bridge and reaching the distant land shouldn't be strange. After all, the life rating they possessed far exceeded that of humans. That's right. This is a rare achievement, the dragon phantom said, nodding. In the dragon race's long history, only 5 have managed to reach the halfway point while still at Tier 4. Every one of them is a genius of the dragon race with an excellent bloodline. Hence, I find it truly incredible that you accomplished the same feat with just the body of a human. Feng was surprised once more. He never thought that even among the dragon race, only 5 dragons had reached the halfway point while still at Tier 4. Reaching the halfway point was indeed a challenging task. Not only would one need to have a sufficiently powerful soul, but one would also need to utilize the various elements of mana to their very limits. However, having a powerful soul was a given for dragons. As for utilizing the various elements' basic properties, this was also as easy as drinking water for dragons. Otherwise, there was no way dragons could be so powerful. Normally, dragons that can reach the halfway point are already adults. I can now see why Auerbach decided to let you undertake the trial, the dragon phantom said, its eyes filled with praise as it looked at Feng. Now, according to the ancient contract, you may take one of the 3 treasure chests stored within the treasury. As soon as the dragon phantom finished speaking, 3 massive treasure chests appeared before Feng. The instant these treasure chests appeared, the mana within the dragon temple immediately thickened. In fact, a faint hint of divine might now wafted into the temple. As expected of the dragon race's reward. I doubt I can get such loot even from killing a Tier 6 god. Feng was filled with an indescribable sense of shock as he inspected the 3 treasure chests before him. The trial rewards this time were simply mind-blowing. If taken to the outside world, any one of these 3 treasure chests could drive the entire god's domain wild. The first chest, named the Blackstone Treasure Chest, gave players 1 fragmented legendary weapon and 2 pieces of fragmented legendary equipment that suited them. The second chest, named the Red Crystal Treasure Chest, contained 4 items, either Tier 5 skill books or Tier 5 legacy guidances suitable for the player. The third chest, named the Purple Jade Treasure Chest, rewarded players with 10 to 12 god crystals. The Blackstone Treasure Chest aside, both the Red Crystal Treasure Chest and Purple Jade Treasure Chest provided things Feng greatly desired. At this time, he only needed to create a personalized mana body to get promoted to Tier 5. Hence, Tier 5 skill books were of great importance to him. If he relied only on legacy skill points, he would be able to acquire only 2 Tier 5 skills at best. God crystals were equally important to him. This was because god crystals were needed to upgrade many of the weapons and equipment he possessed, and upgrading these items would provide a tremendous boost to his combat power. Pick one. The dragon phantom smiled faintly when it saw the gleam in Feng's eyes. I will teleport you back in 3 minutes, so you'd best not take too long in choosing. After giving the matter some thought, Feng said earnestly, I've decided. I will go with the Purple Jade Treasure Chest. While the Red Crystal Treasure Chest was indeed important to him, he was, after all, still at Tier 4 right now. Moreover, the items appearing inside the Red Crystal Treasure Chest were completely random. If he were unfortunate, he might end up getting 4 Tier 5 legacy guidances. Moreover, god crystals weren't easy to come by. If he missed this opportunity, who knew how long he would have to wait before he received another opportunity to improve his weapons and equipment further. All right, this Purple Jade Treasure Chest is yours, the dragon phantom said, lifting a claw. Immediately, the barrier sealing the Purple Jade Treasure Chest disappeared. Feng chose to open the treasure chest without hesitation. After all, there was no way he could bring such a massive treasure chest away. The instant the treasure chest opened, divine might gushed out of it. Bathed in this divine might, even ordinary Tier 4 players would grow fearful and dare not approach the treasure chest. However, now that Feng's concentration had reached the Tier 5 standard, resisting this divine might wasn't much of a problem. In fact, he was confident he could stand tall in the presence of even a bona fide Tier 6 god in his present state. 11. Feng couldn't help feeling a little disappointed when he saw the number of god crystals in the treasure chest. If not for the luck attribute having no effect on high-caliber treasure chests, he definitely would have activated Divine Providence to boost his luck. After all, the value of one god crystal nearly rivaled that of fragmented legendary items. Moreover, god crystals were just as rare as fragmented legendary items. Although that's one less god crystal than I hoped for, I have more than enough to upgrade my weapon now. The next moment, Feng had the abyssal blade absorb 4 god crystals without hesitation. Now that he was at the half-step Tier 5 standard, only the Light of Two Worlds was an adequate weapon for him. The abyssal blade couldn't keep up with him any longer. Hence, he had to upgrade it. After the abyssal blade absorbed the 4 god crystals, its skills got upgraded to Tier 4, and its basic attributes underwent some changes. Abyssal blade, one-handed sword, magic weapon, fragmented legendary rank, equipment requirement, strength 3000, agility 2,000, attack power 235% of strength attribute, attack speed 2.3% of agility attribute. All attributes, increases according to user's level. Ignore levels plus 35. Attacks have, percent chance to cause 250% damage, percent chance to cause 300% damage. Every attack increases attack speed by 2% to a maximum of 30%. When equipped, strength increased by 50%, agility increased by 50%, intelligence increased by 35%, endurance increased by 50%, attack speed increased by 40%, all effects of weapon-related skills increased by 20%, all item level requirements reduced by 10 levels, if wielder belongs to a swordsman-related class, all skill levels plus 6. Increase free ability points received for every increase in level by 2 points. Equipment Tier 4. Can be evolved, devour 9 god crystals to evolve to Tier 5. Additional active skill 1. Darkness Bind, Tier 4. Binds all enemies within a 500-yard radius for 4 seconds and reduces their defense and magic resistance by 100% for 20 seconds. Cooldown, 40 seconds. Additional active skill 2. Darkness Domain, Tier 4. Converts an area of 800 yards around the user into a darkness domain. Weakens the senses of all enemies within the darkness domain and reduces enemies' basic attributes by 20%. While inside the darkness domain, the user may control up to 36 strands of power of darkness. Each strand carries a force equivalent to 150% of the user's strength and causes 200% darkness damage. Duration, 60 seconds. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Additional passive Profound Inheritance. Mana Abyss, Tier 4. The higher the density of the mana surrounding the abyssal blade, the more power the weapon will exhibit. The power of the weapon can be increased up to 150%. Additional active Profound Inheritance. Black Dragon Soul, Tier 4. Grants the user the Black Dragon King Soul and transforms the user into the Black Dragon King. The higher the density of the surrounding mana, the higher the Black Dragon King's life rating will be. Can use the skill, Dragon Breath. Duration, 10 minutes. Cooldown, 15 hours. A sword recast from the fragments of an ancient, unknown weapon. The Black Dragon King's power has been sealed within the sword, although the Black Dragon King has cursed the weapon. Beyond the immense strength the blade offers, the wielder must face a backlash after a certain amount of time. If the wielder cannot suppress the backlash, the wielder will receive the Black Dragon King's curse, permanently reducing all attributes by 70%. Unable to be dropped. Unable to be traded. Unable to be destroyed. After the abyssal blade absorbed the 4 god crystals, its attributes and skills received significant improvements. Although the magic weapon was still no match for the Light of Two Worlds in terms of attack power and attack speed, it was still top tier among fragmented legendary weapons. Shi Feng felt very satisfied after upgrading his weapon. Now that he had the Tier 4 Abyssal Blade combined with his half-step Tier 5 standard, he was confident he could hold his own even against a real Tier 4 dragon. After all, once he transformed himself into a Tier 4 dragon, his combat standards and mastery over the elements would become much superior to the average Tier 4 dragons. Although Shi Feng also had the option of repairing the disintegration armor instead of upgrading the Abyssal Blade, he had decided against it. The disintegration armor was legendary set equipment. If he couldn't gather the complete set, the equipment requirement of an individual piece would be higher than normal. This would make it impossible for him to equip the disintegration armor. After all, legendary weapons and equipment were crafted for Tier 6 gods. Aside from a few unique legendary weapons and equipment, most would need players to reach Tier 5 at minimum to equip them. If he repaired the disintegration armor and ended up unable to equip it, he would definitely die of regret. Hence, he decided to upgrade the Abyssal Blade instead to play safe. As for the disintegration armor, it wouldn't be too late to find more god crystals to repair it once he had reached Tier 5. "It's time to leave," the dragon phantom said, snapping Shi Feng out of his reverie. It then raised a claw at Shi Feng. Immediately, divine runes appeared around Shi Feng one after another, enveloping him completely. His body then transformed into a streak of light and disappeared from the dragon temple. When the divine runes surrounding Shi Feng disappeared, he found that he was back in the summoning tower's summoning altar. Inside the summoning altar, as the divine runes enveloping Shi Feng disappeared, Auerbach snapped his eyes open and stared at him in surprise. "You succeeded?" Actually, Auerbach could tell that Shi Feng had completed the trial the moment he laid eyes on the human. This was because Shi Feng looked completely different in his eyes right now. Although there was no change to Shi Feng's level, the mana he radiated was completely different from before he challenged the trial. Not only did Shi Feng's mana blend much better with the ambient mana, but the quality of his mana had also undergone a qualitative transformation. The fact that Shi Feng had such exquisite control over his own mana proved that he had conquered the trial. However, Auerbach still found this situation unbelievable. Shi Feng would already be plenty amazing if he managed to complete the trial on his 3rd attempt. Yet now, Shi Feng had actually completed the trial on his 1st attempt. I got lucky." Shi Feng nodded. If his concentration hadn't broken through to the Tier 5 standard at the very last minute, which allowed him to receive the world blessing to reconstruct his sea of consciousness, completing the trial would have been a pipe dream. "No. It is impossible for someone to pass the trial by relying on luck. It is all because of your own strength," Auerbach said, shaking his head. "Since you've passed the trial according to our contract, I, Auerbach, acknowledge you as my contractor from now on." DM now, as soon as Auerbach finished speaking, Shi Feng felt a scorching sensation on his left arm. Before Shi Feng realized it, the symbol of a silver dragon had been branded on his left arm. Simultaneously, the system's emotionless voice rang out in his mind. "System, congratulations! You have completed the 2nd phase of the epic quest Void Cage, and received the Silver Divine Dragon Auerbach's acknowledgement. You have become a true dragon's contractor. You now have the ability to call upon the Silver Divine Dragon to fight for you at any time, rewarding 30 legacy skill points and 1 level. Shi Feng's level immediately rose from level 150 to level 151. His legacy skill points also increased by 30. "If you encounter any troubles in the future, call upon me," Auerbach said. "With the contractor's mark, I can teleport to your location at any time. However, you should still be cautious. The contractor's mark has limited power. I cannot sense its location in certain areas. Moreover, the current god's domain is no longer the same. Although you have made significant growth, if you behave too aggressively outside, you might still fall into a desperate situation. You might even have your soul annihilated." "Different? Has the world passage opened already?" Auerbach's words startled Shi Feng. Auerbach could defeat even ordinary Tier 5 individuals. Since he was issuing such a dire warning, the current god's domain must have undergone drastic changes. That's right. The world passage is completely open now. Existences of another world have invaded this world. In fact, some of God's domain's rules have already changed. You will understand what I mean if you go out and take a look, Auerbach said, nodding. He then pointed at the door that was sealed by a magic array and continued, If you encounter trouble, it is best if you summon me immediately. Thank you for your warning, Your Excellency. I will be careful. Shi Feng nodded and mentally noted to himself to be more careful. Afterward, he departed from the summoning altar. As for Auerbach, the silver divine dragon resumed its slumber in the summoning altar. The moment Shi Feng exited the summoning tower, he was stunned. What dense mana! The density of the Starlight Fortress's ambient mana had more than doubled compared to before he went to the Dragon Temple. Apart from Zero Wing City, probably no other guild city in God's domain possessed such dense mana. Even Stone Forest City couldn't compare. Moreover, Shi Feng could feel his affinity with mana increasing while bathed in this dense mana. He could also perceive the operating principles of mana with much greater clarity. This place was practically a weakened version of the ancient god's domain. However, compared to the mana environment, the changes to the Starlight Fortress's player population were even more shocking. Before Shi Feng left to challenge the Divine Dragon's trial, the Starlight Fortress's player traffic had already reached a very frightening level. However, the present fortress's player population had more than tripled since then. Shi Feng even spotted quite a few Tier 4 experts just on the street he was walking on. Moreover, he sensed the presence of at least 70 Tier 4 experts inside the Starlight Fortress. This number was simply mind-blowing. However, this still wasn't the most shocking part about the fortress. Compared to the Starlight Fortress's interior, the fortress's surroundings were much more crowded. From what Shi Feng could tell, well over 1 million players were lining up to enter the fortress. These players weren't ordinary players. Even the weakest one among them was a Tier 3 player, and every one of them was at least at level 135. There were also Tier 4 experts standing in the queue. If not for these players standing in line obediently, Shi Feng would have suspected that these people were aiming to capture the Starlight Fortress. However, before Shi Feng could recover from his surprise, he saw a group of people charging through the main street toward the fortress's entrance. This group's leader was none other than Magic Eye Goddess Phythalia, the commander of Divine Tribe's Divine Hymn Legion. At this time, Phythalia had reached not only Tier 4 but also level 145. Given the intensity of the mana she radiated, she had broken through her mana body's 100% threshold as well. From what Shi Feng could tell, Phythalia should also have at least 2 fragmented legendary items on her. In her current state, she could probably hold her ground against a superior mythic monster of the same level. Moreover, aside from Phythalia, there were 3 other Tier 4s in the team she led. These 3 players were at the Void Realm standard and boasted 8 or more pieces of epic equipment. The only unfortunate part was that none of them had transcended the limits of their mana bodies. Even so, the strength of Phythalia's team was more than enough to raid superior mythic monsters of the same level. However, Phythalia and the others looked anxious as they rushed toward the entrance. Did something happen? Curious, Shi Feng stealthily followed Phythalia's team. Divine Tribe could be considered Zero Wing's strategic ally on the Western continent. Moreover, it was tasked with maintaining the Starlight Fortress's security on Zero Wing's behalf. Unless something major occurred, someone of Phythalia's status wouldn't take action. If need be, Shi Feng naturally had to lend her a helping hand. Shortly afterward, Phythalia's team arrived at the Starlight Fortress's entrance. At this time, the players outside the entrance were staring curiously at a group of people standing before the fortress's checkpoint. To be precise, it was a mixed group of NPCs and players. Among these players were 5 Tier 4s. As for the NPCs, there were actually over a dozen Tier 4s among them. Why are people of the Blood Alliance here? Don't the superpowers in the Alliance mainly operate out at sea? It is indeed strange. From what I remember, they've never been active on land. Instead, they've been dominating the seas since the start of the game. Even the 5 great superguilds don't dare offend them out at sea. I heard that many naval forces have clashed with the Outerworld's forces at sea. Although neither side managed to secure an advantage, the Blood Alliance suffered heavy losses in these clashes. Rumor has it that the Alliance has over 5 million Tier 3 casualties thus far. 3 of the Alliance's islands were razed to the ground. The players in the queue couldn't help starting heated discussions among themselves as they looked at the Tier 4 players and NPCs. While the Blood Alliance's sphere of operations was mostly limited to the sea, the Starlight Fortress was nowhere near the sea. Just teleporting from a coastal city to the Starlight Fortress cost nearly 6 gold coins. Are they greedy for the Starlight Fortress's benefits? That's probably the case. After all, the current Starlight Fortress is simply amazing. Its mana density and the benefits the mana provides are much greater than what you can find elsewhere on the continent. Not to mention, it is also near a God Mode regional dungeon. That can't be, right? Don't they know that a Tier 4 Divine Dragon is guarding this place? That's not something Tier 4 existences can go up against. While everyone wondered why members of the Blood Alliance had come to the Starlight Fortress, Phythalia's team arrived before the Blood Alliance group. Guild Leader Brute, to what do we owe this sudden visit? Phythalia asked a thin man wearing a gray robe and carrying a dark wooden staff. The Blood Alliance had arrived with more than a dozen Tier 4 NPCs and 3 of the Blood Alliance's top 10 Tier 4 experts. It definitely wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the Blood Alliance came with bad intentions. Commander Phythalia, you don't need to be so nervous. We are not here to ask for trouble. Moreover, we aren't here to meet you, Brute said, smiling faintly. In fact, this matter doesn't have anything to do with Divine Tribe. We are simply here to find Zero Wing and negotiate a partnership. Negotiate a partnership with Zero Wing? Phythalia laughed at Brute's statement. I naturally don't have a say in such a matter. However, seeing as you've brought so many Tier 4 NPCs with you, no matter how I look at it, it doesn't seem like you've come for a friendly negotiation. I didn't call them here, Brute countered, shaking his head. These people are the representatives of various NPC naval forces. Representatives of NPC naval forces? Phythalia was surprised by Brute's answer. If only one NPC force had sent these Tier 4 NPCs, she wouldn't have found the situation strange. However, it was a different story if these NPCs represented multiple NPC forces. This was something she had to take seriously. In God's domain, the reason many kingdoms and empires had chosen not to spread their influence to the sea wasn't just the presence of powerful sea monsters. Another reason was the extraordinary strength of many NPC naval forces, with some even having Tier 5 NPCs leading them. Nodding, Brute said in an indisputable tone, That's right. It's fine if you do not let us enter, Commander Phythalia. However, I don't mind letting you know that the Blood Alliance plans to requisition a portion of the Starlight Fortress's temporary residences to resist the Outer World invaders. Requisition? Phythalia was momentarily stunned by Brute's words. Have you lost your mind, Brute? Phythalia wasn't the only person to have such thoughts. The spectating crowd thought so as well. The Blood Alliance, with its many superpowers and NPC forces, was indeed powerful. However, the Alliance's strength was only in the sea. On the western continent, the Blood Alliance held no advantages. Since the Starlight Fortress was far from the sea, the Blood Alliance had no way to dispatch a large army to the Starlight Fortress. Moreover, the Starlight Fortress's defenses were something that even the 5 great superguilds were helpless against. After all, the fortress had a Tier 4 Divine Dragon guarding it. Even Tier 5 NPCs wouldn't dare go against such an existence. This was why Zero Wing could retain control over the Starlight Fortress despite having barely any of its own forces stationed on the western continent. Otherwise, the surrounding NPC forces with Tier 5 NPCs leading them would have long since targeted the fortress. The only measure one could employ to suppress the Starlight Fortress was to place a thorough lockdown on the Star Valley. However, the Blood Alliance clearly didn't have the capability to pull off such a feat. Lost my mind. Laughing, Brute retorted, I don't think so at all. The Starlight Fortress indeed possesses powerful defensive capabilities, and there are very few forces in God's domain capable of threatening it. However, if over 100 Tier 4 NPCs lock down the Star Valley, I wonder how long the Starlight Fortress will last. Over 100 Tier 4 NPCs? When Brute finished speaking, the spectating crowd gasped. Currently, not only were NPCs much higher leveled than players on average, but NPCs were also stronger than players of the same level and tier on average. This was because NPCs' weapons, equipment, skills, and spells were superior to those of the average player. Meanwhile, a force of more than 100 Tier 4 NPCs was something not even a kingdom possessed. In other words, the Blood Alliance could actually dispatch an entire kingdom's top combatants to seal a map. Moreover, I heard that the situation over on the Eastern continent is quite adverse, and many superpowers have already gotten annihilated. Even Zero Wing can barely keep itself afloat and can't roam about freely. In such a situation, obtaining resources will naturally be impossible, Brute said. Without the Starlight Fortress's resources, I believe Zero Wing will have even more difficulty surviving, right? Hence, we are inviting Zero Wing to become a member of the Blood Alliance right now. Not only will we help the Starlight Fortress develop, but we will also help Zero Wing defend against the Outer World invaders. Wouldn't this situation be the best of both worlds? Upon hearing Brute's proposal, nobody present could offer any rebuttals, not even Phythalia. The chaos on the Eastern continent was no longer a secret. The entire God's domain had been greatly shaken on the day the world passage had opened, the sudden event catching countless powers off guard. After all, a group of unknown player forces had suddenly appeared and taken over many guild cities of first-rate guilds. In fact, these unknown player forces had even laid their hands on the guild cities of superpowers. Originally, these superpowers had planned to retaliate against these unknown invaders. However, when they marched their armies to reclaim their cities, they found a large number of experts already gathered in their captured cities. Moreover, there were even many Tier 45 among these players. Needless to say, none of the superpowers managed to recapture their cities. Initially, the various powers of God's domain thought that this was merely a hidden superpower making its public debut. After all, this wasn't the first time such a situation had taken place. Many player forces would continuously accumulate their strength in secret and make a powerful debut all of a sudden. Hence, the various powers of God's domain had not placed too much attention on this matter. However, the next day, over a dozen superpowers had suddenly made their presence known to the world, and the number of Tier 4 players these superpowers commanded far exceeded that of the local superpowers. On that very day, these new superpowers annihilated a local superpower and split up its territory among themselves. This war had thoroughly stupefied the various powers of God's domain. It was one thing to see a new superpower emerge, but it was another thing altogether to see so many superpowers appear out of the blue. Moreover, all of these superpowers boasted an incredible number of Tier 4 players. No matter how one looked at this situation, it was simply unbelievable. After a series of frantic investigations, the various powers of God's domain eventually discovered that these new superpowers didn't originate from their version of God's domain, but from another God's domain. Moreover, the players belonging to these superpowers didn't live on Earth but on an interstellar continent. The human population of this interstellar continent rivaled that of Earth. Most importantly, the average combat standard of these interstellar continent residents was much higher than that of Earthlings. This was because the world of God's domain was everything for these people. In addition, these outer-world superpowers were much stronger than the native superpowers. In fact, the two couldn't even be compared on the same level. In less than 5 days, these outer-world superpowers had not only destroyed several native superpowers but even taken over 7 kingdoms. These kingdoms were now paradises for outer-world NPCs, who rapidly harvested the various resources available in these kingdoms to keep growing stronger. Meanwhile, in response to these invaders, the various native kingdoms and empires had gathered players to fight off these outer-world players and NPCs. The subsequent war was most likely one of the biggest in God's domain's history, as several dozen kingdoms and empires had joined hands to counter the invasion. And after fighting dozens of battles, both large and small, the Eastern continent's native forces eventually managed to isolate the outer world's NPC forces to one corner of the continent. However, in exchange for this outcome, the eastern continent's native forces had lost nearly one-third of their land. Moreover, this isolation affected only the Outer World's NPC forces. The Outer World's individual NPCs and player forces could still roam freely. In a situation where native players were inferior in terms of both levels and combat standards, the Eastern Continent's players were at an absolute disadvantage. Only by cooperating with native NPCs could they resist the Outer World players. It was obvious that the Eastern Continent's native forces would crumble in the near future as more and more Outer World players and NPCs invaded the Eastern Continent. In fact, it wouldn't be long before the Western Continent would get dragged into the war, since the various sea zones were already engulfed in the flames of war. If the Starlight Fortress were to get isolated now, Zero Wing would definitely suffer immeasurable consequences. After all, due to the Outer World forces occupying many of the Eastern Continent's resource spots, prices of various resources had more than doubled. If Zero Wing were to lose the resources from the Starlight Fortress, the guild would most likely struggle to defend its guild cities. In this situation, Phythalia herself was powerless to do anything. Even if Divine Tribe were willing to help Zero Wing with all of its strength, there was no way Divine Tribe could win against a force of over 100 Tier 4 NPCs. Eventually, Phythalia sighed and said, "I understand. I'll convey your words to Zero Wing." "Good then." Nodding, Brute said indifferently, "However, our patience is limited. Tell Zero Wing that they only have 1 day to reply. If they don't give us an answer by then, we will begin sealing the map immediately." 1 day. Phythalia frowned. This was too short. It was barely enough time for her to convey the message and for Zero Wing to hold a short discussion among its executives. Zero Wing wouldn't have any time to make the necessary preparations at all. That's right. Only 1 day. Zero Wing had best not waste any time. That wouldn't be beneficial to the Blood Alliance or Zero Wing, Brute said in a determined tone. I can even tell Zero Wing now that if they refuse our offer, while it might give the Blood Alliance some trouble, I can guarantee that they will suffer 100 times more than us. After Brute finished speaking, the Tier 4 NPCs standing behind him promptly unleashed their auras. The combined aura of over a dozen Tier 4 NPCs pressured even Phythalia. If not for the buff from standing inside the Starlight Fortress, she might have even succumbed to this mighty aura and stumbled back. As for the other Divine Tribe members, their complexions had paled. It was evident that they felt very uncomfortable beneath this frightening aura. However, just as Phythalia was about to speak up, a calm and deep voice suddenly entered everyone's ears. A partnership won't be necessary. Zero Wing doesn't need allies like you bunch. At this voice of rejection, everyone present turned reflexively toward its origin, curious to see who would be so bold as to decide for Zero Wing. Who said that? Come out. Brute, in particular, reacted with anger and displeasure. He never thought that someone would dare openly challenge the Blood Alliance. Black Flame. Zero Wing's guild leader has arrived already? When everyone present saw the cloaked man approaching Phythalia and Brute, they quickly recognized him, based on the 2 long swords hanging by his waist, as well as his dark and determined eyes. Guild leader Black Flame? Phythalia was stunned when she saw Shurfeng. This was because Shurfeng's present self was completely different from when she last met him. Not only did his body radiate frighteningly dense mana right now, but she could also sense a difference in life rating between them. Half-step Tier 5? When the elderly level 167, Tier 4 NPC at the head of the Blood Alliance's group saw Shurfeng, he gasped in shock. Half-step Tier 5? How is this possible? When the surrounding players overheard the elderly NPC's words, they similarly gaped at Shurfeng with astonished gazes. Nowadays, Tier 4 players were no longer as rare as before. Hence, most Tier 3 players in God's domain no longer found Tier 4 players foreign. At the same time, they also knew just how difficult it was to get promoted from Tier 4 to Tier 5, as well as how wide the gulf between Tier 4 and Tier 5 existences was. Meanwhile, a half-step Tier 5 existence referred to Tier 4 individuals who had achieved an incredibly high standard in their control over mana and their mana body. After reaching this stage, so long as a Tier 4 individual successfully constructed a sufficiently strong mana body for themselves, they would become a Tier 5 existence, an existence even NPC empires feared greatly. Yet, in an era where mainstream players had just reached Tier 3 and only an extremely small number of experts had reached Tier 4, they were now being told that Shurfeng had already reached the half-step Tier 5 standard. No matter how they thought about it, this didn't seem plausible. However, as a Tier 4 NPC had said these words, they were unlikely to be false. I said that. What kind of guidance do you have for me? I wonder. Guild leader Brute. Shurfeng asked calmly as he stared at Brute. Your black flame. Brute was stunned when he saw Shurfeng. Half-step Tier 5. In the current era, where the various superpowers barely had any Tier 4 players under their command, a half-step Tier 5 existence was practically invincible. In fact, one would have difficulty finding a half-step Tier 5 existence even among the Outer Worlds players and NPCs. That's right. I am, Shurfeng said, nodding. So it's Guild Leader Black Flame. Everything before was only a misunderstanding. We don't have any intentions of isolating the Starlight Fortress, Brute said, smiling fawningly. Since you aren't interested in partnering with us, the Blood Alliance won't force the issue. Guild Leader Black Flame. If there is nothing else, we will take our leave now. As soon as Brute finished speaking, he turned around, planning to leave the Starlight Fortress together with the Blood Alliance's members. He had no intention of staying even a second longer. A misunderstanding? Shurfeng laughed at Brute's words. Guild leader Brute, you brought over a dozen Tier 4 NPCs and came all the way here to declare that you plan to isolate the Starlight Fortress. Yet you're telling me this is a misunderstanding? Since you've already come here, then stay here. After saying so, Shurfeng manifested his mana domain, enveloping a 4,000-yard radius in liquid mana. As soon as Shurfeng unleashed his mana domain, Brute and the others stiffened. Their bodies felt indescribably heavy, as if they had sunk into a swamp. The level 160+ Tier 4 NPCs were just barely able to counter this suppression by releasing their own mana domains. However, none of them could manipulate the mana around them. Thalia was astonished when Shurfeng took action. She never thought that he would do so without a second word. After all, the Blood Alliance's side had more than a dozen Tier 4 NPCs. While these NPCs might not be a match for Shurfeng in a one-on-one fight, if they worked together, they could potentially take on even a Tier 5 existence. Not good. This is world creation? The elderly Tier 4 NPC leading the other NPCs exclaimed, an indescribably grim expression appearing on his face as he stared at Shurfeng. The fact that Shurfeng was at the half-step Tier 5 standard was already plenty frightening. That, combined with his control over mana being at the world creation standard, meant he could fight Tier 5 existences already. In front of such an expert, even a group of Tier 4 individuals would be insignificant. What made Tier 4 individuals much more powerful than Tier 3 individuals was their ability to strengthen their abilities using the ambient mana. However, individuals who had reached the world creation standard could create a miniature world with their mana domain. All the mana within the domain would operate by rules favorable to the user and disadvantageous to hostile forces. Unless one had similarly reached the world creation standard, manipulating the ambient mana while standing in a world creation level mana domain would be impossible. One could only rely on the mana in one's body to do battle, essentially losing all the advantages of Tier 4. World creation was something Shurfeng achieved after his concentration had reached the Tier 5 standard. To be precise, he had first reached the Grandmaster Magician standard after his concentration had reached the Tier 5 standard. Then, his mana domain had automatically transformed into a miniature world. He didn't even have to transform it consciously. Run! Brute shouted in a panic. Run? With your abilities. Shurfeng unsheathed the Abyssal Blade and activated Darkness Bind. After getting upgraded to Tier 4, Darkness Bind's range had improved tremendously. The next moment, pitch-black chains emerged from the void within a 500-yard radius and instantly constrained the Blood Alliance members' movements. The chains not only prevented the use of skills and spells but also drastically reduced their target's mobility. Shurfeng appeared before the Blood Alliance members and brandished the Light of Two Worlds. Tier 4 Legacy Skill, Formless Blade. Swords Transmigration. 13 sword lights shot at the chests of Brute and the others, so fast that barely any of them managed to react to the attacks in time. Of the Blood Alliance players, only Brute, who had broken through the 100% threshold of his mana body, managed to activate a Tier 4 defensive spell in time. Even so, the Tier 4 barrier he summoned shattered after receiving Shurfeng's attack. As for the other Tier 4 players, none of them survived the attack. Even a Tier 4 shield warrior died on the spot. The Tier 4 NPCs fared a little better than the players. Because of their significant advantage in levels and equipment, they all managed to activate a Tier 4 defensive skill or spell in time and block the attacks directed at them. Even so, having used up one of their life-saving measures, these NPCs wouldn't be able to reuse these skills and spells within a short time. However, Shurfeng had no intention of giving the Blood Alliance's members any room to catch a breather. After completing his first attack, he promptly activated Blade Domain and executed Sword's transmigration once more. Under Shurfeng's control, the 7 magic swords exhibited power at the Tier 5 standard. Brute and the Tier 4 NPCs were cornered and had no choice but to work together to cope with Shurfeng's attacks. Despite not holding anything back, they were still forced to use their life-saving measures one after another. For a time, explosions and spatial tears roiled the entrance of the Starlight Fortress. After these noises continued for around 30 seconds, Brute and the Blood Alliance's Tier 4 NPCs all turned into ashes, becoming deader than dead. They died, just like that? So, this is Black Flame's strength? Amazing! Isn't he basically a Tier 5 now? The spectators gaped in shock when they saw the Blood Alliance's people annihilated, unable to get their minds around the situation for a long time. After all, Brute was a domain realm expert. If he worked together with more than a dozen Tier 4 NPCs, they could probably raid even Tier 5 legendary monsters. However, in front of Shurfeng, these powerful individuals were like children. Throughout the fight, they could only defend themselves. They didn't have any leeway to retaliate or even heal themselves. Anyone who slipped up on their defense for even a moment got killed instantly. At this time, let alone the spectating crowd, even Phythalia was flabbergasted by this situation. She never thought that a person's combat power could achieve such frightening heights after reaching the half-step Tier 5 and world creation standards. With such combat power, Shurfeng could probably go up against a true Tier 5 existence. Meanwhile, after killing the Blood Alliance's members, Shurfeng didn't hesitate to pocket the items they dropped. Simultaneously, he marveled at the excellence of the items they dropped. Just the epic weapons and equipment he obtained numbered more than 10. Moreover, every one of them could be used up to level 150. After collecting his loot, Shurfeng went to Phythalia's group and said gratefully, "Thank you for helping out with the Starlight Fortress's troubles throughout this period. If not for you all maintaining the fortress, it would have most likely become a mess long ago." From the Blood Alliance's movements, he could tell that many powers on the Western continent already had their sights set on the Starlight Fortress. The threat of the Divine Dragon was no longer sufficient to ensure the Starlight Fortress's development. After all, so long as these powers isolated the Starlight Fortress and prevented other players from visiting it, they could easily stifle the fortress's development. You exaggerate, Guild Leader Black Flame. However, you dealt a heavy blow to the Blood Alliance. The Alliance is unlikely to take this lying down, Phythalia said. She then added, "We have already conducted a thorough investigation into the Blood Alliance. It consists of more than 10 superpowers and quite a number of powerful NPC forces. Some of these NPC forces even have Tier 5 NPCs leading them. This is why even the Outer World invaders are just barely able to suppress the Blood Alliance and not defeat it outright. With Shurfeng's strength, offending superpowers wouldn't be a problem. However, it was a different story for NPC forces. Now that NPCs were no longer restricted by the system, so long as there were sufficient benefits to be had, they would be more than willing to take action against players. If a Tier 5 NPC were to attack the Starlight Fortress, even if the fortress could remain standing, it would still be a nightmare for the fortress. Relax. Even if a Tier 5 does come, they can do nothing, Shurfeng said, chuckling nonchalantly. If it were before he had challenged the trial, he would indeed hesitate to clash with the Blood Alliance. However, he now had the ability to contend against Tier 5 existences. Not to mention, the Starlight Fortress even had Auerbeck guarding it. The Silver Divine Dragon could suppress even ordinary Tier 5 existences of the same level. Do nothing? Phythalia's eyes widened in shock. She couldn't help growing curious about the basis of Shifeng's confidence. In the current era where gods had secluded themselves, Tier 5 existences were considered the strongest combatants in God's domain. This was the same for the outer world. Every Tier 5 individual was a strategic existence that could single-handedly ensure the safety of a region. Hence, she found it inconceivable that Shifeng already had the ability to go up against Tier 5 existences. Not to mention, these were Tier 5 NPCs they were talking about, not Tier 5 players. Commander Phythalia, may I trouble you to get me these materials? Instead of explaining his confidence, Shifeng took out a list and handed it to Phythalia. I am willing to purchase them using magic crystals at double the market value. After taking a look at the materials on the list, Phythalia found that although these materials were rare and valuable, gathering them shouldn't be a problem with Divine Tribe's abilities. This shouldn't be a problem, but why would you want to purchase these materials at such a high price? With Zero Wing's abilities, you should be able to gather these materials yourself. There's no need to pay double for them, much less pay in magic crystals, Phythalia asked as she looked at Shifeng strangely. Aside from the magic Elvenstone, the other materials on the list were relatively easy to obtain for a superpower. So long as Shifeng returned to the eastern continent, he could gather these materials at any time through Zero Wing. There was no need to pay such an exorbitant price. Not bothering to hide his motives, Shifeng explained calmly, I don't have a choice. I urgently need these materials to connect the two continents. I won't have enough if I rely on only the Starlight Fortress's material stockpile, so I have to ask your guild to acquire them for me. Now that he could summon the divine dragon to his aid at any time, he could do many things that he dared not do before. Connect the two continents? Phythalia momentarily doubted her ears when she heard Shifeng's words. How is this possible? The two main continents of God's domain were incredibly far apart from each other. This was why the various superpowers had desperately contended over intercontinental teleportation arrays. Even so, these teleportation arrays came with a lot of limitations. If Shifeng really had a way to allow people to travel between the two continents freely, then that would be simply amazing. However, Shifeng just smiled in response to Phythalia's doubt and did not explain himself further. His past self would indeed be incapable of accomplishing such a feat. However, now that he was a Grandmaster Magician, combined with the Starlight Fortress's summoning tower, such a feat wasn't particularly difficult. Starlight Fortress, Summoning Tower. After spending over 80,000 magic crystals to purchase all of the materials he needed from Divine Tribe, Shifeng immediately began working on the Summoning Tower's teleportation array. The Summoning Tower's main purpose was to summon monsters. It was a construction unique to the Starlight Fortress. However, the Starlight Fortress itself could be considered a teleportation tower, as it possessed a teleportation array and a spatial node passed down since ancient times. These inheritances were what allowed the Summoning Tower to summon monsters from other worlds to fight for the Starlight Fortress. Under normal circumstances, it shouldn't be possible for the Summoning Tower to facilitate intercontinental teleportation. However, Shifeng was now a grandmaster in manipulating magic arrays. He even possessed a teleportation magic array design. Hence, he could make the impossible possible. Not to mention, he had also seen quite a few guild cities that possessed player-made intercontinental teleportation arrays in his previous life. To achieve intercontinental teleportation, one needed to fulfill 3 conditions. The first condition was to have a Grandmaster Magician. The second condition was to have a teleportation magic array design. The third and most important condition was to have a spatial node on one of the 2 continents. Only after fulfilling these 3 conditions could one construct an intercontinental teleportation magic array. Meanwhile, there weren't many spatial nodes on the 2 continents. In total, they numbered less than 20. Moreover, many of them were in dangerous forbidden lands. However, so long as one managed to secure a spatial node, they could freely travel between the 2 main continents, no longer subject to the various limitations of ancient intercontinental magic arrays. This was why Shifeng was adamant about acquiring the Starlight Fortress previously. The only flaw intercontinental teleportation arrays had was their colossal energy consumption. Instead of using magic crystals like ordinary teleportation arrays did, an intercontinental teleportation array required mana stones as fuel. Moreover, each teleportation cost 10 mana stones. If the job of synthesizing mana stones using magic crystals were left to a master alchemist, it would cost nearly 1,000 magic crystals per teleportation. With such a high cost, even superpowers wouldn't be able to afford to teleport people between continents in large numbers. However, even with such a limitation, the intercontinental teleportation array was still plenty amazing after all. The two main continents had different resources. Trading in these resources could net massive profits. Moreover, transportation by teleportation was much more convenient than by air or by sea. Most importantly, an intercontinental magic array could allow a guild to synergize its forces on the two continents. This guild could operate on the two continents as if operating on a single continent, free of the problems arising from operating on two different continents. This was also one reason Shifeng had been desperately working to become a Grandmaster Magician all this time. As Shifeng was quietly constructing the intercontinental magic array in the summoning tower, Divine Tribe's executives suddenly held a meeting in the guild's temporary residence in the Starlight Fortress. Phythalia, is what you say true? Can Black Flame really connect the two continents? Great Elder Adolphe asked in disbelief as he looked at Phythalia. When Adolphe heard that Shifeng had reached the half-step Tier 5 and world creation standards and single-handedly killed over a dozen Tier 4 NPCs, he had already been incredulous. Yet, Phythalia was now telling him that Shifeng could also create an intercontinental teleportation array. How could he possibly believe her? However, Adolphe also understood one thing very clearly: Phythalia was never one to exaggerate things. Since she had said so, then this matter was most likely true. Only, he still couldn't help seeking further confirmation from her. With Black Flame's personality, it's unlikely he would lie. Not to mention, he doesn't have any reason to lie to us. Phythalia replied after giving the matter some thought. After all, even if he can't connect the two continents, with the strength and potential he has displayed and the Starlight Fortress's support, should Zero Wing fall on the eastern continent, it can easily rise again on the western continent. Zero Wing won't need our support at all. That makes sense. Adolphe nodded. The Starlight Fortress had a Tier 4 divine dragon guarding it. Unless a Tier 6 god or a group of Tier 5 existences attacked the fortress, nothing could threaten the fortress. Not to mention, Shifeng was already highly likely to get promoted to Tier 5. Whether it was now or in the future, he definitely couldn't be underestimated. The reason I called everyone here is to recommend that we deepen our partnership with Zero Wing, Phythalia said as she took out a set of documents detailing the Eastern Continent situation. After sending a copy to everyone present, she continued, "This is the latest report on the Eastern Continent's state of affairs. Several more superpowers have come from the outer world recently. Although there shouldn't be any large-scale battles occurring between the outer world invaders and the Eastern Continent's natives, friction between the two sides will definitely occur one way or another. Meanwhile, Zero Wing's resources are extraordinary. A battle between Zero Wing and the outer world invaders is inevitable. Hence, I propose that we have some of the guild's Tier 4s head to the Eastern Continent to support Zero Wing. This way, Divine Tribe will have some initiative in future partnerships with Zero Wing." When Phythalia finished speaking, everyone present promptly nodded in agreement. Before today, they had merely treated Zero Wing as an ordinary superpower and did not put much thought into their partnership with the guild. However, after today's incident, they could no longer afford to do so. This was because Zero Wing possessed not only a half-step Tier 5 expert but also an intercontinental teleportation array linking the two continents. Once word of this teleportation array got out, the Starlight Fortress would undoubtedly become the Western Continent's focal point. At that time, the Starlight Fortress's income would definitely multiply by tenfold or more. If Divine Tribe could get a cut of this pie, it would be of significant help to the guild. With Divine Tribe's foundations, the resources from the Starlight Fortress might even allow it to rival the 5 great super guilds. I don't see any problem with this. Looking at Phythalia, Adolphe pondered for a moment before saying, "Since we are going to help Zero Wing on the Eastern Continent, Phythalia, take McCaffrey and Crimson with you. The two of them should be able to help Zero Wing solve many problems. Thank you, Great Elder. Thalia was overjoyed when she heard Adolph's words. McCaffrey and Crimson, which were top combatants of Divine Tribe. The two of them possessed fragmented legendary items and were fully geared in epic weapons and equipment. Most importantly, both had broken through the 100% threshold of their mana bodies. Crimson Witch, in particular, had even reached the 105% completion rate. Adolph aside, the completion rate of Crimson Witch's mana body was the highest in Divine Tribe. If not for Thalia owning a fragmented legendary weapon, she wouldn't be a match for Crimson Witch. I'll contact the two of them in a moment. As for everything else, I'll leave it up to you, Adolph said, nodding. Originally, Adolph had other plans for McCaffrey and Crimson Witch. However, taking into account Zero Wing's potential, he deemed deepening Divine Tribe's relationship with Zero Wing much more valuable. Shortly after Divine Tribe's executives concluded their meeting, Shurfeng completed the intercontinental teleportation array at the top of the summoning tower. Good. The spatial coordinates are stable. Now, I just need to set up a corresponding teleportation array on the eastern continent, and the two continents will be connected. Shurfeng nodded in satisfaction as he looked at the intercontinental teleportation array before him. This intercontinental magic array was definitely his best creation since he began playing God's Domain. Not only did constructing this magic array require a lot of knowledge and understanding of the various elements of mana, but he also had to convert a master teleportation magic array into a grandmaster teleportation magic array. The difficulty of such a feat was simply extraordinary. Shurfeng suddenly received a call soon after completing the intercontinental teleportation array. Guild leader Black Flame, I have already arranged the matter you asked before, Thalia said as she looked at Shurfeng through the video chat. Smiling, she continued, you can head over to the eastern continent together with us at any time. If it's the intercontinental teleportation array in the Hell Forest City Secret Land, we should be able to reach the eastern continent in less than 2 days. Together. Surprised by Thalia's words, Shurfeng asked, you plan on heading to the eastern continent as well, Commander Thalia? From what he understood, Divine Tribe had never shown any interest in the eastern continent. The guild had always focused on the western continent. Not to mention, the current eastern continent was an incredibly dangerous place. Most importantly, Divine Tribe had to pay a huge price to send people to the eastern continent. The superpowers controlling ancient intercontinental teleportation arrays normally charged around 8,000 magic crystals and various precious materials per person when facilitating travel between the two continents. Moreover, this was still considered a friendship price. Even for a superpower, having many people travel between the two continents would still be a considerable expenditure. In response to Shurfeng's question, Thalia nodded and smiled. Our guild has some matters to deal with on the eastern continent. I'm afraid we will have to trouble you at that time. Guild leader Black Flame. You're being too polite, Commander Thalia. Your guild has helped me plenty on the western continent, Shurfeng said, chuckling. If you encounter any trouble on the eastern continent, feel free to look for me. Since you've said so, I definitely won't hold back when that time comes. Guild leader Black Flame, Thalia said, her smile turning even brighter. Naturally, Shurfeng nodded. Besides Divine Tribe's status on the western continent, just being able to form friendly relations with Thalia herself was already well worth his time. After all, there weren't many players capable of reaching Tier 6 in God's Domain. Shurfeng ended his call with Thalia, then sorted out the Starlight Fortress's income. He collected the 2.14 million gold and 930,000 magic crystals the fortress earned during this period and made his way to the fortress's entrance. And after he met up with Thalia's group of 3, they promptly made their way to the Hell Forest City Secret Land's intercontinental teleportation array. After waiting for more than a day for the teleportation array to activate, Shurfeng transformed into a streak of light and disappeared from the secret land. Eastern Continent, Demon Mist Valley. What rotten luck. We actually got teleported to a forbidden land. Crimson Witch frowned as she observed the faint red mist surrounding her. Divine Tribe had conducted a thorough investigation into the forbidden lands on both continents. This was because these locations were incredibly dangerous. Current players couldn't visit them. Moreover, players would first have to exit the Forbidden Land before they could teleport out of the map. After players entered level 100+ maps, it was found that these maps possessed plenty of spatial tiers and random teleportation points. Any one of these traps had a high chance of teleporting players to dangerous locations like Forbidden Lands. Hence, to reduce the chances of their important combatants dying after getting teleported forcibly to a Forbidden Land, the superpowers investigated the various Forbidden Lands and provided this information to their members. The Demon Mist Valley was one of the better-known Forbidden Lands on the eastern continent. The reason for its fame was the red mist shrouding the map all year round. Anyone who entered this place, even Tier 48, would have their physique and senses heavily suppressed, unable to exert even half of their normal combat power. In addition, the monsters in the Demon Mist Valley possessed incredibly powerful defense and magic resistance. The weakest monster here was a level 130 Great Lord. There were also plenty of mythic monsters and even superior mythic monsters. Even Tier 4 experts would have a very low chance of survival if they got sent to this Forbidden Land unprepared. Hence, the various superpowers had placed particularly great importance on the Demon Mist Valley. Our luck isn't all that bad. At least we didn't get sent to the central region. We're only at the boundary between the inner and outer regions. McCaffrey, the Silver Lion Legion's vice commander, said after checking his map. Pointing at the valley in the forest in front, he continued, "We should reach the outer region in 3 hours if we head in that direction." The Demon Mist Valley did not just prevent teleportation, but its red mist also prevented Tier 4 players from flying. In fact, even flying mounts could only walk here. Guild leader Black Flame, "Let us hurry out of here. We'll get surrounded by monsters if we stay for too long. At that time, leaving the Demon Mist Valley will become even more troublesome," Phythalia suggested as she looked at Shurfong. Although the red mist heavily suppressed players' perception, the monsters inside the Demon Mist Valley were unaffected. Hence, monsters would almost always notice players before players detected them. In addition, now that monsters in God's domain had gained self-awareness and greater intelligence, they would almost always ambush players in packs. Not to mention, their group was currently in the Demon Mist Valley's inner region. According to Divine Tribe's research, the chances of a superior mythic monster appearing here was quite high. Quite a number of mythic monsters also roamed the area. If their group caused a huge commotion, it could easily attract a pack of mythic monsters. Even for Tier 4 players like themselves, fighting multiple mythic monsters was very dangerous. Sure. Shurfong nodded. After arriving in the Demon Mist Valley, he had already spread his senses. Despite his perception getting suppressed to just a 2,000-yard radius, he still managed to discover 2 mythic monsters and more than 30 level 140+ Grand Lords. It would indeed be very troublesome if their small group had to fight against all these monsters. Following this, the group of 4 made their way into the valley under Shurfeng's lead. Now that Shurfeng's concentration had reached the Tier 5 standard and his control over mana had achieved world creation, even after walking through the valley for over an hour, the 4 did not come across a single battle. This situation confused Phythalia and the others, and they could only assume that an army of players had cleared this valley recently. However, as the group approached the outer region, the density of the monsters in the area also increased. Although Shurfong had a perception range of 2,000 yards, he still had greater difficulty finding a safe route to travel. Huh? Players? Suddenly, Shurfong detected strong mana fluctuations coming from a forest some distance ahead, indicating a battle taking place there. After advancing a little more, the group even began hearing sounds of battle. Shortly after hearing the noise, the group saw a level 145 superior mythic, ranked 4-winged feathered dragon, rising from the forest 1,000 yards away. The feathered dragon then used a breath attack, turning the forest within a 500-yard radius into ash. Along with the destruction of a portion of the forest, 3 figures, 1 female and 2 males entered the sight of Shurfeng's group. These 3 players were all Tier 4 players. Shurfong even recognized 2 of them. One was 16th Cloud, the second vice guild leader of Shining Tiger. The other was the assassin Sorrowful Silence. The only reason the trio managed to survive the feathered dragon's breath attack was the Tier 4 Guardian Knight of the group. However, after taking on that breath attack, the Guardian Knight did not have much HP remaining. None of the three was a healer, either, so the Guardian Knight could only rely on potions to heal himself. Evidently, it wouldn't be long before they fell to the superior mythic monster. Damn it! To think we'll actually die here. 16th Cloud, who wielded a crimson staff, glared at the four-winged feathered dragon's 60-meter-long frame with inevitable frustration. That's right. We should have fought those people outside instead. It would be much better than getting killed by this monster, Sorrowful Silence said, nodding in agreement. There's no helping it. Who would have thought we would encounter such a monster as soon as we ducked into the inner region? 16th Cloud said with a bitter smile. I guess fate really wants us dead. They had gone to great lengths to escape the Outer World experts' pursuit, running all the way from the Demon Mist Valley's outer region to the inner region. Originally, they thought they could lose those Outer World experts after hiding in the inner region. They never imagined that a superior mythic monster might be guarding the border. The four-winged feather dragon wasn't just a superior mythic monster. It was also the realm lord of this area. Even a 20-man Tier 4 team would have difficulty fighting it under normal circumstances, what more under the Demon Mist Valley's suppression. And worse, the feathered dragon could fly. There was no way to escape it. Players that encountered the feathered dragon had only two options: kill it or be killed by it. There was no third option. However, before 16th Cloud and Sorrowful Silence could continue their conversation, the feathered dragon flapped its two sets of wings, sending countless wind blades at the three players. The boss did not give the trio a chance to catch a breather. Upon seeing the approaching wind blades, 16th Cloud swung her crimson staff, instantly raising a wall of flames in front of the three. The wall of flames rose over 100 meters, blocking all the oncoming wind blades. And once the flames stopped the attacks, they transformed into a phoenix that flew toward the feathered dragon. Tier 4 Curse, Phoenix Flame. Phoenix Flame was actually a Tier 4 offensive curse. However, 16th Cloud not only utilized it as if it were a defensive curse but even switched it to offense afterward. Her mastery of this Tier 4 curse was simply superb. However, just as the phoenix was about to devour the feathered dragon, the latter suddenly let loose a deafening roar. Immediately afterward, the flames making up the phoenix got extinguished one after another. The phoenix eventually disappeared before it could reach the feathered dragon's body. Mana Annihilation? 16th Cloud was thunderstruck when she saw the flames disappearing, her mind unable to accept this situation. If the flames had merely failed to damage the feathered dragon because they lacked power, she would still be able to understand it. However, as she held full control over the flames, she could tell that the flames hadn't died naturally. Instead, they got extinguished because the mana used to create and fuel them had been annihilated. How can a boss hold such a skill? This is cheating. Sorrowful Silence fell into despair as he looked at the feathered dragon. Although he didn't know the exact details of the situation because he wasn't the creator of those flames, he could tell that those flames had died due to mana annihilation. In other words, all spells would be a joke in front of the feathered dragon. Moreover, as an inferior dragon, the four-winged feathered dragon possessed incredible defense. If magical attacks were ineffective against it, it would be a nigh-invincible existence. After destroying 16th Cloud's curse, the feathered dragon flapped its wings and sent wind blades at the three players once more. It seems this is the end for us. Looking at the innumerable oncoming wind blades, 16th Cloud could only shrug helplessly and wait for death to claim her. Originally, she had hoped her Tier 4 curse would heavily injure the feathered dragon, creating an opportunity for their party to escape. However, let alone heavily injuring the feathered dragon, she couldn't even damage it. In front of an inferior dragon capable of using mana annihilation, an elementalist like herself was nothing but a joke. She was of no threat to it at all. Yet, just as the countless wind blades were about to strike 16th Cloud and the others, a magic barrier suddenly emerged from the ground before them. The barrier stopped the wind blades, releasing the trio from death's grip. Crystalline barrier? When 16th Cloud saw the shattered magic barrier in front of her, she immediately recognized the Tier 4 spell used to create it. With his keen eyes, Sorrowful Silence quickly noticed some figures emerging from the distant forest. Vice Guild Leader, there are people coming from over there. At Sorrowful Silence's words, 16th Cloud promptly turned toward the direction he indicated. What entered her vision were 4 people, 2 male and 2 females, emerging from the forest roughly 500 yards away. It was evident that these 4 people were responsible for the Tier 4 defensive spell that had saved their party. Black Flame. When 16th Cloud saw one of the cloaked men of the group, she couldn't help her surprise. She had met with the man known as Black Flame once before, when negotiating with Zero Wing for partnership on behalf of Shining Tiger. However, after that event, she had paid very little attention to Zero Wing, focusing it all on developing Shining Tiger's forces in the Glory Empire. If not for Shi Feng having accomplished astonishing feats that shook the entirety of God's domain, she would have long since forgotten his appearance. 16th Cloud and the others noticed the 3 people moving behind Shi Feng and were stunned when they saw the faces of these 3 people. No way! Commander Phythalia of Divine Tribe's Divine Hymn Legion is here. Isn't Divine Tribe active only on the Western continent? She's not here alone. Even the Silver Lion Legion's Vice Commander McCaffrey and Divine Tribe's Crimson, which are here. Both of them are Divine Tribe's top combatants. Crimson, which is probably the one who helped us just now. Why did they come here all of a sudden? Although Divine Tribe wasn't famous on the Eastern continent, it was very well known on the Western continent. The guild's development had even skyrocketed recently, and it was now in existence close to rivaling the 5 great super guilds. Naturally, Divine Tribe was many times stronger than a recently established superpower like Shining Tiger. Yet, 3 of Divine Tribe's top combatants were now here. With the ability of these 3 people, they could normally preside over the guild affairs on their own. Having the 3 of them together was akin to Divine Tribe having its trump card legion stroll down the street of a city. Unless Divine Tribe was planning an important operation, such an action would be a complete waste of manpower. However, before 16th Cloud and the others could recover from their surprise, Phythalia and McCaffrey suddenly appeared beside the 4-winged feathered dragon. Phythalia promptly brandished her longsword and bombarded the Realm Lord with a rain of sword lights. As for McCaffrey, he raised his greatsword and stabbed it into the ground. Subsequently, massive greatswords emerged from the ground and stabbed at the airborne feathered dragon. Compared to the Shining Tiger trio, Phythalia and McCaffrey evidently had far superior control over mana. Their ordinary Tier 4 skills nearly rivaled Tier 5 skills in power. They also perfectly coordinated their attacks, such that the feathered dragon could only defend against the attack of one and had no choice but to take the attack of the other. Minus 31,654,215. Damage exceeding 30 million appeared above the feathered dragon's head, the attack provoking a pained cry from the superior mythic. Although this amount of damage was nothing compared to the feathered dragon's nearly 20 billion HP, 16th Cloud and the others couldn't even damage the Realm Lord. And how strong? So, these are Divine Tribe's top combatants? 16th Cloud was astonished when she saw the combat prowess Phythalia and McCaffrey displayed. Although 16th Cloud recognized that she still couldn't rank at the very top of God's domain in terms of combat power, she was still a Domain Realm Tier 4 expert. She was also fully equipped with epic equipment. Yet, compared to Phythalia and McCaffrey, she still had a long way to go before reaching the top of God's domain. However, before Shining Tiger's trio could overcome their shock from Phythalia and McCaffrey's display of power, an overbearing sword light suddenly cut through space and sliced off one of the feathered dragon's claws. The attack wrenched an agonized shriek from the feathered dragon, and its HP instantly plunged by more than 100 million. The horrified feathered dragon immediately flapped its wings and fled the scene like a powerful storm, not daring to remain for even a moment longer. The feathered dragon was much faster than the average Tier 4 flying mount. Upon seeing this scene, 16th Cloud and the others reflexively turned toward the origin of the sword light with stunned looks on their faces. This was because the origin of this sword light was none other than Shi Feng. Currently, He radiated a mana so dense that it was liquid. How is this possible? 16th Cloud gaped in shock at Shurfeng. Not only did Shurfeng scare a superior mythic-ranked realm lord away with one attack, but the strength of his mana was simply unbelievable. The density of his mana was something she had seen radiating from only Tier 5 NPCs. However, while the information Shining Tiger obtained said that Shurfeng was indeed powerful to the point where he could slay Tier 4 NPCs, it did not say that he was this powerful. The attack Shurfeng had used to scare the feathered dragon away wasn't a skill, because the attack did not create any mana fluctuations whatsoever. It was an ordinary attack executed with a combat technique. Meanwhile, seeing the feathered dragon fly away left Shurfeng feeling a little frustrated. How unfortunate. The demon Mist Valley's restraint prevented even him from flying. Hence, if a flying monster fled from him, he had no way of catching up. Not to mention, the four-winged feathered dragon was even a realm lord. This was why players had an incredibly difficult time killing mythic monsters or above in Forbidden Lands that prevented flight. After all, the majority of the mythic monsters in Forbidden Lands could fly. Unless players prepared an ambush beforehand, they could, at most, repel mythic monsters but not kill them. Are you three all right? After seeing the feathered dragon flying into the distance, Shurfeng approached 16th Cloud's group and asked curiously, "This isn't a place ordinary Tier 4s can visit. Why did you come here?" Unlike the Ruined Mountain Range, which was a forbidden land only for humans, the Demon Mist Valley was a forbidden land for all life, much more dangerous than the Ruined Mountain Range. Tier 4 players traveling alone or in a small group could only explore the valley's outer region, at most. Normally, if players wished to enter the Demon Mist Valley's inner region, they needed a team of 20 Tier 4 players at the very least. Meanwhile, 16th Cloud's group only had 3 people. Entering the valley's inner region was a death sentence for them. "You misunderstand us, Guild Leader Black Flame. If possible, we wouldn't have chosen to enter this place either," 16th Cloud replied with a bitter smile. "The 3 of us entered this place because we had no other choice. Otherwise, the Outer World Tier 4 experts chasing us would have long since killed us." She was both Shining Tiger's second vice guild leader and a Tier 4 domain realm expert. If it were a month ago, nobody would believe her if she told them that other players were hunting her and had even driven her into a desperate situation. In fact, if 16th Cloud had come across such a situation, she definitely wouldn't tell anyone about it. Now, however, 16th Cloud did not mind revealing this matter to an outsider at all. She also didn't find it damaging to her self-esteem. On the contrary, she even felt proud about the situation. "The 3 of you were actually cornered? Is the Eastern Continent's situation that bad?" Shurfeng was surprised by 16th Cloud's words. In his previous life, Tier 4 experts remained existences that could not be underestimated, even 10 years after God's Domain's launch. Even superpowers with Tier 5 and Tier 6 experts wouldn't have an easy time targeting and hunting down Tier 4 experts keen on escaping. After all, there were simply far too few experts in God's Domain capable of getting promoted to Tier 4, and the bare minimum requirement for players to participate in a hunt for Tier 4 players was to be Tier 4 themselves. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to catch up with and surround the targeted Tier 4 player at all. And while Tier 5 and Tier 6 experts were indeed capable of overpowering Tier 4 experts in a head-on fight, they had to track down their target first before they could do anything. Hence, even for the various superpowers, hunting down Tier 4 experts was a headache. Yet, 16th Cloud's group of 3 Tier 4 experts was actually getting hunted. This told Shurfeng that the Eastern Continent was in far dire straits than what Divine Tribe's report described. "Guild Leader Black Flame, you must have been away from the Eastern Continent during this period, right?" 16th Cloud wasn't particularly surprised by Shurfeng's question. Without withholding any information, she replied, "A few days ago, another 10 or so Outer World superpowers arrived on the Eastern Continent. One of these superpowers is incredibly strong, probably on the level of the 5 great super guilds. This superpower has many Tier 4s, as well as Tier 3 experts that exhibit combat power at the Tier 4 standard. Because of this superpower's appearance, the originally stable situation on the Eastern Continent changed instantly. Previously, the Tier 4 experts of the Eastern Continent superpowers could still roam the Demon Mist Valley's outer region. Now, however, let alone grinding peacefully in the outer region. We'd be fortunate not to get hunted by those outer world experts. Previously, there had indeed been a huge difference between the Eastern Continent's superpowers and the Outer World's superpowers. However, it wasn't as if the Eastern Continent's superpowers were utterly helpless to fight back. After all, even in the Outer World, reaching Tier 4 wasn't easy. As a result, the Outer World's superpowers did not have many Tier 4 players under their command, either. However, after that superpower showed up, the Outer World's forces suddenly gained a slew of Tier 4 combatants. This instantly shattered the balance between the two sides and placed native Tier 4 experts like herself at an absolute disadvantage. Almost all of the Eastern Continent's resource-rich maps had already become the backyard of those Outer World players, and trying to level up in these maps was now a monumental challenge for native players. I see. No wonder you ran all the way here. Feng finally understood the situation. There were many ways in God's domain to allow Tier 3 experts to possess Tier 4 combat power. Besides Tier 3 mana set equipment, combat arrays were more than capable of doing the job. However, combat arrays were incredibly rare, and producing them was also extremely troublesome. This was especially true when it came to the materials required. Nevertheless, so long as one managed to manufacture combat arrays capable of granting Tier 3 players Tier 4 combat power, one would be more than capable of dealing with Tier 4 players. After all, the precondition for Tier 4 players' invulnerability to Zerg tactics was that their opponents were Tier 3 combatants or weaker. If a Tier 4 player had to go up against a group of Tier 4 players, even a Tier 4 Apex expert would be pushed to the brink of death very quickly. Guild Leader Black Flame, if you plan on leaving the Demon Mist Valley, I'd advise you to wait here for the time being. We entered this place just recently, so those Outer World experts are probably still hanging around the outer region, 16th Cloud said. Although those Tier 3 experts with Tier 4 combat power are strong, their resistance to the foreign energy in the environment is still at the Tier 3 standard, so they can't stay in a forbidden land for too long. Judging by Feng's reactions, 16th Cloud guessed that the man had not been updated about the Eastern Continent situation for quite some time now. Although Feng was indeed extraordinarily strong and even had 3 powerful experts following him, his group would most likely still face a bitter battle if it had to go up against a large number of Tier 4 combatants. If the 4 weren't careful, they might even end up losing their lives. At present, the wisest option would be to wait until those Tier 4 combatants had left the Forbidden Land. Thank you for the warning, but that won't be necessary. Feng shook his head in response to 16th Cloud's advice. After voicing his gratitude, he promptly led Phythalia and the others out of the inner region. When Feng's party of 4 had gotten several hundred yards away, Sorrowful Silence and the Tier 4 Guardian Knight turned to 16th Cloud. What should we do now? Sorrowful Silence asked. Do we wait here? Now that the 4-winged feathered dragon had fled this place, they should be safe for some time. We don't have a choice. Let's follow Guild Leader Black Flame, 16th Cloud replied, gritting her teeth. It might be impossible to break out of the encirclement with just the 3 of us, but with the strength of Guild Leader Black Flame's group, we should have a chance. 16th Cloud and the others ran after Feng's group. Demon Mist Valley, Outer Region. Due to the red mist shrouding the Demon Mist Valley all year round, the Forbidden Land was very humid, abounding with lush vegetation. Unlike the plants found in the outside world, the plants here seemed self-aware as they constantly moved about slowly. This made one feel they were traversing a maze when they traveled through the valley. Damn it! Those people sure know how to run. If they just tamely let us kill them, we wouldn't have to suffer so much. A level 143, Tier 4 female swordsman grumbled in dissatisfaction. That might be the case, but we also have to thank these people. A level 143, Tier 4 male berserker standing beside the female swordsman said. If not for these native Tier 4 experts, we wouldn't have an opportunity to earn alliance contribution points. I guess that's true. So long as we gather a few more points, we will be able to stay in the luxury zone where those major powers stay, the female swordsman said, nodding. A hint of anticipation flashing across her eyes, she continued. I heard that the luxury zone even sells drugs that extend one's lifespan. We can also use the extra points we earn to exchange for those drugs. I've heard about them too. Normally, those things are reserved for the upper-class young masters and young ladies. Ordinary people like us have no chance to touch these things, said a middle-aged man who was a level 145, Tier 4 elementalist. Now, though, those major powers have no choice but to ask professionals like us for help to take over this backwater world. It's a pity that the natives here are too inferior. Their control over mana, skills, and spells is terribly clumsy. If they were a little better, we would have more targets to hunt and more points to earn. As these Tier 4 players were chatting merrily, a party of players was eyeing them with contempt. These mercenaries really know how to dream. Do they think they can exchange for those life-extending drugs so easily? Jade Leaf commented as she looked at the bragging Tier 4 experts in disdain. Even our guild has trouble getting our hands on a few bottles. Yet they think mercenaries like them can exchange for some? Jade, you can't say that. If we don't provide these people with some benefits, how would we get them to work for us? Awakened Abyss said, smiling. Moreover, thanks to this operation, we also get to exchange for those precious life-extending drugs without limit this time. This is a rare opportunity from the higher-ups. In the world they lived in, life-extending drugs were incredibly precious items. Even children of major families like themselves had great difficulty getting their hands on a bottle. However, they could now use the Alliance contribution points they earned from killing native Tier 4 experts to exchange for these drugs, a precious opportunity. Even for them. After all, who wouldn't want to live a longer life? Before Awakened Abyss could continue speaking, a level 144, Tier 4 ranger suddenly approached him in a hurry. Commander, we found traces of a group of people. These should be auras left behind by natives. The ranger reported in a quiet tone. 3 of the auras belong to the 3 people we were pursuing earlier. Good. Gather everyone for an ambush. Awakened Abyss commanded with a smile. So long as we kill them once, we'll see how Shining Tiger will continue bringing their members here to grind. The main reason the Eastern Continent's native superpowers continued to survive was their Tier 4 experts leading teams into Forbidden Lands to grind. Killing the native superpowers' Tier 4 experts once would be more than enough to deal a heavy blow to the native superpowers, especially if the death penalty players suffered were increased. While EXP meant very little to Tier 4 players, it was a different story for weapons and equipment. If Tier 4 experts suddenly lost 2 or 3 pieces of their equipment, the native superpowers would definitely suffer heartache. It would also be very challenging for these native Tier 4 experts to recover from their losses. Understood. At Awakened Abyss's command, the ranger promptly contacted the other members of their hunting group to gather at the specified ambush point. In a woodland in the Demon Mist Valley's outer region. If we continue running in this direction for another 4 to 5 hours, we should be able to leave the Demon Mist Valley, 16th Cloud said excitedly, as she pointed at a mountain range looming in the distance. The Demon Mist Valley's terrain continuously changed. The one constant in this place was the mountains. Meanwhile, the distant mountain range was none other than the one 16th Cloud's party had passed through to enter the Forbidden Land. The sight of this same mountain range meant that their journey was nearing its end. Once they left the Demon Mist Valley, they could teleport to safety using a return scroll. At that time, the outer world invaders wouldn't be able to chase them. Sorrowful Silence and the Tier 4 Guardian Knight also grew excited when they saw the distant mountain range. The 3 of them had been inflicted with a curse that drastically increased the death penalty they suffered and would randomly resurrect them within the Forbidden Land. Previously, they thought that they no longer had any hope of surviving this ordeal. Now, their hopes were rekindled. It would have been incredibly difficult for their party of 3 to escape the outer region by themselves. After all, the outer region had not only outerworld players hunting them but also powerful monsters roaming everywhere. If they got entangled with monsters for too long, the resulting commotion would definitely attract the outerworld players to them. However, when following Shurfeng's party of 4, they actually did not encounter a single monster. It was as if those monsters had vanished from the map. They had to marvel at Shurfeng's party's heaven-defying luck. Now, all they needed to do was run to that distant mountain range. After that, they would be able to fly freely in the sky like birds. However, when the 7 arrived at the foot of the mountain range, a magic barrier suddenly enveloped them. Given its 1,000-yard radius, one could easily tell that it was at the master standard. Even superior mythic monsters would have difficulty breaking out of it. Not good. We got fooled. 16th Cloud's complexion paled. When she saw the barrier forming, she had thought that they had already shaken off the Outer World players' pursuit. Evidently, these Outer Worlders had simply waited for them to throw themselves into this trap. With this area sealed with a master magic barrier, they had no hope of escaping whatsoever. Just then, a savage and brawny level 145 man emerged from the forest in front of Shurfeng's group and said with a sadistic look, "You people have made me wait for a very long time. Let's see how you get out of this situation now." The last time his hunting group had come across Shining Tiger's party, it should have succeeded in annihilating the trio. However, the instant 16th Cloud noticed the ambush, she had decisively fled with her party before his hunting group could trap them with a barrier. This time, his hunting group had discovered traces of 16th Cloud's party early and managed to discern where the party was heading. And with this information, his hunting group could easily set up an ambush. At this time, 16th Cloud couldn't help looking at Shurfeng with guilt. Guild leader Black Flame, this is all my fault. If I had suggested we take another exit, they wouldn't have caught us. The Demon Mist Valley didn't have just one exit. Had they chosen any of the other exits instead, they wouldn't have gotten trapped. Vice Commander Cloud, you don't need to blame yourself, Shurfeng said, shaking his head. After all, I was the one who asked you to find the nearest exit. Even if you didn't guide us, we would have had to clean up these hindrances sooner or later. Upon hearing Shurfeng's words, the approaching brawny man automatically frowned. Clean up us hindrances? What big words you have there. Commander Eagle, why are you wasting time speaking with these people? These ignorant natives just don't know how large the gap between them and us is. Let's just get rid of them now. Shurfeng's words enraged the Outer World players surrounding his party. In their opinion, the residents of this god's domain were no different from natives living in an undeveloped wilderness. Yet, these natives weren't kneeling and begging them for mercy but even treating them like annoying flies. Such arrogance was beyond salvation. However, while the Outer World hunting group's 30-plus Tier 4 experts and 100-plus Tier 3 experts were raising a ruckus, the brawny man leading them turned his gaze toward Awakened Abyss's group. Commander Abyss, you're finally here. May I know if your group will be taking action, or will you leave it to us? Quasi-Eagle's words agitated the Tier 4 experts around him so much that they wished they could charge forward and finish off the 7 native players in front of them immediately. Currently, the Alliance's price for native Tier 4 experts was 300 contribution points per kill. If a curse was used on the kill, they would receive 1,000 points. These prices represented a fortune, even for the luxury zone's residents, let alone residents of the commoner zone like themselves. If converted into income, 1,000 Alliance contribution points were equivalent to 10 years of salary for an ordinary person living in the luxury zone. Indeed, the Interstellar Alliance's bounty for native Tier 4s was that high. This demonstrated the Interstellar Alliance's determination in acquiring this god's domain. More importantly, Alliance contribution points could be exchanged for money but not vice versa. Meanwhile, Alliance contribution points could be used to exchange for many items and resources that normally could not be bought with money. Hence, the 7 Tier 4 players in front of them were basically walking treasure troves. Even if they split the points among their group, they would still earn a significant income. However, Awakened Abyss did not respond to Quasi-Eagle's question. Instead, he stared at the group of native players in front of him. More precisely, he was looking at the cloaked man standing at the head of this group. Despite being surrounded by over 100 Tier 4 combatants and suppressed by a master magic array, this cloaked man remained incredibly calm. Guild leader Black Flame, you've really made me search for you. Awakened Abyss ignored everyone around him, focusing solely on Shurfeng, the words he uttered carrying endless rage and killing intent. Although Awakened Abyss had eventually gotten rescued from Sky Spring City's prison, his reputation in the guild had still plummeted. As a result, despite being one of the guild's top 3 talents, he had no choice but to complete a bunch of meaningless missions, such as hunting down Shining Tiger's Tier 4 experts. Hence, Awakened Abyss bore deep hatred for Shifeng. Only, after the world passage opened, he had not obtained any information on Shifeng's whereabouts, so he had no opportunity to reclaim his honor. However, Shifeng ignored Awakened Abyss's anger and hatred entirely. Looking at the young man, Shifeng said calmly, "So, it's Commander Abyss of 100 Ghosts. It seems you've improved a lot since we last met." Awakened Abyss was evidently much stronger than when Shifeng saw him in Sky Spring City. The young man had not only reached level 145 but even broken through the 100% threshold of his mana body. His mana body's completion rate definitely rivaled Phythalia's. Most importantly, aside from sporting epic set equipment, Awakened Abyss also had 3 fragmented legendary items on him. Given that he was at the domain realm and had gotten far in the realms of truth, the combat power he could display was most likely superior to the average Tier 4 NPCs. "That's right. This is all thanks to you, Guild Leader Black Flame." Awakened Abyss gnashed his teeth at Shifeng's words. "Since we had the fortune of meeting today, how about we 11? Just as Awakened Abyss was about to propose a duel, Jade Leaf hurriedly tugged his sleeve and said quietly, "Abyss, don't mess around. His strength has already reached monstrous levels. Moreover, the Elder told you that now still isn't the time for us to make an enemy of Black Flame." Awakened Abyss had been imprisoned in Sky Spring City, so he had not witnessed the battle outside the Secret Covenant Tower. Back then, not only did Shifeng single-handedly slay hundreds of weakened Tier 4 foe Saint Saboteurs as if he was cutting up a bunch of vegetables, but he also revealed extraordinary trump cards. Shifeng also possessed an incredibly powerful mana domain. When he deployed his mana domain, none of the foe Saint Saboteurs managed to exhibit more than half of their usual combat power. While one of the reasons Windshadow had chosen to surrender to Zero Wing was indeed the mobile fortress's threat, a larger part was Shifeng's trump cards. Hence, he had chosen to surrender and compensate Zero Wing. Although their hunting group currently had a significant advantage in numbers and even had a master magic array suppressing Shifeng, Jade Leaf still couldn't see their group having any chance of victory against Shifeng's party. At Jade Leaf's reminder, Awakened Abyss gradually cooled down. "I know." Although Awakened Abyss wanted nothing more than to kill Shifeng right now, his circumstances were no longer the same as before. He could no longer afford to act willfully. Take Jade Leaf, for example. In addition to protecting him, she was also tasked with supervising him. If Awakened Abyss dared defy Windshadow's command and Jade Leaf reported his disobedience, it wouldn't matter whether he managed to kill Shifeng or not. Nothing good would come of it. In fact, he might get even more marginalized in the guild. After Awakened Abyss finished his conversation with Jade Leaf, he turned to Quasi-Eagle. "Commander Eagle, remove the barrier. We're leaving." At Awakened Abyss's words, Quasi-Eagle and the other Tier 4 experts of the hunting party were all stunned. "What's going on?" 16th Cloud also goggled in shock. She couldn't understand why the situation had taken such an unexpected turn. While she wasn't aware of the history between Awakened Abyss and Shifeng, she could tell from the anger and hatred Awakened Abyss had displayed toward Shifeng a moment ago that Awakened Abyss wouldn't let them go. In fact, it was already incredible that Awakened Abyss did not take action immediately. Yet, Awakened Abyss was now saying to let them go. If not for her clearly sensing the resentment Awakened Abyss radiated, she would even suspect that Awakened Abyss had merely been feigning anger before and that he actually had an excellent relationship with Shifeng. Let alone 16th Cloud, even Shifeng found this situation surprising. He couldn't help wondering if Awakened Abyss had blown a fuse or two in his brain from his previous outburst and had a slip of the tongue. "Commander Abyss, what are you saying?" Looking at Awakened Abyss in confusion, Quasi-Eagle asked, "We've expended so much manpower and resources to hunt them down, yet you want us to just release them?" It wasn't easy to hunt down and surround the native superpowers Tier 4 experts, who were now operating very cautiously. If it were before, they would have required a team of only a dozen or so Tier 4 combatants to hunt down a handful of native Tier 4s. Now, they needed to mobilize over 100 Tier 4 combatants just for 3 of Shining Tiger's Tier 4 experts. Since their hunting group had surrounded 7 Tier 4 experts, for more than expected, they would make a fortune if they simply finished the job. Yet, Awakened Abyss was telling them to let these Tier 4 experts go. For a moment, Quasi-Eagle suspected that Awakened Abyss had gone crazy. In response, Awakened Abyss clenched his fists and repeated, "Yes! Let them go!" 16th Cloud and her two guildmates heaved a deep sigh of relief at Awakened Abyss's affirmation. Although they didn't know why such a situation was happening or who exactly Awakened Abyss was, Awakened Abyss appeared to be the leader of this hunting group. And since the leader had spoken, her party should be safe. However, contrary to the Shining Tiger Trio's expectations, Quasi-Eagle, the mercenaries' leader, behaved as if he had not heard Awakened Abyss's command. He didn't call off his subordinates or remove the Master Magic Array. "Sorry, but I cannot listen to your words, Commander Abyss. I don't know what kind of relationship you have with this guild leader Black Flame, but I need to take care of my brothers. We went to great lengths to trap these people in a barrier. If we let them go now, my brothers will have nothing to eat." Looking at Awakened Abyss, Quasi-Eagle smiled faintly and said, "Since you are unwilling to take action, we will do it instead. If you can't bear to watch, you can shut your eyes and stand aside. I promise we won't let your friends suffer, and we'll finish the battle quickly. I support you, boss. Commander Abyss, even if you're the leader, you have to ask our weapons first whether we agree with your commands." "That's right, Commander Abyss. If you can't bear to attack your friend, just stand aside." The other mercenaries promptly voiced their agreement with Quasi-Eagle. Players like them relied on bounties to make a living. Now that they had found themselves a big catch, there was no way they would let their prey get away. When Awakened Abyss heard these mercenaries' words, he had an urge to puke blood. When did I become friends with Black Flame?" Despite his anger at the mercenaries' comments, Awakened Abyss was actually delighted about this situation. In fact, he wished these mercenaries would blow up this situation even further. At that time, even if the higher-ups of his guild wanted to pin the blame on him, they couldn't. Although Awakened Abyss was slightly displeased that he wouldn't get revenge with his own hands, watching Sherfone get killed wasn't a bad option either. Jade Leaf, on the other hand, frowned at this sight. She never thought that these mercenaries would be so crazy. These mercenaries were treating a monster like Sherfone as an average Tier 4 expert under the command of the native superpowers. Instead of conducting detailed research on the man, the only thing they had in their minds was money. "Jade, you saw it yourself. I tried to let him go, but these people aren't willing to do so. There's nothing I can do about this." Pretending to be angry, Awakened Abyss said, "These mercenaries simply aren't treating me like their leader at all. That's why I've been saying that I'm not suited to leading these mercenaries. After this mission, you must talk to Elder Windshadow for me." "Forget it. We're leaving." Jade Leaf couldn't be bothered with these mercenaries. The instructions of the guild's higher-ups were simple. They were to avoid making an enemy out of Zero Wing, no matter what, for the moment. However, since they had no control over these mercenaries, the higher-ups naturally couldn't blame them for negligence if the mercenaries acted on their own. Jade Leaf promptly drew 100 Ghosts' members aside, refusing to participate in this affair. "Good." Seeing Jade Leaf moving away, Quasi-Eagle smiled and said, "Brothers, time to work. Make sure not to show too ugly of a scene to our dear Commander Abyss." The other mercenaries present laughed, all them gazing at Sherfang's group with ill intentions. "Friends, don't blame us for this. We're only doing this to make a living. For our sake, I'll have to trouble you to suffer a little bit," Quasi-Eagle said as he looked at Sherfang's group of 7, his eyes radiating killing intent. "Trouble?" Sherfang chuckled. "It seems you people have made a mistake." "Mistake?" Quasi-Eagle eyed Sherfang strangely. "What mistake?" "You've mistaken the roles of the hunter and the hunted in this situation." After saying so, Sherfang extended his mana domain, instantly enveloping a 2,000-yard radius in his mana and shattering the magic barrier trapping the 7. World creation. How is this possible? 16th Cloud gaped in shock when she saw the magic barrier disappear and the pressure weighing down her body vanished. She simply couldn't bring herself to believe this situation. Even acquiring a mana domain was already tough for Tier 4 players. Anyone who managed to do so would become an absolute powerhouse among Tier 4 existences. Meanwhile, world creation was something even Tier 5 existences had difficulty achieving. Anyone who reached the world creation standard could create a small world of their own, which was much more powerful than a barrier created using a magic array. It was akin to a passive, large-scale magic barrier. What was even more amazing was that the owner of this small world could isolate enemies from the ambient mana. So long as the trapped enemies had yet to reach Tier 5 or the world creation standard or did not possess fragmented legendary items capable of countering a world creation mana domain, resisting the owner of the small world was impossible. In front of a world creation expert, Tier 4 experts were hardly any different from Tier 2 and Tier 3 players. They just had stronger basic attributes and physiques. Let alone 16th Cloud. Even Awakened Abyss and Jade Leaf were stunned by this situation. How can he be at the world creation level already? Isn't he just a native? Awakened Abyss couldn't believe his eyes as he looked at Shurfeng. Even in the gods' domain they came from, only experts standing at the apex of the world had reached the world creation standard, all of them old monsters belonging to the few transcendental powers. However, Shurfeng's appearance indicated he was only 30, at most. Moreover, the god's domain he lived in was not only sparse in mana but also lacking in legacies. No matter how Awakened Abyss looked at it, there was no way anyone in this god's domain could achieve such strength at this stage of the game. So, this is his hidden strength? Jade Leaf was horrified by this revelation. Previously, when Windshadow told her that Shurfeng was still hiding a lot of his strength, and that they needed to be careful around him, she hadn't thought much of his warning. She had reminded Awakened Abyss to avoid clashing with Shurfeng simply because she did not want to disobey Windshadow's orders. However, after Shurfeng revealed his hidden strength, Jade Leaf found him much scarier than even Windshadow's predictions. The next moment, before Quasi-Eagle and the other mercenaries could snap out of their daze, Shurfeng's Light of Two Worlds swung toward them. Tier 4 skill, Lightning Edge. Countless sword lights descended from the sky, creating a mesmerizing river of light. Quasi-Eagle and the other mercenaries indeed possessed combat power at the Tier 4 standard. Moreover, even the weakest Tier 3 expert among them was at the Refinement Realm standard. However, since they couldn't tap the ambient mana, none of the defensive maneuvers and life-saving skills they used could withstand Shurfeng's attack. As a result, apart from Quasi-Eagle and a Tier 4 Elementalist, both of whom had broken through the 100% threshold of their mana bodies, everyone else lost their lives to the sword lights. When the River of Light disappeared, a ravine dozens of meters deep and nearly 1,000 meters long had formed in the forested region, with weapons and equipment strewn inside it. How is this possible? Quasi-Eagle, who had survived thanks to a Tier 4 defensive skill, was stupefied when he saw most of his team of more than 100 Tier 4 combatants wiped out. When he and the surviving Elementalist looked at Shurfeng again, they shuddered involuntarily, horror swamping their hearts. The two of them finally understood that what Shurfeng had said earlier was true. From start to end, their team had merely been a bunch of clowns. They arrogantly thought of Shurfeng's group as sheep for the slaughter, not knowing that they themselves were the actual sheep. World creation. No wonder Awakened Abyss conceded without hesitation. Quasi-Eagle smiled bitterly as he looked at Shurfeng. The loss of levels was a small matter for Tier 4 players like them. However, the loss of weapons and equipment wasn't something that they could recover from easily. Boss, what should we do? The level 144, Tier 4 male elementalist asked Quasi-Eagle in a panic. There's no way we can get away from him inside this small world. We also can't fly inside the Demon Mist Valley. Once a world creation expert unleashed their mana domain, escape was impossible, especially for players like themselves. At the elementalist's question, Quasi-Eagle gritted his teeth and said to Shurfeng, "Friend, my brother and I surrender. We are willing to compensate you with 2 pieces of top-tier epic equipment for each of us. What do you think?" Quasi-Eagle's proposal surprised Awakened Abyss and the other 100 Ghosts members. The commander of the Wild Hunt mercenary group was considered above average among the Tier 4 experts in their god's domain. For him to actually bow down to another was simply unbelievable. Quasi-Eagle was known to be a ruthless person in their god's domain. He had once gone up against a guild all by himself. Despite getting killed more than a dozen times, he still did not give up clashing with the guild. Eventually, the guild in question suffered a major loss in a guild war. And with Quasi-Eagle incessantly targeting the guild's experts, the guild had no choice but to concede and provide all sorts of compensation to Quasi-Eagle to put this feud to rest. This incident had spurred Quasi-Eagle's rise to fame. He had then gone on to establish the present Wild Hunt mercenary group, which had a reputation as a pack of mad dogs in their god's domain. Yet, Quasi-Eagle was actually taking the initiative to admit defeat after suffering such a small setback. How could Awakened Abyss and the others not find this situation surprising? Unfortunately, Shi Feng showed no interest whatsoever in Quasi-Eagle's proposal. 3 pieces. We'll pay 3 pieces of epic equipment each, Quasi-Eagle said, gritting his teeth. Even if you kill us, the most we will drop is 2 items each. Top-tier epic equipment is rare even in the present god's domain. This is definitely a worthwhile transaction for you. Normally, Quasi-Eagle wouldn't have minded getting killed. However, he currently had a precious treasure on his person, and it had a certain chance of dropping upon death. It was precisely thanks to this treasure that he had managed to break through his mana body's 100% threshold. Meanwhile, this was only the tip of the iceberg of what this treasure had to offer. Although he didn't know what exactly this treasure was, since it had such an ability, it was definitely more valuable than even fragmented legendary items. He naturally wouldn't dare bet on the chance that it wouldn't drop. Hence, he endured the humiliation of surrendering. However, before Quasi-Eagle could finish speaking, Shi Feng had already slashed out with the abyssal blade. First sword, Light Shadow. You lunatic! When Quasi-Eagle and the elementalists saw the towering greatsword descending toward them, they promptly activated another life-saving skill. The 2 of them then fled in different directions, neither daring to receive the descending greatsword. They could clearly sense the frightening power the illusory greatsword carried. This attack was most likely much stronger than even that of superior mythic monsters. Receiving it would be suicide. 1 slash, 2 slashes, 3 slashes. As Quasi-Eagle and the Tier 4 Elementalist used up one life-saving skill after another, Shi Feng executed Light Shadow time and again. After 5 consecutive slashes, Quasi-Eagle and the Elementalist finally fell to the illusory greatsword and transformed into ashes, each of them dropping 2 items as they died. This scene rendered Awakened Abyss and Jade Leaf speechless for a long time. So, this is the power of world creation. 16th Cloud similarly found herself at a loss for words when she saw Quasi-Eagle getting killed in just a few moves. Her party of 3 had previously clashed with the mercenary commander. Despite the 3 of them working together to fight him, they were still at a disadvantage. Yet, Shi Feng had overwhelmed Quasi-Eagle and another Tier 4 expert, who had also broken through the 100% threshold of his mana body. So much that the 2 couldn't even retaliate. Afterward, Shi Feng collected the loot from Wild Hunt, then glanced at 100 Ghosts' group. Awakened Abyss and the dozen or so Tier 4 experts around him shuddered involuntarily. A few of them even stumbled 2 steps back. Shi Feng turned to 16th Cloud and the others. Let's go. Leaving behind the petrified members of 100 Ghosts, Shi Feng led 16th Cloud and the others straight out of the Demon Mist Valley. He's finally gone. Jade Leaf heaved a deep sigh of relief when Shi Feng's group disappeared into the distance. Previously, she thought that Shi Feng would take action against them. Although they weren't afraid of getting killed, losing equipment would still impact them to a certain extent. Black Flame. Awakened Abyss glared at the distant sky. Just you wait. I'll get back at you one day. Although Shi Feng was indeed powerful, he wasn't an invincible existence. This was especially true in the War of Worlds. Let alone Tier 4 world creation experts, even Tier 5 NPCs were incapable of stopping their invasion. Otherwise, so many kingdoms on the eastern continent wouldn't have fallen so soon after the War of Worlds began. Now, while it might seem like both sides had reached a balance, they were merely accumulating their strength. Moreover, it wouldn't be long before the next large-scale operation began. Abyss, you'd better not mess around. Black Flame is much scarier than we initially expected. If you disrupt the Alliance's plans, even Elder Windshadow won't be able to protect you, Jade Leaf warned. What we need to do now is notify the Elder about Black Flame as soon as possible. Although a peerless overlord like Shurfeng couldn't affect the overall situation of the war between the two gods' domains, he could still affect the outcome of some war theaters. I know. Awakened Abyss nodded. After this operation, I'll return to headquarters and apply for a trial slot. You'll apply for the trial now? Isn't it too soon? Jade Leaf asked in surprise. The god's domain they came from was different from this god's domain. Their world had plenty of legacies. One of the more valuable legacies 100 Ghosts possessed was an ancient trial, and the entry slots for this trial were generally reserved for the guild's top talents. However, while this ancient trial could provide significant growth to players, it also came with significant risks. Failure would put players' souls into a weakened state for a long period. Moreover, every top talent in the guild had only one opportunity to challenge this trial. If I can improve my strength now, I can earn more contribution points in the upcoming war. So long as I accumulate enough points, I can just exchange for another trial slot. Awakened Abyss had long considered challenging the ancient trial. The Interstellar Alliance was adamant in acquiring the Eastern continent. Hence, it had offered incredibly lavish rewards to those willing to contribute to this cause. With his status as one of 100 Ghosts' peerless geniuses, acquiring another slot for future use wouldn't be difficult so long as he made enough contributions in the war. His only problem was that he needed to achieve world creation in this trial. Previously, Awakened Abyss had only heard rumors regarding the strength of world creation, but he hadn't known exactly how powerful the ability to create a small world was. However, after seeing Shurfeng's battle, he finally understood the power of world creation. This was why he had decided to challenge the trial ahead of time. Arctic Canyon, Zero Wing City. Several bright flashes appeared above the teleportation array inside Zero Wing City's teleportation hall as Shurfeng's party of 7 teleported into the city. So, this is Zero Wing City? 16th Cloud was astonished when she arrived inside the teleportation hall. What incredibly dense mana! Although she had long since heard rumors that Zero Wing City's mana was extraordinary, she found that the city was even more amazing than the rumors had depicted it to be. Zero Wing City was bustling with people. All sorts of NPC merchants and NPC nobles were walking down the street outside the teleportation hall. She spotted even Tier 4 NPCs wandering the city. If not for her coming to Zero Wing City to sign a partnership contract with Zero Wing on behalf of Shining Tiger, she would have never realized that Zero Wing City was such an amazing place. Phythalia, McCaffrey, and Crimson, which were also shocked by the city. Not only did Zero Wing City possess superior mana to the Starlight Fortresses, but its security standard was also incredible. There were even Tier 4 NPCs patrolling the city. Zero Wing City's security standard was something no other guild city in God's domain could even imagine having. While the various superpowers boasted Tier 4 NPCs of their own, these NPCs were personal guards the various superpowers nurtured. The superpowers treated every one of these NPCs as their most precious combatants, normally using them to defend entire towns or cities single-handedly. However, in Zero Wing City, Tier 4 NPCs were actually tasked with leading patrol squads. Moreover, there wasn't just one such patrol squad patrolling the city streets but many. The Tier 4 NPCs that were precious in the eyes of the various superpowers were no different from cabbages in Zero Wing City. Shurfeng, though, did not find this situation particularly surprising. Zero Wing City was currently the only main guild city in God's domain. It was even situated in the Arctic Canyon, a high-level neutral map. The number of Tier 4 NPCs seeking to develop themselves here would naturally be significant. Hence, Zero Wing City could recruit a group of Tier 4 NPCs to serve as soldiers. Not to mention, Zero Wing City's mana environment rivaled that of the ancient God's domain, making the city even more attractive to Tier 4 NPCs. After all, if one wished to develop themselves further, one would need to improve one's understanding of mana. However, Shurfeng had to admit that Zero Wing City had truly made significant progress while he was gone. Not only had the strength of the city's NPC soldiers improved, but even the players occupying the city had grown stronger. Now, the players here were all Tier 3 or above, with even the lowest leveled among them at level 136. He had even noticed quite a few Tier 4 players in the city. On the way from the teleportation hall to Zero Wing's residence, Shifeng had spotted more than 10 Tier 4 players, which meant that Zero Wing City was even more prosperous than the Starlight Fortress. After all, any player capable of entering Zero Wing City now was a member of either Zero Wing or one of the guild's partners, and this drastically reduced the number of players capable of entering the city. Apart from that, the number of Zero Wing's members present in the city had reached an incredible number. When Zero Wing City was first opened after its promotion to main city, only several tens of thousands of Zero Wing members had entered it. Yet, according to the information Shifeng received from the guild residents, there were more than 500,000 Zero Wing members in the city now. Given that one needed to be at least Tier 3 to operate around Zero Wing City, Zero Wing currently had at least 500,000 Tier 3 players under its command. This number definitely surpassed that of ordinary superpowers by a large margin and rivaled what super guilds had. Guild Leader, this is our guild's latest development report, Liang Jing said with a hint of pride as she handed Shifeng a statistics report. Although a lot of things had occurred on the eastern continent during Shifeng's absence, because of the mobile fortress and 3 guild cities, Zero Wing managed to hurdle most of these problems. In fact, during the War of Worlds, Zero Wing City had practically become a shelter that all players sought to enter. Many annihilated guilds and wandering adventurer teams had chosen to join Zero Wing, which resulted in Zero Wing's member count skyrocketing if not for resource limitations. The guild's member count would have most likely doubled by now. Amazing! Shifeng was astounded when he read the numbers on the report. At present, Zero Wing's total Tier 3 member count already exceeded 800,000, more than 500,000 of which were operating in Zero Wing City. The rest were operating in Stone Forest City, Silverwing City, and the Mobile Fortress. However, this still wasn't the most astonishing part. What was more important was that Zero Wing now had 73 Tier 4 players under its command. This number was even higher than what the average super guild had. For a moment, Shifeng even wondered if he had returned to the wrong guild. After all, super first-rate guilds currently had only a dozen or so Tier 4 players, with stronger ones having 20. Super guilds had only around 30 or 40. Only existences like the 5 great super guilds had over 70 Tier 4 experts. Moreover, according to Liang Jing's report, Zero Wing still had over 40 players stuck inside their respective Tier 4 legacy lands, and half of them were expected to succeed in their promotion. In other words, Zero Wing would soon have over 100 Tier 4 experts under its command. Of course, the main reason Zero Wing could produce such frightening numbers was Zero Wing City's environment. The environment here allowed players to continuously improve their knowledge of and control over mana. Looking at Shifeng's surprised expression, Liang Jing suggested, Guild Leader, several more outer-world superpowers arrived on the eastern continent recently, and some of the eastern continent's superpowers got annihilated as a consequence. I think we should absorb the Tier 3 and Tier 4 players of these fallen superpowers. Since our income of resources has reached a bottleneck, and we can support only so many guild members with what we currently have, I wish to open Zero Wing City further. With the city's advantages, we can easily acquire even more resources. Then we can recruit more experts into Zero Wing. Shifeng nodded in agreement with Liang Jing's suggestion. The War of Worlds was indeed a scary event, but it was also a good opportunity for development. This was because the moment the world passage opened, the players of the two gods' domains were enemies. Not only were players from the two gods' domains incapable of adding each other as friends, but they couldn't communicate with each other through the system, either. In addition, players of the two worlds could kill each other without accumulating any crime value. In fact, native players would even receive gifts and EXP from killing outerworld players, albeit significantly lower EXP than the EXP awarded for killing monsters and NPCs. Most importantly, native players couldn't join outerworld guilds and vice versa. Hence, native forces were the only option available to members of fallen superpowers. We should indeed open Zero Wing City further to the public. Smiling, Shifeng added. Before that, though, we still need to do something. We still need to do something? Liang Jing parroted in confusion. In her opinion, Zero Wing had already done everything possible and reached its current development limit. To expand its forces further, The only option it had was to open up Zero Wing City. As for Zero Wing's other territories, developing them any further was impossible at present. That's right. Nodding, Shifeng took out a document and said, "Prepare the materials on this list for me. I need them immediately." Further opening Zero Wing City to the public was a must. However, before doing so, he needed to complete the intercontinental teleportation array. With it, the city's opening would generate much better results. After Liang Jing left the room to prepare the listed materials, Shifeng finally had time to sort through the loot from the Outer World players. Even the weakest among Quasi-Eagle's group was a Tier 3 player with Tier 4 combat power, so they all possessed excellent equipment, especially those Tier 3 players. If he could gather a complete set of their equipment, he would be able to increase Zero Wing's number of Tier 4 combatants by 1. As Shifeng inspected the loot, he couldn't help feeling some awe at the Outer World players' equipment. Every one of those Tier 3 experts was actually geared in Tier 3 mana set equipment. In the current God's domain, a full set could easily sell for over 10,000 gold. However, compared to the Tier 4 experts' loot, the Tier 3 experts' loot was inferior by a large margin. Even the worst item dropped by the Tier 4 Outer World players was level 150 epic equipment. Some of them had even dropped parts of epic set equipment. Judging by the loot, Shifeng could say with certainty that these Tier 4 Outer World players were using full sets of epic set equipment. Even the current Zero Wing didn't have epic set equipment. Setting aside how rare epic set equipment was, even if one found a way to obtain a set, one would still have to expend an incredible amount of time and manpower to acquire the full set. After all, there was no way to gather a full set just by killing one type of boss monster. One would have to kill multiple types of bosses. Moreover, these bosses were not guaranteed to drop the equipment one desired. In other words, if one didn't kill a large number and variety of bosses, gathering a complete set of epic set equipment would be impossible. Meanwhile, killing a bunch of level 150 mythic ranked bosses was a task that required a large number of Tier 4 players. Of course, one part of an epic set equipment from the Outer World players didn't prove anything. However, Shifeng didn't have just one part but 5. Moreover, this was merely the loot he got from killing Tier 4 experts of an Outer World mercenary group. He could easily imagine how excellent the equipment of the Outer World superpowers Tier 4 experts was and how many Tier 4 experts these superpowers possessed. Otherwise, it would be impossible for a measly mercenary group to gather so much epic set equipment. No wonder the Eastern Continent's superpowers are powerless to retaliate. In terms of equipment standards alone, they are already behind by more than half a year. Not to mention, there is also the massive difference in the number of Tier 4 experts. Shifeng's head ached as he looked at the items before him. Originally, he thought that the difference between Earth's God's domain and the interstellar continent's God's domain lay only in the number of Tier 4 experts and combat techniques they possessed. Now, he found that there was a massive gap even in weapons and equipment. He had to admit that the threat level of the Outer World's players and forces exceeded his expectations. After all, even now, Zero Wing could manufacture only individual pieces of epic equipment. Moreover, the production volume was incredibly low since only a handful of players could make them. And worse, according to the statistics report regarding Zero Wing's Tier 4 members, less than 30% of them were currently equipped with 5 or more pieces of level 150 epic equipment. The rest had only 3 or so pieces of level 150 epic equipment on average. As for epic set equipment, dream on. Zero Wing's Tier 4 experts had that many pieces of level 150 epic equipment mainly because of the Arctic Canyon. In addition, Yenya and Cleansing Whistle had returned from the Ancient God's domain with a large number of level 150 epic equipment. If not for these factors, Zero Wing's Tier 4 experts would be even more poorly equipped right now. However, it wasn't exactly accurate to describe Zero Wing's Tier 4 experts as poorly equipped. At the very least, they were much better equipped than the native superpowers Tier 4 experts. They were only inferior when compared to the Outer World's Tier 4 experts. It seems I'll have to start acquiring some top-tier epic weapons and equipment once I finish setting up the intercontinental teleportation array. Otherwise, even if we have enough Tier 4 experts, we still won't be able to go up against the Outer World's superpowers. While it was indeed important for one to acquire legacy guidances and improve one's control over mana after reaching Tier 4, that didn't mean one could just ignore one's weapons and equipment, After all, there was at least a 20% difference in basic attributes between a full set of disparate epic equipment and a full set of epic set equipment. This difference would become even more significant with amplification by skills and mana control. After Shifeng finished inspecting the weapons and equipment dropped, he set his sights on a shabby, crystalline statue. When he inspected the statue, though, he was stunned. An eternal item. No matter how he looked at the crystalline statue, it appeared ordinary. Yet, when he tried inspecting it, he actually failed to get any information. All he got was a bunch of unknowns. Moreover, when he carefully spread his senses around the statue, he felt an urge to devour this statue, just like when he received the World's Stone from Phoenix Rain. Immediately, Shifeng activated Omniscient Eyes to identify the statue. Due to his mana body having reached the 120% threshold, Omniscient Eyes took less than 30 seconds to finish the appraisal. Origin Statue, Eternal Item, Effect 1, Guides the Principle of All Things. Comma, Effect 2, Indestructible Object, Guides the Principle of All Things? Shifeng was momentarily confused by the item description. The World Stone's description stated that it could stabilize the principle of all things. It had allowed him to log in and out of the game freely while in the ancient god's domain. However, what did the system mean by guiding the principle of all things? Just as Shifeng was wondering about the origin statue's function, Liang Jing contacted him. Guild leader, I've prepared the materials you asked for. I can have them delivered to the teleportation hall now. Okay, I'll head over right away. At Liang Jing's report, Shifeng stopped studying the origin statue in his hand. After casually storing it in his bag, he hurried to the teleportation hall to strengthen the existing teleportation array. Only with the modification could the teleportation array manipulate enough mana to connect with the Western Continent's spatial node and form a stable teleportation channel. And once a stable channel was established, easy travel between the two continents would become possible. He would no longer have to trouble himself with searching for unreliable ancient teleportation arrays. Zero Wing City Battle Arena. The battle arena covered an area of several sports stadiums. Presently, the establishment was crowded with players, and even Tier 4 players were waiting in line to reserve a combat room. The liveliness here was even more exaggerated than the auction houses of imperial capitals. Looking at McCaffrey and Crimson, who had just exited a combat room, Thalia asked curiously, Afray, what do you think of the combat room's effects? Initially, they had visited the Eastern Continent to assist Zero Wing and deepen the relationship between Divine Tribe and Zero Wing. However, after experiencing Zero Wing City's mana, they couldn't suppress their curiosity about the effects of training in such an environment. Hence, they came to this place to sate their curiosity. After all, the battle arena was the only place in Zero Wing City that allowed players to do combat. How should I put it? After pondering for a moment and mentally sorting his words, McCaffrey said, if the Starlight Fortress's training efficiency is a 10, then this place is above 30. Isn't that too much of an exaggeration? Thalia couldn't help feeling skeptical of McCaffrey's evaluation. Although she knew that McCaffrey was an austere person and that Zero Wing City's environment was extraordinary, McCaffrey's evaluation of the city's training effect was simply too exaggerated in her opinion. For players of their caliber, the quality of their training environment would need to be significantly better for them to see any improvements to their training efficiency. Hence, no matter how excellent Zero Wing City's environment was, she couldn't bring herself to believe that someone like McCaffrey would see his training efficiency triple. No, it's not an exaggeration. Commander Thalia, although the mana here isn't misty, when you start manipulating the ambient mana, you'll discover that its density is actually much greater than the mana mist you find in the outside world. Crimson Witch insisted earnestly. If you fight against an expert of the same caliber in this environment, the insights you can get are on a completely different level. This is especially true for your control over mana. I really don't know how Zero Wing accomplished this. They actually managed to let a guild city have such dense mana. You can even view the operating principles of mana with such high clarity. She's right. If I can train here, I'm confident I can further improve my mana body in less than 10 days, McCaffrey said, nodding. He then looked enviously at the Zero Wing members in the building. The Divine Tribe trio had the fortune of visiting Zero Wing City only because they had followed Shurfeng to the eastern continent. If not for Shurfeng granting them access, they wouldn't have been able to enter the city. They also wouldn't have realized how astonishing the city's environment was. Meanwhile, Zero Wing's members could actually enjoy the environment here every day. How could he not envy them? At his current standard, increasing his mana body's completion rate by even 1% was incredibly challenging. Yet, in Zero Wing City, he saw the chance to improve his mana body rapidly. A glimmer appeared in Crimson Witch's eyes as she insisted, "Commander Phythalia, we must recommend establishing a temporary residence in Zero Wing City to the Grand Elders and Guild Leader once we return. It doesn't matter even if we have to pay a significant price. The short-term effects might not be obvious, but the long-term benefits for the guild are absolutely unimaginable. Surpassing the 5 great super guilds might even become possible." Phythalia smiled wryly at Crimson Witch's strong recommendation. "I want to, but once the intercontinental teleportation array is activated, I'm afraid it'll become difficult for Divine Tribe to secure a temporary residence." Once Zero Wing's intercontinental teleportation array began operating, so long as the two continent superpowers were not stupid, they would understand just how valuable Zero Wing City was, not to mention the extraordinary mana environment in this place. She could easily imagine how many superpowers would seek to garrison Zero Wing City at that time. "No, you can't say that, Commander Phythalia." Looking at Phythalia, McCaffrey suddenly smiled and said, "I heard that Black Flame lives in Yuan-Tian City's upper zone. With your family's influence and connections, if you personally paid him a visit, wouldn't he agree to a partnership immediately?" Phythalia was a potential successor of a powerful family based in the upper zone. Her beauty and figure in the real world were also at the level of toppling nations. If she personally visited someone in the upper zone and sincerely proposed a partnership, hardly anyone in the upper zone would refuse her. Upon hearing McCaffrey's suggestion, Crimson Witch nodded in agreement. "You, too," Phythalia sputtered, rendered speechless by her two companions. However, before Phythalia could say anything more, a sudden commotion came from outside the battle arena. Then, the mana in the city grew violent and irritable. When Phythalia and her companions walked out of the lobby, they promptly noticed a tower of light rising from the teleportation hall's direction. "It's done." Shurfeng grew ecstatic as he took in the pillar of light rising from the teleportation array in front of him. Previously, he had indeed been certain that he could strengthen the teleportation array until it could handle enough mana to support a teleportation channel connecting the two continents. However, when he began working, he started to have doubts. After all, the teleportation channel had to span not only the distance between the two continents but also the distance between the western continent's edge and the Starlight Fortress, which was nowhere near the ocean. If the teleportation array didn't have enough mana for this additional distance, it still wouldn't connect with the spatial node in the Starlight Fortress. Fortunately, he succeeded in the end. At this time, Liang Jing called him and asked in a panic, "Guild leader, did something happen on your side?" A pillar of light suddenly came from the teleportation hall. Right now, everyone in the city is talking about it, thinking that something big happened there. The teleportation hall was an important economic resource for Zero Wing City. At the same time, it was the foundation of the city's prosperity. In the absence of a guild residence and the teleportation array, players could only run to the distant Arctic Canyon. If this were to happen, Zero Wing's partner forces and their members would definitely be less enthusiastic about visiting Zero Wing City. "Relax. Everything's fine," Shurfeng said, chuckling. "I just completed the teleportation array connecting the two continents. From now on, we can freely teleport to the western continent from the teleportation hall, and there won't be any restrictions on time or headcount." "We can freely teleport to the western continent?" Liang Jing was momentarily stunned, her mind failing to process Shurfeng's words. Her eyes were wide with disbelief as she looked at Shurfeng's face on the screen. Before the World Passage's activation, connecting the two main continents held great importance only in terms of trade. However, after the World Passage opened, battlefields appeared all over the eastern continent, and massacres became common out in the wild. Due to the chaos and constant threats, many of the Eastern continent's powers and players sought to develop on the Western continent. Unfortunately, there was a limited number of ancient teleportation arrays on the Eastern continent. Even among the superpowers, very few could travel between the two continents. Moreover, even these few superpowers could transport only a small number of elites at a time. Now, Shifeng was telling her that Zero Wing City's teleportation hall could facilitate travel to the Western continent without any restrictions. How could she possibly believe this? If news of this matter were to get out, a tsunami of players would flood Zero Wing City within a day. This function would overturn the situation on the Eastern continent. It was game-changing. Yes, didn't you propose to open Zero Wing further? Smiling, Shifeng said, now that the intercontinental teleportation array is completed, you can announce to the public that Zero Wing City will be fully opened to the public starting today. Our partner and subordinate forces will enjoy a 70% discount on all teleportations. Originally, he had not intended to fully open Zero Wing City so soon. However, the city's development was astonishing, hitting a bottleneck already. To further spread Zero Wing's influence, he could only fully open Zero Wing City to the public. In this way, Zero Wing could attract an ocean of wealth and resources to Zero Wing City, as well as more expert players to the guild. Fully open the city? Guild leader? Isn't this a little too soon? Liang Jing panicked at Shifeng's words. Zero Wing City's present environment and security standards are already enough to drive many players and superpowers wild. Once news that our teleportation hall is connected to the Western continent spreads, we will definitely become a thorn in the eyes of all forces on the Eastern continent. Even the Outer World's forces will probably go nuts over Zero Wing City. Liang Jing didn't even need to think about what would await Zero Wing City if the city were fully open to the public. It would definitely spark massive changes in the entire Eastern continent. No, the entire God's domain. The intensity of the changes would not be the slightest bit inferior to the World Passage's activation. At that time, Zero Wing would become the focal point of the entire God's domain even if it tried to maintain a low profile. With access to such frightening resources and influence, Zero Wing would soon grow into an existence that could surpass even the 5 great super guilds combined. This definitely wasn't an outcome any superpower native or outer world would be willing to see. Hence, as long as news of Zero Wing City's full opening spread, Zero Wing would become the common enemy of all native and outer world superpowers. While Zero Wing had recently grown significantly, it definitely couldn't go up against so many superpowers simultaneously. Not to mention, the outer world superpowers were existences that had successfully destroyed more than a dozen kingdoms. Moreover, the number of Tier 4 NPCs a kingdom commanded far exceeded Zero Wing's number of Tier 4 experts. The royal capitals of NPC kingdoms had stronger defenses than Zero Wing City, yet these cities had still fallen in the end. Of course, a large part of why these kingdoms had fallen was the Outer World's NPC forces. However, nobody could say for certain that the Outer World's players couldn't guide or cooperate with the Outer World's NPC forces to target Zero Wing. Naturally, Shifeng understood Liang Jing's concerns. In an earnest tone, he explained, I understand. But this is a problem we will have to face sooner or later. Thus, we should strike while the iron is hot and strengthen Zero Wing in one fell swoop. If we succeed, we'll have a much better chance at contending with the native and outer world superpowers. Previously, 16th Cloud had provided him with plenty of information regarding the outer world's various forces. Hence, he understood that the main reason the Eastern continent had yet to fall completely was that only a small portion of the outer world's superpowers and NPC forces had crossed the world passage. However, as more time passed, more outer world NPC and player forces were bound to arrive on the Eastern continent. Eventually, Zero Wing would have to go up against these outer world forces. To put it simply, Zero Wing wasn't in a race against the various forces but against time. Under these circumstances, the guild would naturally be better off developing as quickly as possible. Rather than acquiring small amounts of resources and developing slowly in secret, Zero Wing would be better off going big and developing rapidly while the Outer World's forces were still settling down in the Eastern continent. Not to mention, Zero Wing currently had a lot of partner forces already. With these partners, it wouldn't necessarily be impossible for Zero Wing to go up against the native and outerworld superpowers that had yet to develop themselves adequately. This? Liang Jing was momentarily at a loss for words. In her opinion, Shi Feng's decision was simply absurd. However, she didn't have a better suggestion. Relax. I know what I'm doing, Shi Feng consoled when he saw Liang Jing's hesitancy. Just get everything prepared on your side. Also, notify Melancholic and Yulan about this. I'm afraid you three will be very busy in the future. Liang Jing had no choice but to nod helplessly. Shi Feng had always acted more like a figurehead than an actual guild leader. Although he had laid a massive foundation for the guild, he would leave the guild's daily maintenance and operation to others. Naturally, Liang Jing felt incredibly frustrated by this situation, and she frequently wished she could curse him to his face. Deep down, however, she still felt happy and excited for some inexplicable reason. After disconnecting the call, Liang Jing promptly began making the necessary preparations, while Shi Feng headed to Zero Wing City's City Lord's Mansion. City Lord's Mansion, second underground floor, statue room. At this time, apart from Shi Feng, everybody else had been told to leave the room. Shi Feng had also temporarily removed the entry rights for core members and ordered the 2 Tier 4 fine gold guards outside to prevent anyone from approaching the room. Now that my concentration is at Tier 5, and my understanding of and control over mana have reached their limits, it's about time I tried breaking through to Tier 5. Looking at the ancient beast sculpture in front of him, Shi Feng began constructing an entirely new mana body. Although Shi Feng had never tried to create a personalized mana body, he was very confident of success. Now that he had grasped the basic use of mana's various elements and his mana body had reached a 120% completion rate. After spending close to an hour inside the statue room, Shi Feng finished constructing a brand new mana body. Simultaneously, the sound of a system notification entered his ears. System. The strength of the constructed mana body is at 144% of your current mana body. It is not at the Tier 5 standard. Shi Feng revealed a wry smile as he looked at the system notification. Sure enough, constructing a Tier 5 mana body isn't easy. In his opinion, the new mana body he constructed was perfect. He had thoroughly implemented the basic properties of the various elements of mana into his mana body. He had even built an elemental magic array for each element, making it much easier to manipulate the ambient mana. Hence, he never thought that the strength of the new mana body would be at only 144% of his current mana body. From what he heard in his previous life, the requirement for the constructed Tier 5 mana body would depend on the rank of the player's existing mana body. The higher the rank, the lower the requirement. Take the gold mana body, for example. One would need to construct a mana body that was at least 300% stronger to meet the Tier 5 mana body standard. On the other hand, a bronze mana body's owner would need to reach 500% to get promoted to Tier 5. This was why expert players needed to secure the best mana body possible at Tier 3. This decision didn't just relate to the strength of one's mana. It also served as a massive hurdle to reaching Tier 5. If I didn't meet the requirement even with 144%, it seems I'll need to reach at least 200% to get promoted to Tier 5 with an epic mana body. After pondering for a moment, Shi Feng took out the Sword Saint's legacy he had obtained in the ancient god's domain. He then began accepting the legacy guidance in silence. The mana body he constructed just now was already the limit of his current abilities. In his opinion, there were 3 possible reasons behind his failure to meet the requirements. The first was that his control over mana was insufficient. The second was that his understanding of mana was insufficient. The third was that his understanding of mana bodies was insufficient. Shi Feng felt that his control over and understanding of mana had already reached the limits of Tier 4. It should be impossible to improve on them any further. Not to mention, the dragon phantom in the trial had praised his level and even stated that some Tier 5 dragons might not be able to rival him in these 2 aspects. Hence, these 2 aspects were unlikely to be his stumbling block. In that case, the problem should lie with his poor understanding of mana bodies. Meanwhile, solving this problem was simple. Previously, he had refrained from accepting the Sword Saint's legacy guidance because he was afraid of wasting it. Back then, he felt that his foundation was still lacking and that he still needed to accumulate more strength. The stronger he became, the greater his harvest from the legacy guidance. However, his foundation had now grown so sturdy that even Tier 5 adult dragons might not be a match for him. It was the perfect moment for him to accept the Sword Saint's knowledge. Following this, time passed rapidly inside the statue room. A flood of information kept pouring into Shifeng's mind. The more information he browsed through, the brighter his eyes became. Thanks to this information, many of his questions had gotten answered. He also grew increasingly mesmerized by the Sword Saint's knowledge. After the legacy guidance was over, Shifeng stared at the ancient beast sculpture idly, his mind immersed in the knowledge he gained. While Shifeng quietly processed the Sword Saint's legacy guidance, a commotion raged in Zero Wing's guild cities. Just a moment ago, Zero Wing had announced that it would open Zero Wing City to the public. All players could teleport to Zero Wing City via Sky Spring City and enter it from the Arctic Canyon. Everyone who received this piece of news found it to be unbelievable. Awesome! This is great! I heard that you could raise your training efficiency by several times inside Zero Wing City. I never thought that Zero Wing would open such an amazing place to the public. That's not all of it. Did you see the levels of Zero Wing's members? Not that long ago, I was at roughly the same level as their Tier 3 members. Now, they're at least 3 levels above me. The grinding speed in the Arctic Canyon is simply ridiculous. Nowadays, no player on the Eastern continent was unaware of Zero Wing City's existence. However, as Zero Wing had reserved the city for its exclusive use, everyone not affiliated with the guild could only watch in envy from the sidelines. Even the various superpowers were helpless against Zero Wing City. Now that Zero Wing City is open to the public, how could they not feel excited? Less than half an hour after Zero Wing's announcement, practically every native player and player force on the Eastern continent had found out about it. Firewing Empire, Secret Pavilion's headquarters. As the most well-informed transcendental organization in God's domain, the Secret Pavilion was one of the first guilds to learn of Zero Wing City's public opening. It had even found out detailed information, such as Zero Wing City's entrance fee pricing and current player population. Uncle Yuan, it seems Zero Wing finally plans on giving its all. Purple Jade smiled as she read the detailed report in her hands. Looking at Yuan Tianxin, she said, "This development will probably make the Eastern continent's superpowers pretty anxious." At this time, Purple Jade's aura had already undergone a massive transformation. Not only did she give off an otherworldly vibe, but she also exuded an indescribable feeling of sharpness. She was now a level 153, Tier 4 Sword Emperor. The mana she radiated even appeared somewhat misty. If Shifeng were to see her now, he would be surprised. Zero Wing's development has reached a bottleneck. If the War of Worlds did not take place, it might have been able to continue developing quietly for some time. While sorting through the reports spread across his desk, Yuan Tianxin was slightly surprised when reading the news on Zero Wing. However, now that the Outer World players have intruded into the Eastern continent, Zero Wing has to open Zero Wing City to acquire even more resources if it wants to make any further progress. However, it is also a risky move, given Zero Wing's current state. I initially thought Zero Wing would maintain a low profile for a while longer. Black Flames opening the city as soon as he returned was beyond my expectations. I can't help thinking that he is rushing things a little too much. Yuan Tianxin did not doubt that Shifeng had opened Zero Wing City to the public because of the Outer World players' invasion. However, while doing so would allow Zero Wing City to develop rapidly, it would also turn the city into an eyesore. The Outer World superpowers were not as easy to deal with as the Eastern continent's native superpowers. Not to mention, the Outer World superpowers definitely would not wish to see the remnant forces of the native superpowers they defeated flocking to Zero Wing's banner and creating a colossal native power. Previously, the Outer World superpowers had refrained from targeting Zero Wing because the latter had always operated like a turtle, limiting its members' activity to the vicinity of its strongholds. With Zero Wing's guild cities and mobile fortresses' immense defensive capabilities, devouring the guild was a very challenging proposition. The guild cities of other superpowers posed much easier targets. However, now that Zero Wing had fully opened Zero Wing City to the public, Even a fool could foretell the consequences of this action. With the city's massive advantages, Zero Wing would become the strongest and largest guild on the eastern continent. Moreover, it wouldn't take long for this future to come to fruition. Given this situation, although Zero Wing was a tough nut to crack, the outerworld superpowers would still choose to annihilate Zero Wing first for the sake of their future. However, unlike Yuan Tianxin, not only did Purple Jade not feel confused by this situation, but it had even ignited her fighting spirit. Uncle Yuan, since you're free right now, why don't we go take a look at Zero Wing City? I've been thinking of visiting Guild Leader Black Flame. I've improved a lot after returning from that place, but I haven't had a chance to test myself. I can use this chance to ask Guild Leader Black Flame for some guidance and see which one of us has made greater improvements during this period. After she returned from her training, nobody among the secret pavilion's younger generation could match her. Since she had always set Shifeng as her target, she was very curious to see whether she could now defeat him and become God's Domain's #1 swordsman. All right, since you wish to go, I'll go with you. Yuan Tianxin revealed a bitter smile as he took in Purple Jade's spirited look. She had been restless ever since completing her training. However, he also felt that Shifeng would be a good opponent for the current Purple Jade. Afterward, Yuan Tianxin and Purple Jade departed the secret pavilion's headquarters and teleported to Sky Spring City. While the eastern continent was in an uproar over Zero Wing City's opening, inside the city lord's mansion of Zero Wing City, Shifeng's eyes opened abruptly. Amazing, as expected of a complete legacy guidance from an ancient sword saint. After processing the sword saint's legacy guidance, Shifeng finally understood what exactly a complete legacy guidance was. He also understood why Fire Dance would make such significant improvements after experiencing the legacy guidance. The legacy guidance described the properties and usage methods of the various elements of mana in detail and provided a comprehensive introduction to the components and basic applications of the mana body. Although the information provided mainly targeted the swordsman class, it was also beneficial to the other classes. This was especially true for the information on the mana body's components. Of course, if one lacked a good understanding of the fundamental properties of mana's various elements, one would have difficulty understanding all of the information provided. Naturally, one's improvements would also be limited. This was because all of the mana body's basic applications mentioned in the legacy guidance required familiarity with the various elements of mana. My previous considerations for the mana body were too arbitrary. Moreover, they were all modifications based on my existing mana body when the Tier 5 mana body is essentially something completely different. When Shifeng thought about the mana body he previously created, he couldn't help laughing at his ignorance. Why were Tier 5 entities so much more powerful than Tier 4 entities? It was because Tier 5 existences possessed life ratings far superior to Tier 4 existences. The two couldn't even be considered the same type of creature. Yet, he had foolishly tried to use his Tier 4 mana body as a base for his Tier 5 mana body. His idea was fundamentally flawed. Another reason contributing to a Tier 5 existence's strength was their powerful mana. The mana flowing within their bodies was no longer gaseous or misty. Instead, it was liquid. Hence, when constructing a Tier 5 mana body, one had to liquefy their mana. If one couldn't achieve such mana, constructing a Tier 5 mana body would naturally be impossible. After thinking up to this point, Shifeng began his second attempt at constructing his Tier 5 mana body. Liquefying one's mana might be incredibly difficult for others, but it wasn't an impossible task for a Grandmaster Magician like Shifeng. All he needed to do was integrate a magic array that condensed mana within his mana body. Moreover, he had even identified the magic array for this job. The 12-array magic world. The 12-array magic world was an ancient magic array created by a saint. Although its simplicity meant even master magicians could learn it, Shifeng felt that this magic array was incredibly powerful, particularly its ability to improve the mana affinity of those within its range. At the very least, such a feat was still beyond him even now. Shifeng began trying to integrate the 12-array magic world with the mana body he constructed. 1 failure. 2 failures, 3 failures. Time passed rapidly as the number of failures piled up. After an unknown amount of time had gone by with success still nowhere in sight, Feng began to doubt his plan's feasibility. However, just when he considered giving up, system, congratulations! You have successfully constructed a new mana body. The constructed mana body strength is at 336% of your current mana body and has reached the Tier 5 standard. The created mana body is evaluated to be at the epic rank. Do you wish to replace your current mana body with it and get promoted to Tier 5? A Tier 5 epic mana body? Feng was momentarily dumbfounded. He had known that so long as he succeeded, his personalized mana body wouldn't be of low quality. It would reach the gold rank at the very least. However, he never expected that integrating the 12-array magic world into his mana body would yield such an astonishing result. He immediately chose to replace his mana body without hesitation. He had created this mana body out of sheer luck. If he tried recreating it, he wouldn't necessarily achieve a similar standard. Hence, he naturally had to accept it. When Feng chose to replace his existing mana body, the mana within the room practically vanished. His new mana body had drawn even the mana stored within the deep void. Like a hungry beast, his new mana body devoured the mana around it, nourishing itself continuously. This phenomenon lasted for more than a minute before it finally stopped, and the room's mana gradually recovered. Tier 5. So, this is the power of Tier 5. When Feng sensed the frightening power his body exuded effortlessly and the indescribable feeling of omnipotence, he finally understood why even Tier 4 world creation experts couldn't defeat a bona fide Tier 5 existence. He also fully understood the strength and terror of Tier 5 existences. Compared to when he was a Tier 4, the mana flowing inside his mana body was many times denser. The volume of his mana had also increased by more than tenfold. Now, even the world around him was having trouble holding his mana. If even the world of God's domain itself could not withstand the mana of a Tier 5 existence, there was no need to mention the small world created by a Tier 4 world creation expert. Moreover, this wasn't the only factor that made Tier 5 existences powerful. System, congratulations! You have become a Tier 5 Blade Saint, Sword Saint. All basic attributes plus 5,000, all resistances plus 500, mana recovery rate increased by 300%, all physical and magical attacks received that are below Tier 5 will be weakened by 40%. All basic attributes increased by 150%, physique increased by 200%, and reaction speed improved by 100%. Rewarding 200 legacy skill points, he had received a flat increase of only 2,000 points to all basic attributes when he got promoted to Tier 4 yet received a 5,000 point boost for reaching Tier 5. None of his weapons and equipment could provide such a significant amount of basic attributes, not to mention the massive boost to his physique. Right now, even if he replaced all his equipment with bronze equipment, he could still beat up a Tier 4 expert fully geared in epic equipment. In terms of basic attributes, he could match a Tier 4 expert with several pieces of fragmented legendary equipment. Only a legendary weapon could offset this difference. As for legendary equipment, the basic attributes provided would still be slightly insufficient to fill the gap. Of course, basic attributes didn't represent everything. If a Tier 4 expert's combat standards surpassed a Tier 5 expert's, the Tier 4 expert could still emerge victorious in a fight. With this power, I will have no problem fighting even Tier 5 NPCs. After seeing his basic attributes, Feng felt more confident about Zero Wing's future development. His strength and agility attributes both exceeded the 60,000 mark already. Typically, a Tier 4 Berserker fully geared in epic items would have only around 15,000 strength at level 150. And even if the Berserker possessed a top-tier fragmented legendary weapon, the Berserker would only have about 22,000 or 23,000 strength. As for NPCs, according to the research of players in his previous life, a level 180 Tier 5 NPC would have around 70,000 or 80,000 points in their main basic attributes. While Feng was still inferior to Tier 5 NPCs in basic attributes, this difference wasn't impossible to overcome. Moreover, now that he had reached Tier 5, every level up he achieved would significantly boost his basic attributes. With his current equipment, he could easily breach the 80,000 mark once he reached level 180. Not to mention, His combat standards were much superior to the average Tier 5 NPCs. Overall, he was already more than capable of contending with level 180 Tier 5 NPCs. Of course, while he might have the ability to fight Tier 5 NPCs, he wasn't so arrogant as to provoke Tier 5 NPCs. After all, he currently could cope with the most common Tier 5 NPCs, but if a Tier 5 NPC possessed even a single piece of legendary equipment, he would have to avoid them like the plague. It seems I'll have to get Fire and the others to search for some god crystals. In an era where gods had secluded themselves from the world, Tier 5 existences were indeed the apex combatants of God's domain. However, there were still significant differences even among Tier 5s. The possession of legendary weapons and equipment played a vital role in this difference. Only after obtaining a legendary weapon or equipment could a Tier 5 expert enter the leading echelon of Tier 5 existences and walk around God's domain without fear. Such a Tier 5 expert would be an invincible existence short of Tier 6 gods. However, if a Tier 5 expert did not own a legendary weapon or equipment, they would only be second-rate among Tier 5 existences, regardless of any heaven-defying combat standards. While they might be able to contend against Tier 5 experts belonging to the leading echelon, they would never be part of it. Indeed, the difference between having a legendary item and not having one was precisely that massive. In the past, every Tier 5 expert capable of transcending tiers to fight Tier 6 god-ranked experts owned a legendary weapon or equipment, with some even having more than one. If Shifeng wanted to roam God's domain without fear, obtaining a legendary weapon or equipment was of utmost importance. After Shifeng familiarized himself with his Tier 5 mana body, he left the statue room. However, when he stepped into the City Lord's mansion's lobby, he was stupefied by the sight that greeted him. People crowded the room to capacity. Apart from the Zero Wing members maintaining order, the other players in the lobby were members of guilds and adventurer teams. These players were lined up in front of the service counters to rent either a shop or a private house in Zero Wing City. They had bloodshot eyes and frantic looks on their faces as they waited in line. Ariel Lu, if not for the 200 Tier 3 NPCs, 3 Tier 4 NPCs, and many Tier 3 members of Zero Wing maintaining order, a fight would have long since broken out in the lobby. Didn't I tell Liang Jing to raise the rentals for the shops? Did she make a mistake? Shifeng found this scene very puzzling. Anyone who wasn't a fool could tell how popular Zero Wing City currently was. However, Zero Wing City had limited land. Even if it was now a main city, it still didn't have enough land to satisfy the Eastern continent's entire player population. Hence, to maximize Zero Wing's profits, raising rentals was a must. Shifeng approached one of the service counters to inspect Zero Wing City's shop's rental prices. However, what he saw made him gasp. How ruthless is she? Even a small shop located in Zero Wing City's outer area had a rental of 3,000 magic crystals and 600 gold per week, more than double the price Shifeng intended. The amount of magic crystals Liang Jing charged was particularly maddening. Ever since the Outer World players invaded the Eastern continent, magic crystal production had plummeted, and the various native powers had suffered immensely. In Shifeng's opinion, renting a small shop in the city's outskirts for 1,000 magic crystals would already be pushing the envelope. Liang Jing's price of 3,000 magic crystals was no different from daylight robbery. As for the shops located on Zero Wing City's main street, the minimum price was 20,000 magic crystals. One couldn't even use coins to offset part of the rent. Moreover, one had to bid for these shops in an auction. Despite these cutthroat prices, players still filled the City Lord's mansion's lobby. Shifeng found this situation utterly unbelievable. For a moment, he even wondered if magic crystals had suddenly depreciated during his seclusion. Just when Shifeng thought of contacting Liang Jing to ask her about Zero Wing City's situation, he suddenly received a call. The caller was none other than Liang Jing. "Guild leader, can I interrupt you for a moment?" Liang Jing asked anxiously. "Did something happen to Zero Wing City?" Shifeng asked strangely. "No, it's just that the secret pavilions people came to visit. Aside from them, 3 of the 5 great super guilds have sent representatives to us. There are a lot of them, and some of them don't seem to be here with kind intentions," Liang Jing said nervously. "They are waiting in the residence's reception room right now, and they say they must meet with you no matter what. The secret pavilion was a transcendental power, while the 5 great super guilds were godlike existences in the virtual gaming world. If news that 3 of the 5 great super guilds had arrived were to spread, it would cause a sensation. All right, I got it. I'll head over now. Have them wait for a moment. Shifeng chuckled when he heard Liang Jing's words, not at all surprised by this situation. After all, the current Zero Wing City was no ordinary city. What would be strange would be these titans of the gaming world not showing any reaction. He immediately left the city lord's mansion and made his way to Zero Wing's residence. Zero Wing residence, top-floor reception room. As the primary guild residence of a main city, Zero Wing's guild hall was a 30-story tall building almost 200 meters high. One had an unobstructed view of the entire Zero Wing City if one looked out the top-floor reception room's windows. Since Zero Wing City was located in a snowland and backed by the endless sea, the view here was unique for players who often operated around NPC cities surrounded by greenery. Unfortunately, none of the dozen or so people currently seated in the reception room showed any interest in admiring this beautiful scenery. Instead, they focused on sizing up each other. Zero Wing City has attracted a lot of bigwigs. Yuan Tianxin was a little shocked as he observed the room's occupants. Mythology's Grand Elder Situ Qingtian, Netherworld Empire's Grand Elder Nether King Relos, and even the Solar Temple's Honorary Elder Qiang Tianhe. It seems these guilds are serious this time. 3 of the 5 great super guilds had sent representatives to Zero Wing City. Moreover, these representatives were all key figures in their respective guilds' management, individuals fully capable of making decisions on behalf of their respective guilds. Usually, meeting even one of these individuals would be challenging. Yet, 3 of them had gathered in Zero Wing City. However, Yuan Tianxin's surprise didn't last too long. After all, Zero Wing had created too huge a scene this time. The 5 great super guilds could no longer ignore it. At this stage of the game, there was probably no guild uninterested in a teleportation array that could facilitate unrestricted travel between the 2 main continents. The ongoing War of Worlds only served to make this intercontinental teleportation array even more precious. If not for another important matter occupying the secret pavilion's guild leader, Yuan Tianxin wouldn't be the one sitting in this room, representing the secret pavilion. Netherworld Empire sure moved fast. It has been active only on the western continent all this time, yet it sent an old guy like the Nether King here, Matt of Mythology said, surprise appearing in his eyes as he looked at a bald old man in a white robe. It hasn't been long since I last met him. Yet this old guy's strength has already improved so much. The mana he's radiating has nearly doubled in density. I also see 2 new pieces of equipment on him. That's normal. He wouldn't have given Odin so much trouble if he hasn't made any significant improvements after all this time. Situ Qingtian, the white-haired old man seated beside Matt, said calmly. He then glanced at the masked young man standing behind Relos and continued. That masked kid behind Nether King, though, is quite something. Although I can't say for certain, he shouldn't be any weaker than Prosciutto. Surprised by Situ Qingtian's assessment, Matt looked toward the masked youth and asked, is he that strong? The Silver Ghost Prosciutto was already the strongest among Mythology's younger generation. Not only did he possess excellent equipment, but his mana body had even exceeded the 110% completion rate already. Now, only a handful of people within the guild could defeat him. After hearing Situ Qingtian's assessment, Cold Shadow, who sat on the elderly man's other side, also looked at the masked youth in surprise. Situ Qingtian had instructed countless students, and his insight was many times superior to that of youngsters like Matt and herself. Since Situ Qingtian had given the masked youth such an evaluation, the youth definitely couldn't be underestimated. It's not just that masked kid. The long-haired kid sitting beside Qiang Tianhe isn't any weaker, either, Situ Qingtian said, smiling as he looked at the long-haired male youth seated some distance away from him. I have to say that times have changed. He looks to be around 26 or 27 years old, yet he has already reached the peak of the domain realm's 2nd step. It's been 3 decades since I last saw such talent. When Situ Qingtian finished speaking, Cold Shadow was surprised again. Even now, she was barely touching the fringes of the domain realm's 2nd step, and it would still take a lot of time and effort for her to reach it, let alone climb to the peak of the second step. Experts capable of reaching this step were as rare as a phoenix's feather in the virtual gaming industry. If such an expert could take one more step forward, they would become an existence standing at the very apex of God's domain. Situ Qingtian did not lower his voice when speaking. He also didn't talk through a private channel. Hence, every Tier 4 expert in the reception room heard his words loud and clear. RO0, all of the youths present, including Purple Jade and Netherworld Empire's masked youth, turned reflexively to look at the long-haired youth carrying the blood-red greatsword, their eyes full of fighting spirit. Situ Qingtian, you're still the same gossipy bastard as before, Chiang Tianhe said, glaring at Situ Qingtian. While our kid has indeed made a breakthrough recently, do you think I can't see through that young lass beside you? If I'm not mistaken, she has at least 4 fragmented legendary items on her, right? As soon as Chiang Tianhe finished speaking, everyone's head snapped toward Cold Shadow. The masked youth and the long-haired youth, in particular, looked at her with fiery gazes. Nowadays, epic weapons and equipment were a lot more common in God's domain. Fragmented legendary items, on the other hand, were still incredibly rare even for the various superpowers. Even in Netherworld Empire and Solar Temple, less than 30% of their Tier 4 experts had even one fragmented legendary item, while their Grand Elders would be fortunate to have 1 or 2 fragmented legendary items. Yet, Chiang Tianhe had revealed that Cold Shadow owned at least 4 fragmented legendary items. How could they not envy her? After reaching their level, every fragmented legendary item could provide them with significant improvements. The total improvement 4 fragmented legendary items could provide would be massive. This old bastard, Cold Shadow glared at Chiang Tianhe. A display of talent would, at most, make others envious. However, weapons and equipment were a different story. Unlike talent, others could snatch these items. With her current strength, she wouldn't stand a chance if 2 or more of the people present attacked her. After all, every person in the room was a bona fide monster. Looking at Cold Shadow, Chiang Tianhe smiled and asked, "What is it? Do you wish to take action, young lass?" Chiang Tianhe, glaring at Chiang Tianhe coldly, Situ Qingtian threatened, "Do you think we won't dare make a move?" Immediately, the atmosphere in the room solidified, an indescribable sense of coldness spreading throughout the room. At this development, the members of Mythology and Solar Temple instinctively gripped their weapons. If an ordinary Tier 4 expert were to stand in this heavy atmosphere, they would most likely break out in a cold sweat and flee the scene immediately. What rotten luck! Just what are these people trying to do? Yuan Tianxin grew a little nervous as he looked at the members of the 2 super guilds. Mythologies and Solar Temple's Tier 4 experts were far from ordinary. This was especially true for Situ Qingtian and Chiang Tianhe. A fight between them would be a calamity. The others in the room might even become collateral damage if things got too out of hand. To make matters worse, Netherworld Empire's members also showed signs of restlessness. Evidently, if Mythology and Solar Temple fought, Netherworld Empire wouldn't mind joining in the fray. Just as a fight was about to ensue, the woman standing by the room's door all this time suddenly stepped forward. She was none other than Fire Dance. At this time, not only was Fire Dance at level 155 already, but the quality of the mana she radiated was also much more powerful than when she first entered the statue room. Looking at the members of Mythology and Solar Temple, Fire Dance warned, "Everyone, this is Zero Wings territory. Fighting is forbidden here. I ask you to show Zero Wing some respect." "Show Zero Wing respect?" Glancing at Fire Dance, Chiang Tianhe said nonchalantly, "Sure. As long as you can get Situ to shut up, I won't have any problems. Not one to fall behind." Situ Qingtian looked at Fire Dance and said, "Young lady, this old man isn't trying to disrespect Zero Wing, but Chiang Tianhe has gone too far. So long as you can get that old ghost to apologize to us, we won't take any direct action." The 2 old men's rejoinders rendered Yuan Tianxin and Purple Jade speechless. Fire Dance was indeed powerful, but she was still slightly weaker than the 2 old men. At most, she could contend against the younger generation of Mythology and Solar Temple. Hence, It was impossible for her to silence the two guilds all by herself. Moreover, based on the words spoken by Chiang Tianhe and Situ Qingtian, the two of them were clearly trying to make a show of power to Zero Wing. If Fire Dance failed to deal with this situation appropriately, she would make a fool of herself and Zero Wing. However, without any hesitation, Fire Dance calmly told the two old men, "If you two refuse to give up, then please leave Zero Wing City. Zero Wing does not welcome such guests." Fire Dance's words resounded like thunder in the reception room, causing silence to descend on the room momentarily. Yuan Tianxin and Purple Jade also stared at Fire Dance reflexively. Has she lost her mind? Both Situ Qingtian and Chiang Tianhe were big shots who spoke and acted on behalf of their respective guilds. The two had behaved rudely to show off their power and gain an advantage in their upcoming negotiations with Zero Wing, but Fire Dance's words cornered them. They couldn't back down without harming their reputation. If these two old men got angry for real, the consequences would be unimaginable. Although Zero Wing City had many Tier 4 players and NPCs defending it, if the two old men were intent on making a ruckus, it would take a long time for the city to suppress them. They might even escape capture. After all, this wasn't the first time they had done such a thing. Most importantly, the two of them represented Mythology and Solar Temple, two of the 5 great super guilds. Moreover, compared to the other 3, these 2 super guilds held far greater influence on the eastern continent. The 2 guilds might currently be incapable of retaliating against Zero Wing, but as holders of reserve seats for God's Domain's 12 great guilds, they could ruin the Twin Towers Kingdom and Star Moon Kingdom with just a word. Now that the Outer World's forces were rapidly expanding their influence, the NPC kingdoms and empires had limited combat power to spare. As a result, the united army these countries formed couldn't protect every kingdom on the continent. With the resumption of the war imminent, if Mythology and Solar Temple requested the NPC forces not to defend the Twin Towers Kingdom and Star Moon Kingdom, the 2 kingdoms would face swift destruction. Without the support of these 2 kingdoms, even if Zero Wing had Zero Wing City and the ability to teleport between the 2 continents, its income would still plummet. This was because most of the independent players and guild players visiting Zero Wing City could reach the city only via Sky Spring City's teleportation hall. It wasn't possible to teleport to Zero Wing City from other NPC cities. If Sky Spring City disappeared, these players would naturally lose the means to teleport to Zero Wing City. Meanwhile, Zero Wing couldn't garrison any other NPC city at this time. The special rights Zero Wing received from the War God's Temple as a reward from the reserve seat competition were a one-time privilege. If Zero Wing wished to garrison another NPC city, it would have to become a reserve for God's Domain's 12 great guilds. However, this wasn't possible right now. This was also precisely the reason Mythology, a guild that had been suppressing Zero Wing all this time, dared to come to Zero Wing's doorsteps and negotiate for partnership. The next moment, Situ Qingtian and Chiang Tianhe turned to Fire Dance, a hint of coldness and playfulness in their eyes. "Little girl, we traveled a long distance to come to negotiate a partnership with Zero Wing. Is this how Zero Wing treats its guests?" Situ Qingtian asked as he visually inspected Fire Dance. Revealing a faint smile, he continued, "If Zero Wing doesn't wish to partner with Mythology, Mythology will naturally find it unfortunate and frustrating. However, if Zero Wing comes across difficulties in the future, don't blame Mythology for not helping." Situ's words might not sound nice, but they are logical. Chiang Tianhe also looked at Fire Dance and said in a deep voice, "We came here with kind intentions. Now that the Outer World's forces have invaded the Eastern continent, only by cooperating will we be able to stop their advance. If we separate on bad terms here, the Twin Towers Kingdom and Star Moon Kingdom will suffer." When Fire Dance heard the 2 elderly men's words, her complexion sank. She never expected the 2 of them to suddenly stand on the same side and work together to pressure Zero Wing. Seeing Fire Dance's grim expression, Situ Qingtian chuckled and said, "I know you have your own difficulties, young lady. I'm sure you just made an unintentional mistake just now. Your words represent only your thoughts, right?" At this time, Situ Qingtian did not dare to truly offend Zero Wing. After all, the benefits of Zero Wing City were too great to pass on. However, he still had to teach Fire Dance a lesson, and let her know that she couldn't provoke just anyone in God's domain. Jiang Tianhe, who remained seated, nodded and chimed in, "That's right. There are some things you can't say arbitrarily, little girl. Elders like us might be able to ignore such a transgression. But if it were anyone else, your words would have severe consequences." Nether King Relos shook his head and sighed at this situation. Fire Dance was too young. Because of her inexperience, she had failed to notice that Situ Qingtian and Qiang Tianhe had aimed for such an outcome right from the very beginning. They had deliberately made a commotion in the reception room in the hopes of hooking Fire Dance. Now that she had taken action on Zero Wing's behalf, she was bound to suffer humiliation. Driving away Mythologies and Solar Temple's members wouldn't be possible unless Zero Wing was willing to abandon the profits of the Twin Towers Kingdom and Star Moon Kingdom. Just when Fire Dance was at a loss as to what to say, the doors to the reception room suddenly opened. A tall figure then entered, looked at Situ Qingtian and Qiang Tianhe, and demanded coldly, "Do you old fools think Zero Wing's main force commander cannot represent Zero Wing? Or do you think Zero Wing is a pushover? I can tell you now that Fire Dance's previous words represent my will. You may leave now." Shi Feng did not speak loudly, but a bone-chilling cold enveloped the entire room at his words. Situ Qingtian and Qiang Tianhe, in particular, were dumbfounded. Even Relos, who had been a spectator all this time, was stunned. He never thought that Shi Feng would chase off Mythology and Solar Temple without any negotiations. "Guild leader Black Flame, aren't you going a little too far?" Situ Qingtian asked in a cold voice. "Our two guilds have come in sincerity. Are you going to abandon the Twin Towers Kingdom and Star Moon Kingdom just because of a little girl's few words?" At this time, Qiang Tianhe interjected hurriedly, "Guild leader Black Flame, must you take things so seriously? We were merely making a joke." "Abandonment is a joke?" Looking at the two elderly men before him, Shi Feng sneered. "You two think too highly of yourselves. I'll give you 5 seconds to leave. Otherwise, I'll send you back myself." Shi Feng's words shocked everyone present once more. Is he really going to do that? When Yuan Tianxin looked at Shi Feng, he felt that Shi Feng was even crazier than Fire Dance. Fire Dance had merely acted to preserve Zero Wing's reputation. However, Shi Feng was blatantly declaring war on Mythology and Solar Temple. After this declaration, even if Situ Qingtian and Qiang Tianhe previously wanted to pursue negotiations for a partnership, they wouldn't do so anymore. "Good. Very good." Situ Qingtian suddenly smiled as he looked at Shi Feng. "This old man admires your will to make an enemy out of Mythology and abandon 2 kingdoms. However, I'm curious to see how you plan on sending this old man back." After saying so, Situ Qingtian stood up and unsheathed the dark greatsword slung on his back. Simultaneously, not only did his body radiate a frightening aura, but the mana surrounding him also took on a near-liquid form, sparkling as it circled his silvery gray armor. Sensing the pressure he radiated, Fire Dance and the other youngsters in the room subconsciously took a step back. As expected of this old bastard, his mana body has broken through the 115% threshold. He can probably hold his own against even a superior mythic monster of the same level now. Relos was astonished when he sensed Situ Qingtian's unparalleled aura. "Everyone has been saying that you are God's domain's strongest, guild leader Black Flame. This old man has been curious about the validity of this rumor for a long time now." After Situ Qingtian unleashed his aura, Qiang Tianhe, who sat nearby, also stood up and raised a crimson staff. The white robe he wore instantly transformed into a robe of flames, making it seem as if the god of fire had just descended to the mortal world. The aura he radiated was not the slightest bit inferior to Situ Qingtian's, and his level had even surpassed Situ Qingtian by 1, at level 154 already. Amazing! So, these are the apex combatants of these 2 super guilds? Yuan Tianxin was astounded as he looked at Situ Qingtian and Qiang Tianhe. Under normal circumstances, the average Tier 4 expert would have difficulty fleeing from a superior mythic monster of the same level, let alone fighting one. Yet, these 2 elderly men now radiated an aura rivaling that of a superior mythic monster of the same level. Their combat power ranked at the very top of God's domain at this stage of the game. Now, even a dozen Tier 4 experts working together would most likely have difficulty suppressing Situ Qingtian and Qiang Tianhe. Not to mention, the two's combat standards were incredibly close to reaching the beyond domain realm. Let's see how you recover from this now. Black Flame, Cold Shadow, who now stood at a side, grew excited when she saw that Situ Qingtian and Qiang Tianhe intended to take action. She might not know precisely how powerful Qiang Tianhe was, but she knew how powerful Situ Qingtian was. Moreover, it had been a long time since she had seen Situ Qingtian take action. With the two of them working together, even a monster like Shifeng would have difficulty defeating them within a short period. A fight between Shifeng, dubbed God's domain's strongest expert, and two legendary figures in the virtual gaming industry deserved to be called an apex battle in God's domain. If both sides fought for a sufficiently long time, she might gain enough insight to improve her combat standards further. Cold Shadow wasn't the only person with such thoughts. Purple Jade, Netherworld Empire's masked youth, and Solar Temple's long-haired youth were similarly curious to see how this fight would play out. Since you two want me to send you back, I'll grant you your wish. After glancing at the two elderly men, Shifeng stopped concealing his aura and mana. Immediately, the space within the room froze, a stifling pressure enveloping everyone. Even Situ Qingtian and Qiang Tianhe subconsciously stumbled 2 steps back, their eyes filled with fear and confusion as they gaped at Shifeng. Tier 5? The same question simultaneously ran through the minds of the two elderly men. However, before they could respond to the situation, Shifeng suddenly appeared before them, his movements so fast that it seemed as if he had split into two. Shifeng then stabbed their hearts with his sword. Afterward, Shifeng returned to one entity, now standing quietly by the window wall behind the two elderly men. And before anyone realized what had happened, the sword in his hand was already back in its sheath, as if Shifeng had never drawn it. Meanwhile, Situ Qingtian's and Qiang Tianhe's HPs, which exceeded 10 million, had zeroed out by the time everyone realized what was going on. The two's bodies then collapsed to the ground, neither managing to react from start to finish. They're dead. The spectators in the room were stunned to see Situ Qingtian and Qiang Tianhe collapsing to the floor, their minds failing to process the situation. Cold Shadow and the long-haired youth from Solar Temple, in particular, appeared petrified, their bodies remaining utterly motionless as they stared at the two sprawled corpses. How is this possible? The instructor failed to endure even a single hit. Compared to everyone else present, Cold Shadow and the long-haired youth had a much better understanding of Situ Qingtian's and Qiang Tianhe's strengths. Setting aside the fact that the two elderly men had combat standards close to the beyond domain realm, just their basic attributes and mana bodies were more than enough for them to combat superior mythic monsters of the same level. Despite being so monstrously powerful, Situ Qingtian and Qiang Tianhe had failed to mount even the slightest bit of resistance to Shifeng before dying. This was simply unbelievable. Yuan Tianxin and Purple Jade were similarly astonished at this situation, their minds unable to recover from the shock even after a long time. They had expected a heaven-defying battle, and even felt that Shifeng had been unwise to provoke Situ Qingtian and Qiang Tianhe. After all, if these two superior mythic equivalents went all out, destroying Zero Wing's residence wouldn't be impossible for them. Even if Shifeng eventually succeeded in killing them, Zero Wing would still have to pay a significant price. Yet now, however, unlike everyone else present, Nether King Relos's attention wasn't on Situ Qingtian's and Qiang Tianhe's corpses. Instead, he stared at Shifeng's figure standing calmly by the window wall, his eyes wide with fear and horror. A Tier 5 Sword Saint? Although it was only an instant, Relos had felt unprecedented fear overwhelming his body when Shifeng executed his attack. That spine-chilling fear hadn't come from just witnessing Shifeng's frightening power. Instead, it was an instinctive, bone-deep fear. Relos was no ordinary Tier 4 player. He was someone who had developed his mana body to an incredible extent. If he were facing a player of the same tier, his body wouldn't have such a reaction. The only way Relos could explain this situation was that Shifeng was no longer a Tier 4 player. Instead, Shifeng was already a Tier 5 Sword Saint. Although Relos had subconsciously muttered to himself, he had not done so on a private channel. Hence, no matter how soft his voice had been, the Tier 4 experts present heard him loud and clear. Tier 5. Everyone turned toward Shifeng one after another. Previously, they had been so shocked by Situ Qingtian's and Qiang Tianhe's deaths that they had forgotten about Shifeng's existence and the brief stagnation and fear they had felt. How is this possible? He's reached Tier 5 already. Cold Shadow and the long-haired youth wore grim expressions as they looked at Shifeng, their minds in denial. Shifeng no longer concealed his power. Hence, everyone in the room could feel tremendous pressure originating from a difference in life rating. Shifeng's life rating was something no Tier 4 player could possess, no matter what. If a Tier 4 player's life rating were equated to a bonfire, then Shifeng's life rating was like the scorching sun. Unless he deliberately suppressed and concealed his life rating, there was no way anybody could fail to notice it. Is this why he dares to ignore the two super guilds? When Yuan Tianxin looked at Situ Qingtian's and Qiang Tianhe's corpses, and then at Shifeng's nonchalance, the shock in his heart multiplied exponentially. Meanwhile, Purple Jade was at a loss for words, a complicated expression on her face. She had come to Zero Wing City to determine her growth and whether she could catch up to Shifeng, however, let alone catching up. The two of them weren't even standing on the same playing field anymore. Tier 5. In the current era, Tier 5 existences were already considered the apex existences of God's domain. They were capable of single-handedly destroying an entire kingdom, monsters that no current Tier 4 player could hope to go up against. Guild Leader. Fire Dance's eyes brimmed with jubilation and shock when she looked at Shifeng. This revelation was too shocking. If Zero Wing still had to be fearful of the 5 great super guilds before, then it could now ignore their existence. After all, the gap between Tier 4 and Tier 5 was utterly massive. Even if the 5 great super guilds had many monstrously strong players and even individuals at the Beyond Domain realm, none of them would be a match for a Tier 5 existence. Unless the 5 great super guilds similarly produced a Tier 5 expert, it wouldn't matter even if they attacked Zero Wing with a large number of Tier 4 experts. Not to mention, destroying a guild city was child's play for a Tier 5 player. Only a main city-level guild city could repulse a Tier 5. Moreover, if one didn't have any means of retaliation, even a main city would eventually fall to a Tier 5 player. While Fire Dance was inwardly celebrating Shifeng's achievement, Shifeng turned his sights to Cold Shadow and the long-haired youth from Solar Temple. He then said calmly, "I only dealt a small punishment to the two of them today. If your two guilds pull such a stunt one more time, I won't mind visiting your headquarters." Cold Shadow and the long-haired youth did not have any thoughts of refuting Shifeng. They promptly left the reception room, together with their guild members. Netherworld Empires and Secret Pavilions members quietly watched with complicated feelings as the two super guilds members left. Before, they had been treating Zero Wing as just another superpower. However, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call Zero Wing the #1 guild of God's domain now. Not only did Zero Wing possess a Tier 5 Sword Saint, but it even had a holy land like Zero Wing City. At this point, even the 5 great super guilds couldn't hope to compete with it. Given enough time, Zero Wing was sure to become God's domain's #1 guild. At this point, Relos suddenly stood up from his seat, approached Shifeng, and said respectfully, "Guild Leader Black Flame, I, Relos, wish to establish a partnership with Zero Wing on behalf of Netherworld Empire. We do not want much. We only need 1 temporary guild residence in Zero Wing City. In return, Netherworld Empire will provide Zero Wing with resources and business connections in the Western continent. We will also establish a military alliance with Zero Wing to resist the Outer World players. May I know what you think of this proposal, Guild Leader Black Flame?" Although Relos's respectful demeanor and sincere offer might seem surprising to others, the masked youth from Netherworld Empire and Yuan Tianxin did not find this situation unexpected at all. While reaching Tier 5 might not be impossible for an expert like Relos, it would still be incredibly challenging. This was because the promotion to Tier 5 had nothing to do with a player's combat standards. Instead, It depended entirely on one's control over and understanding of mana and the ability to construct a Tier 5 mana body. Before reaching Tier 5 himself, Relos would only be seeking death if he behaved arrogantly in front of a Tier 5 existence. Not one to fall behind, Yuan Tianxin also extended a similar partnership offer on behalf of the Secret Pavilion. The only difference was that the Secret Pavilion would only help defend Zero Wing City and Stone Forest City. It would not take part in any other battles. Sure, I can agree to your conditions, Shifeng said after hearing the two guilds' offers. However, I have an additional condition. Upon receiving this encouraging response, Relos grew a little excited and prompted, "Please speak, Guild Leader Black Flame." Initially, Relos thought that Shifeng wouldn't agree to his offer and would choose to monopolize Zero Wing City's resources. Shifeng's willingness to negotiate was a positive outcome. Yuan Tianxin also nodded in agreement with Relos's words. Shifeng smiled and said, "My condition is simple: a complete guild legacy. If your two guilds can provide me with your complete guild legacies, I can give you temporary residences in Zero Wing City immediately." Zero Wing was not lacking in resources at the moment. So long as Zero Wing City remained standing, the guild would have no trouble acquiring resources. However, a guild's development did not rely solely on resources. It also needed manpower and talents. Hence, acquiring a complete guild legacy was of utmost importance for Zero Wing. Only with a complete guild legacy could Zero Wing reliably nurture its experts to the domain realm. "Okay, I agree to your condition on Netherworld Empire's behalf," Relos answered without hesitation. Upon hearing Relos's response, Yuan Tianxin gritted his teeth and said, "The Secret Pavilion has no problem with this, either." When Shifeng heard the two guilds' positive replies, he inwardly sighed in relief. After all, a guild legacy was the root of a guild. Many guilds would rather face annihilation than share their guild legacy. He then nodded and said, "Good. I wish our three guilds a happy partnership from now on." Shortly afterward, Shifeng signed a contract with the Secret Pavilion and Netherworld Empire, taking an essential step toward Zero Wing's becoming God's Domain's #1 guild. As Shifeng concluded his discussion with the two guilds, news of his promotion to Tier 5 and his killing Situ Qingtian and Qiang Tianhe in Zero Wing City quickly spread and reached the ears of God's Domain's various powers. For a time, the entire God's Domain was in an uproar. Zero Wing City, Battle Arena. Guild Leader Black Flame has been promoted to Tier 5? 16th Cloud was stunned when she read the report she received. Looking at Sorrowful Silence, she asked, "Have you verified this?" Although quite a number of God's Domain's Void Realm experts had gotten promoted to Tier 4 already, with Domain Realm experts even making considerable progress in developing their mana bodies, everyone was still a long way from reaching Tier 5. Creating a Tier 5 mana body was an entirely different matter from improving the completion rate of one's mana body. Since most Tier 4 experts hadn't even developed their mana bodies to a significant extent, getting promoted to Tier 5 shouldn't be possible. Hence, 16th Cloud found it truly hard to believe that Shifeng had already reached Tier 5. However, instead of getting the answer she hoped for, Sorrowful Silence nodded solemnly. He then said in a shocked voice, "Yes, I happened to be in another reception room at the time, negotiating with Zero Wing's representative for a long-term lease of the Battle Arena's combat rooms. My room was quite close to the reception room used to host the Secret Pavilion and the three super guilds. Every Zero Wing member on the floor reacted strongly. I also saw Mythologies and Solar Temple's members leave the residence, looking grim. In reality, Sorrowful Silence didn't just hear about Shifeng's promotion to Tier 5 from Zero Wing's members. He had also personally experienced the frightening aura Shifeng had exuded. Despite being in an entirely different room, he had still sensed that aura clearly, and it had been much stronger than the auras of the Tier 5 NPCs he had come across before. Of course, the Tier 5 NPCs Sorrowful Silence met previously had never displayed any killing intent. They had even been actively suppressing their auras. In comparison, Shifeng had not held anything back when he attacked Situ Qingtian and Qiang Tianhe. This was why Sorrowful Silence was confident Shifeng had reached Tier 5. "This is interesting," 16th Cloud revealed a hint of joy and excitement after hearing Sorrowful Silence's confirmation. Now that Zero Wing has a Tier 5 combatant and open Zero Wing City to the public, the Eastern Continent's status quo will get reshuffled. That's right. Thank goodness we're already strategic allies with Zero Wing, Sorrowful Silence said, nodding in agreement with 16th Cloud. Tier 5 existences were different from Tier 4 existences. Tier 4 players couldn't capture a guild city all by themselves. That was a task that required a large number of Tier 4 players. When Tier 4 players were still scarce, Zero Wing might have been able to pose a significant threat to the various superpowers, but it didn't threaten their roots. However, the situation had changed. A Tier 5 player could effortlessly capture a guild city, even a superpower's headquarters, which meant that Zero Wing had the power to uproot and destroy superpowers. Moreover, now that Zero Wing's expert count had skyrocketed, it was entirely capable of expanding its territory and occupying more guild cities. It wouldn't face a manpower shortage even if it captured 5 or 6 more guild cities. When the Eastern Continent's various powers received this piece of news, the superpowers that had always been working against Zero Wing fell into an awkward situation. This was especially true for Starlink. Upon learning about Shurfeng's promotion to Tier 5, Starlink's executives all had ashen complexions. Inside the guild leader's office of Starlink's residence in the Dark Knight Empire, Commander, now that Black Flame has gotten promoted to Tier 5, he definitely won't spare Starlink. Should we migrate our experts to the Western Continent now? A level 150, Tier 4 female ranger suggested as she looked at the handsome youth quietly reading documents in the office. How many times have I told you to refer to me as guild leader? I am no longer just the commander of Tremorous Clown but Starlink's guild leader as well, Lu Tiandi said as he glanced at the enchanting female ranger. Yes, guild leader, the ranger responded calmly as she looked at Lu Tiandi. She then repeated, should we migrate now? That won't be necessary. Looking at the report in his hands, Lu Tiandi explained nonchalantly. Black Flame's promotion to Tier 5 is indeed a big problem for us, but there's no need for us to be afraid of him yet. The Eastern Continent's situation is no longer the same as before. The Outer World's forces are Zero Wing's biggest problem. Black Flame's promotion to Tier 5 should pose a considerable headache for those Outer World players. Moreover, Zero Wing has severed all chances of friendly relations with Mythology and Solar Temple. In the next war, the Eastern Continent's native NPC forces will definitely not provide Star Moon Kingdom and the Twin Towers Kingdom with any support. At that time, Zero Wing might not even be able to defend its own guild cities, let alone target other forces. If I were Black Flame, I wouldn't have exposed myself as a Tier 5 so soon and become a target for the Outer World forces. Instead, I would focus on raiding dungeons and world bosses to raise my guild's strength. God's Domain isn't a single-player game. A single Tier 5 player cannot stop all of the Outer World's NPC forces. The enchanting ranger's eyes brightened at Lu Tiandi's words. Doesn't this mean we have a chance? We can forget about Silverwing City since the Outer World forces will capture it. On the other hand, we can get our hands on Stone Forest City since it is close to the Dark Knight Empire. Even if Black Flame is Tier 5, he can defend only one location at a time. Once the war resumes, he'll be preoccupied with Zero Wing City. At that time, we can find an opportunity to secure Stone Forest City, Lu Tiandi said, smiling. However, this isn't something we can accomplish alone. Go and contact the superpowers that have a grudge against Zero Wing now. I believe they will be more than willing to come on board this plan. Yes, sir. The ranger nodded. While God's Domain's various powers were reeling from the news of Shurfeng's promotion to Tier 5 and preparing countermeasures, Shurfeng had finalized his discussion with the Secret Pavilion and Netherworld Empire over the specifics of their partnership. Guild leader, now that we have the 2 guild legacies, we can probably nurture a batch of Void Realm experts and possibly Domain Realm experts within a short period, Fire Dance said. When she thought about how the Secret Pavilion and Netherworld Empire would be sending all their information on the Realms of Refinement to Zero Wing's headquarters tomorrow, she couldn't help feeling excited. Although the guild legacy Zero Wing received from Unyielding Soul previously was indeed valuable, the information provided allowed Zero Wing to nurture experts only to the Flowing Water Realm at a reliable rate. it was still a far cry from a complete guild legacy. After all, only Void Realm experts could serve as a superpower's mainstay. Zero Wing had far too few of such peak experts. The only reason Zero Wing managed to produce as many Tier 4 experts as it had now was the various gods' domain legacies and excellent training environment the guild possessed. Even then, these Tier 4 experts could only rank among the lower rungs of Tier 4 players. That's right. Shifeng nodded. He similarly felt happy over this matter. Only when Zero Wing possessed a complete guild legacy of its own could it become a true titan in God's domain. Once the guild had the secret pavilions and Netherworld Empire's guild legacies, it would no longer have to worry about lacking peak experts. Zero Wing could also recruit more talented players since these talents would no longer have to worry about Zero Wing lacking a guild legacy. Guild leader, what should we do next? Fire Dance asked. Now that we've become enemies with Mythology and Solar Temple, the Outer World forces will target Starmoon Kingdom and the Twin Towers Kingdom once the war resumes. Should we start withdrawing our forces from those two kingdoms? Mythology and Solar Temple held significant influence in the Eastern continent. It was also certain that the Outer World forces would target Zero Wing. However, with Zero Wing's current strength, defending Starmoon Kingdom and the Twin Towers Kingdom wouldn't be feasible. To reduce Zero Wing's losses, the guild ought to begin pulling its forces out of these two kingdoms as soon as possible. Next, chuckling, Shifeng said, "Go and gather all of the guild's Tier 4s now." Gather all of the guild's Tier 48? Shifeng's command confused Fire Dance. With the imminent war, what they should do was relocate the mobile fortress and Silverwing City. Otherwise, once the Outer World's NPC army arrived, Zero Wing would lose both strongholds. Yes. Smiling, Shifeng said, "Since I've reached Tier 5 already, it's about time we took care of the trouble over at the Orc Empire. We'll also use this opportunity to let the various superpowers know the consequences of offending us." The current God's domain had far too little knowledge of Tier 5 existences. Even if Shifeng had killed Situ Qingtian and Qiang Tianhe, the various superpowers only knew that he was much stronger than Tier 4 players. They still didn't understand what Tier 5 represented. "I'll have them gather right away." Fire Dance burned with eagerness when she heard Shifeng's words. Ever since she had gotten promoted to Tier 4, she had never had a good fight or launched an all-out war against other superpowers. She also wasn't the only person to hold such sentiments. The other Tier 4 experts in the guild harbored similar thoughts. Now they finally had the opportunity to display their strength. Orc Empire, Silverwing City. Droves of people came and went on the city's main street. More than half of these people were NPCs from the neighboring kingdoms and empires. Due to the world passages opening and the invasion of the Outer World's player and NPC forces, both native players and NPCs had their range of activity restricted significantly. As the strongest city in the Orc Empire, one capable of fending off attacks from anything below Tier 5, Silverwing City had already become a mecca for the neighboring kingdoms and empires' players and NPCs. Moreover, the news of Black Flame reaching Tier 5 sent the number of players visiting Silverwing City skyrocketing, resulting in overcrowding. All of these new arrivals sought to join Zero Wing and develop long-term in Silverwing City. At this time, Tier 4 experts radiating frightening auras appeared in Zero Wing's residence, one after another. The arrival of these experts instantly silenced the bustling residents. Even the players lining up to take the test to join the guild couldn't help feeling frightened. What's going on with Zero Wing? Why have so many Tier 4 experts gathered? Are they here to maintain order since there are so many people applying to join the guild? Amazing! So, this is Zero Wing? I saw over 50 Tier 4 experts already. Some super guilds don't have this many Tier 4 experts. That's not all of it. Look at their equipment. Every one of them has at least 3 pieces of level 150 epic equipment. I wonder when I'll be able to get one for myself. The eyes of the players lined up in the residence's courtyard widened in shock as they took in Zero Wing's Tier 4 experts. Previously, they had recognized that Zero Wing was a powerful guild, but felt that it had become a superpower in God's domain only because of Zero Wing City and Black Flame's undefeated legend. Upon seeing the situation now, they realized that Zero Wing's foundation was far more terrifying than they thought. Not only did Zero Wing possess far more Tier 4 experts than most superpowers, but these experts also had superior equipment standards compared to the various superpowers' Tier 4 experts. Currently, over 50 Tier 4 experts were gathered in the courtyard. This was a spectacular scene that those present would rarely get to see in their lifetimes. Not to mention, these Tier 4 experts were not repressing their auras at all. When these auras overlapped, they came together to generate an aura far more frightening than that of superior mythic monsters. Even Tier 3 experts shuddered involuntarily, forced to keep their distance from these Tier 4 experts. Why would Zero Wing gather so many Tier 4 experts here? Is it conducting a major operation or something? This is indeed unusual. A guild would gather so many of its Tier 4 experts in one place only for a special event. As the number of Tier 4 experts kept increasing, the non-members in the courtyard felt something amiss. Even Zero Wing's members started growing antsy at this situation. Ji Luorong looked at Violet Cloud, who had just arrived in the courtyard, and asked, "Big Sis Violet, do you know why the guild leader suddenly summoned us?" "I don't know either. Big Sis Fire suddenly contacted me and told me to come here right away," Violet Cloud replied, shaking her head. She then visually inspected Ji Luorong and exclaimed in surprise, "Luorong, your mana body is at the 110% completion rate already? You've made so much progress." Ji Luorong had joined Zero Wing only recently. Although Zero Wing was much stronger than before, the fact that Ji Luorong managed to increase her mana body's completion rate from under 105% to her current 110% proved that she was monstrously talented. Hehe. It's because of the Sword Saint legacy Big Sis Fire gave me. If not for it, I would have taken much longer to reach 110%, Ji Luorong said, smiling. Inwardly, she still felt a little delighted. After all, only a tiny number of experts in God's domain had managed to develop their mana bodies to a 110% completion rate at this stage of the game. However, when Ji Luorong carefully sensed the mana surrounding Violet Cloud's body, her delight instantly vanished. The mana close to Violet Cloud had already liquefied. Although it was limited to a small portion of her mana, it was still better than nothing. The fact that Violet Cloud could accomplish this feat meant that her mana body's completion rate had already reached 115% or above, according to what Shifeng told them. She might have even reached the 120% completion rate already. At this time, a masked, middle-aged man clad in black approached Ji Luorong. The aura this man radiated practically rivaled that of a superior mythic monster. This middle-aged man was none other than Crimson Mask, another Eternal Glory member who had joined Zero Wing. "Commander, why did Big Sis Fire suddenly call for us? Is something big going on?" Crimson Mask asked curiously as he looked at Ji Luorong. "I don't know. Big Sis Fire only told me to come here as soon as possible and nothing else." Ji Luorong shook her head. When she noticed the qualitative transformation of Crimson Mask's demeanor, she couldn't help sighing to herself ruefully. Initially, Crimson Mask had opposed Eternal Glory's joining Zero Wing. He felt that even without joining a guild, he could still develop Eternal Glory to great heights. However, after a few bouts with Fire Dance and receiving a sound thrashing each time, Crimson Mask had changed completely. Now, he was even referring to Fire Dance as Big Sis. However, Crimson Mask was much more fortunate than someone else, his fate considerably better. Besides Crimson Mask, a lunatic named Invincible Swallow had come to Zero Wing to challenge Violet Cloud, and the fate this lunatic suffered was simply terrible. That fight could be described as an adult beating up a toddler. Afterward, when Invincible Swallow returned for a rematch at a later date, Violet Cloud just so happened to be out on an errand. Aqua Rose had been present at the time, so he challenged her instead. After that match, Invincible Swallow began questioning his life. Even now, he was still training crazily in Stone Forest City's battle arena every day. While Zero Wing's Tier 4 members wondered why Fire Dance had suddenly gathered them, a man and a woman approached the courtyard from a distance. These two people were none other than Shifeng and Fire Dance. Shifeng was just walking casually, yet his steps distorted the space around him. It was as if the surrounding space couldn't contain his presence and could crumble at any time. In addition, as Shifeng did not bother concealing his aura, Everyone present gasped involuntarily when they sensed it. Although Shifeng wasn't directing any hostility at anyone, merely letting his aura radiate freely, the Tier 4 players present felt their bodies becoming incredibly heavy, as if someone had tied metal weights to their bodies. As for the Tier 3 players present, they instinctively retreated from Shifeng, not daring to move even an inch closer to him. He's the guild leader? Crimson Mask was shocked as he looked at Shifeng. Before today, Crimson Mask had only ever heard the name of Black Flame. From the gossip circulating inside Zero Wing, he knew that Shifeng was Zero Wing's #1 expert, and that his existence was the linchpin of the entire guild. Crimson Mask had thought that Shifeng was only slightly stronger than Fire Dance. However, given this situation, Shifeng wasn't just somewhat stronger than Fire Dance. He was practically standing on a whole other level. Aside from Crimson Mask, many of the Tier 4 experts who had joined Zero Wing recently were also stunned by Shifeng's terrifying aura. After glancing at the crowd gathered, Fire Dance reported to Shifeng, "Guild leader, apart from the 2 vice guild leaders and around a dozen others, who are currently occupied with important matters, all of the guild's Tier 4 members are here." Not bad. Shifeng nodded in approval as he scanned the crowd before him. A total of 59 Tier 4 players waited in the courtyard, their levels ranging from level 148 to level 156. More than half of these players had broken through the 100% threshold of their mana bodies already, with nearly 20 having reached the 105% threshold and 7 at the 110% threshold. The 7 to reach 110% completion rate or above were Violet Cloud, Fire Dance, Ji Luorong, Alluring Summer, Yen Tianxing, Yi Luofei, and Silent Blade. One could consider this lineup a spectacular force at this stage of the game. At this time, Kola, who had already reached level 150, could no longer hold back his excitement, asking, "Guild leader, are we going to raid the Orc capital city?" The Orc capital city's core area was a special secret land. The degree of danger in this secret land closely rivaled that of a God mode regional dungeon. The loot inside was likewise incredible. However, one required a sufficiently large team of Tier 4 players to raid it. This was why nobody had succeeded in raiding it even now. Meanwhile, Zero Wing currently had 59 Tier 4 players and 1 Tier 5 player gathered. They were already more than qualified to raid the Orc capital city's secret land. When everyone heard Kola's words, they immediately grew restless. After all, this was a level 150+ secret land they were talking about. They would definitely gain significant harvests if they raided it. "No, I didn't gather you here for the Orc capital city, but for something else instead," Shifeng said, shaking his head. "Something else?" Kola and the others grew confused. "That's right." Smiling, Shifeng explained, "To ensure our survival in the upcoming war and Zero Wing's future development, I plan on annihilating Ancient Rock City and eliminating Beast Emperor from the Orc Empire." Orc Empire, Ancient Rock City. The walls of Ancient Rock City were over 50 meters tall. Despite numerous foe saint monsters roaming the barren land outside the city walls, the Tier 3 players patrolling atop the walls completely disregarded these monsters as if they did not exist. Surprisingly, the foe saint monsters that most of the Eastern Continent's players regarded as a nightmare showed no intentions of attacking Ancient Rock City. They behaved like scarecrows under the city walls. At this time, a merchant caravan, composed of over 100 players and over a dozen horse-drawn carriages, slowly approached Ancient Rock City from a distance. Despite catching sight of these players, the countless foe saint monsters roaming the barren land outside Ancient Rock City behaved as if they did not see this caravan. Looking at the level 120 foe saint monsters around him, a level 136, Tier 3 swordsman escorting the caravan exclaimed, "The Sacred Heart Amulet Saint's hand sold us is amazing. Those mythic foe saint monsters ignore us even when we're only 30 yards away from them." Even NPCs were helpless against the foe saint monsters running rampant in the many neighboring kingdoms and the Black Dragon Empire. The danger made it increasingly difficult for merchant caravans to make money. However, so long as a caravan carried a Sacred Heart amulet, it could avoid the foe saint monsters' attacks altogether. At the swordsman's words, the level 137, Tier 3 Guardian Knight, sitting at the head of the caravan, looked at the Sacred Heart amulet in his hand. With a hint of ambition in his eyes, he said, "I know, right? We must buy some more of these Sacred Heart amulets in ancient Rock City. We can make a fortune reselling them in the neighboring kingdoms and empires." The Sacred Heart amulet was a non-bag space item. Although players could wear it on their person, they couldn't store it in their bags. It also couldn't be transported by teleportation. However, Saint's Hand sold the Sacred Heart amulet only in ancient Rock City. None of Saint's Hand's other residences sold it. Many merchant players and adventurer teams had realized that they could make a fortune by purchasing the Sacred Heart amulets in bulk from ancient Rock City and reselling them in the neighboring kingdoms and empires. Nowadays, many faux saint monsters roamed the territories of the neighboring kingdoms and the Black Dragon Empire. Leaving the safety of towns and cities would expose players to not only the standard monsters but also a large number of faux saint monsters. The Sacred Heart amulet could mitigate the danger. More importantly, the Sacred Heart amulet was a consumable, so it was always in high demand in the neighboring kingdoms and the Black Dragon Empire. Selling these amulets in these countries wouldn't be a problem. The main reason their Fighting Tiger adventurer team had invested a considerable fortune into hiring more than a dozen advanced carriages was to make an even bigger fortune off these amulets. At this time, a level 136, Tier 3 female ranger standing atop the leading carriage pointed at a distant silhouette and shouted, "Commander, we're almost at Ancient Rock City. Okay, everyone, get yourselves ready, newbies especially. Ancient Rock City is different from other guild cities." The leading Guardian Knight shouted through the team chat. Although the city prohibits fighting, it is still a bona fide dark city. There are tons of dark players there, so make sure not to get marked by them. Otherwise, we'll be in a ton of trouble once we leave the city. At the Guardian Knight's words, the team's veterans promptly took out a magic scroll for the Tier 1 Mana Guard spell and used it on themselves. With the Mana Guard active, the common tracking mark would be ineffective against them. Upon seeing this, the newbies to Ancient Rock City also took out the magic scrolls they prepared and used the scrolls on themselves. As the caravan trundled increasingly closer to Ancient Rock City, the newbies couldn't help gasping in shock at their first sight of the towering stronghold. Ancient Rock City was undoubtedly the most spectacular guild city they had ever seen in their careers in God's domain. Not only did the city have walls over 50 meters tall guarding it, but it covered an area rivaling NPC main cities. Most importantly, two 30-meter-tall faux saint monsters flanked the city's entrance. The two monsters wore steel-plate armor, and each carried two gigantic swords. If one inspected these two monsters with an identification skill, one would find that they were level 160 superior mythic-ranked faux saint slayers. The aura of these two faux saint slayers sent involuntary shudders through all the players entering Ancient Rock City. Just by standing there, the two superior mythics made everyone feel as if their souls would get devoured. Besides the two faux saint slayers standing guard, more than 30 evil dark dragons wheeled in the sky above Ancient Rock City. These 50-meter-long evil dark dragons radiated auras close to rivaling the superior mythic-ranked faux saint slayers. When the Fighting Tiger adventurer team arrived before the city gate, the members spotted a long line of players and NPCs waiting to enter the city. Many of these NPCs exuded dense bloodlust, which proved that they roamed the dark side of God's domain. At this time, however, even Tier 4 NPCs were obediently waiting in line. Amazing! There are so many Tier 4 monsters and NPCs here. Even a kingdom's capital city isn't comparable to this place. The first-time visitors among Fighting Tiger exclaimed. Of course, Ancient Rock City is Saint's Hand's main headquarters. Moreover, the city has already become a mecca for the dark forces operating in the neighboring kingdoms and the Black Dragon Empire. If we include the city's defensive structures, even the outerworld forces will have difficulty taking down Ancient Rock City. Now, many well-known and top adventurer teams are developing here. The leading Guardian Knight explained. From what I heard, the superpower Miracle has also dispatched many experts to garrison Ancient Rock City. Ancient Rock City is the safest city in the Orc Empire. Nobody will dare target it. The Saint's Hand member conducting inspections nearby overheard the Guardian Knight's words and couldn't help putting on a prideful expression. DS currently, Ancient Rock City was only one step away from becoming a main city. Its combat power far exceeded that of guild cities of the various superpowers. Had Saint's Hand not been wary of the Outer World's NPC forces, it would have long since flattened the neighboring kingdoms and the Black Dragon Empire, becoming an existence surpassing the 5 great super guilds. However, as the Fighting Tiger adventurer team was undergoing inspection, a gigantic figure suddenly approached Ancient Rock City from the distant sky. Its speed was as fast as a mighty gale, and it stopped only after arriving in front of the city. The steel behemoth over 100 meters long hung in the sky roughly 400 yards from Ancient Rock City, overlooking the entire city. Several dozen players stood on this steel behemoth. At this steel behemoth's appearance, the entire Ancient Rock City went into an uproar. It's the Crimson Dragon flying ship. That's Zero Wing's flying ship. Quick, look, isn't that Black Flame? Nowadays, almost everybody in God's domain was familiar with the Crimson Dragon flying ship. After all, this thing had long since become Zero Wing's signature. Zero Wing was even using some of these flying ships to transport cargo across the sea, to the envy of many superpowers. However, Zero Wing's sudden visit to Ancient Rock City confused many of the city's players. Meanwhile, upon spotting the Crimson Dragon flying ship, the evil dark dragons patrolling the city's airspace let loose deafening roars. The 2 foe Saint Slayers standing guard by the city's entrance also raised their heads and gripped their weapons, going on full alert against the flying ship. As everyone in Ancient Rock City fell into panic and confusion, Sherfong looked down at the city below from aboard the Crimson Dragon flying ship and shouted, 5 minutes. I will give you 5 minutes to withdraw from the city if you do not wish to get dragged into Saint's Hand's problem. Anyone who doesn't withdraw after 5 minutes will disappear from God's domain together with Ancient Rock City. Is Zero Wing planning to attack the city? This is crazy. Zero Wing must have lost its mind. How dare they attack Ancient Rock City? Inevitably, Ancient Rock City's inhabitants doubted Sherfang's declaration, with many of them considering it a joke. Saint's Hand had continuously strengthened Ancient Rock City. Currently, the city's defenses were superior to those of other guild cities, and the combatants stationed within the city were more than enough to instill fear in the various superpowers. Not to mention, the dark forces of over a dozen countries gathered in the city. Apart from dark guilds, there were also plenty of NPC forces among these dark forces. These forces had paid a considerable price to settle in Ancient Rock City, and even treated the city as their base of operations. Anyone who dared to attack Ancient Rock City would make an enemy of these dark forces. Be it dark guilds or dark NPC forces, every one of them had at least 2 or 3 Tier 4 combatants under their command. Moreover, Miracle had recently garrisoned the city, so there should be close to 200 Tier 4 combatants defending Ancient Rock City right now. One could conquer an entire kingdom with that many Tier 4 combatants. Most importantly, Ancient Rock City was currently an advanced guild city, only one step away from becoming a main guild city. Ancient Rock City's resident players weren't the only ones shocked by this situation. Beast Emperor, who was conducting research in the City Lord's mansion, inadvertently crushed the research instrument he held when he received news of Zero Wing's sudden arrival. Black Flame, how bold of you! It seems you've gotten arrogant while I was lying low. Beast Emperor growled with a cold glint in his eyes. Lord Beast Emperor, Black Flame is rumored to have reached Tier 5 already. Should we notify the Sacred Envoy? The level 152 Tier 4 Berserker who had made the report asked. News of Sherfang's promotion to Tier 5 had long since reached the ears of God's domain's various powers. Meanwhile, a Tier 5 player was in existence even Saint's Hand had to be wary of. Putting away the tools on his table, Beast Emperor glanced at Saint's Hand's guild leader, Furious Fist, and smiled lightly. No need. Call for some people and come along with me. I want to see what exactly gives Black Flame the confidence to act arrogantly in my Ancient Rock City. After saying so, Beast Emperor turned around and left. A robust man with black skin covered in flashing runes, who stood guard before the research room, silently trailed him. Yes, sir. Furious Fist hurriedly followed after the robust man. Less than 3 minutes after Sherfang's declaration, Many players and adventurer teams, afraid of trouble, had already withdrawn from ancient Rock City. Only dark players and a few courageous normal players chose to remain. At the same time, players from the various dark adventurer teams and dark guilds also gathered at ancient Rock City's entrance, one after another, and watched the fleeing players. These cowards! Zero Wing sent only a few dozen players. Yet these people are already running away. Zero Wing is famous, after all. It's normal for them to run away. Not to mention, Black Flame is also here. It'd be strange for them not to escape. These people are simply idiots. Zero Wing won its past battles only because of the powerful defenses of its cities. That's right. So what if Zero Wing managed to produce a Tier 5 player? We'll teach these guys what it means to offend us dark forces. The dark players revealed expressions of rage and excitement as they looked up at the Crimson Dragon flying ship. Zero Wing's reputation was through the roof right now. Moreover, Shifeng had gotten promoted to Tier 5. Hence, players were starting to consider Zero Wing God's domain's #1 guild. If a battle were to occur in the outside world, dark players like themselves would indeed be afraid of Shifeng. However, it was a different story if the battle took place inside ancient Rock City. With the city's magic array, they could still take him on with the many Tier 4 players they had. Not to mention, a large number of foe saint monsters protected ancient Rock City, including 2 superior mythic-ranked foe saint slayers. Even if they couldn't kill Shifeng, they could, at least, make the other members of Zero Wing suffer. As the 5-minute limit approached, the number of players retreating from ancient Rock City also increased. At this time, the players that had withdrawn from ancient Rock City suddenly felt a chill envelop their bodies. Even Tier 3 experts found themselves partially kneeling on the ground. The next moment, a group of 40 players flew out from the City Lord's mansion. Apart from Furious Fist and Saint's Hand's Tier 4 executives, 17 players on the team were people that none of ancient Rock City's inhabitants had ever seen before. These 17 players looked nothing like humans. Not only were their bodies pitch black, but there were also flashing runes engraved all over their bodies. These players' auras were also stronger than even that of superior mythic monsters. When combined, their auras transformed into a tsunami that swept through the entire city and its surroundings. Amazing! Is the Saint's Hand's rumored bloodstained Knight Legion? That's not all. Even Beast Emperor left the City Lord's mansion. It seems we'll have a good show this time. Indeed. I heard that Beast Emperor has constantly been plotting revenge on Zero Wing after getting slaughtered at the Secret Covenant Tower. Now that Zero Wing has come knocking on his door, there's no way Beast Emperor will spare Zero Wing. The various major powers experts standing atop the city walls were surprised when they saw Beast Emperor and the Bloodstained Knights making an appearance. At the same time, they were shocked by the power Saint's Hand displayed. The superpowers on the eastern continent had always been fearful of Saint's Hand, and this situation greatly confused the various major powers. However, after seeing Saint's Hand's top combatants, they realized that the superpowers' fear of Saint's Hand wasn't without basis. Setting aside the fact that Saint's Hand had over 20 Tier 4 experts at the Void Realm or above, just the 17 rumored Bloodstained Knights were more than enough to instill fear into any player force. After all, even a Tier 4 player would tremble in fear if they had to go up against a Bloodstained Knight, let alone 17 Bloodstained Knights simultaneously. That would be a nightmare. Shortly afterward, Beast Emperor's group arrived above the city gate. Seeing this, the various powers' leadership promptly stepped forward to greet Beast Emperor. Thousand Miles, one of Miracle's Vice Guild leaders, was even among them. Thousand Miles's actions astonished the various major powers present. They never thought that even a superpower like Miracle would defer to Beast Emperor. After Beast Emperor responded to a few greetings, he flew into the air with his subordinates and glared at Shifeng on the Crimson Dragon flying ship. He then said coldly, "Black Flame, you and I could have stayed out of each other's way in the Orc Empire, yet you chose to come to attack me. So long as you apologize right now, I can ignore this transgression for the time being. Otherwise, none of you will be returning alive today." After Beast Emperor finished speaking, a frightening amount of evil energy erupted from the 17 blood-stained knights behind him, distorting the surrounding space and muddying it. The terrifying power within the evil energy made even those who had fled more than 1,000 yards from the city tremble. Moreover, the two foe Saint Slayers had flown to flank the Crimson Dragon flying ship, while the 30-plus evil Dark Dragons had surrounded it, thoroughly sealing off all of Zero Wing's escape routes. The fleeing players gasped at this scene. With such a force under Saint's Hand's command, the guild could take on even an empire. Damn it! I thought Saint's Hand was going to suffer this time, but it seems I miscalculated. Zero Wing has always relied on Black Flame to survive. Now, it seems Zero Wing has finally met its match. If this situation isn't handled properly, apart from Black Flame, the other Zero Wing members present probably won't leave alive. At this time, even a fool could tell how powerful Saint's Hand's forces were. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that even an NPC force with a Tier 5 combatant under its command wouldn't dare to offend Saint's Hand casually, let alone Zero Wing. Apologize. Shifeng laughed. Beast Emperor, it seems you're growing senile. Have you forgotten how you died at my hands last time? You bastard. Shifeng's words enraged Beast Emperor. However, before Beast Emperor could say anything more, mana exploded from Shifeng's body. Immediately, an indescribably heavy pressure descended on the entire ancient rock city. World creation. The next moment, Beast Emperor and the others plummeted to the ground one after another. Even the Tier 4 experts standing on the city walls found themselves on one knee under the strong pressure. Impossible! Every player inside Ancient Rock City nearly had their eyes fall out of their sockets when they saw Beast Emperor and the other Tier 45 plummeting to the ground. Even the Zero Wing members present were stunned. This scene thoroughly exceeded their imagination. In the current God's domain, Tier 4 players were already considered peak combatants and displayed a guild's foundation. Yet, under Shifeng's mana domain, Beast Emperor and the other Tier 4 combatants on his side could exhibit only 20% or so of their usual combat power. They even lost their ability to fly and manipulate ambient mana. In the blink of an eye, these existences that originally stood at the peak of God's domain had become no different from Tier 3 players. At this time, let alone a Tier 5 player like Shifeng, even Tier 4 experts could slaughter Ancient Rock City's defenders. This is the strength of Tier 5s? When the players who had evacuated Ancient Rock City looked at Shifeng hovering proudly above the city, an indescribable sense of shock and horror filled their hearts. As veteran players of God's domain, they knew that a significant difference existed between tiers. They also knew that a Tier 5 player undoubtedly stood at the apex of all players in the current God's domain. However, only after witnessing the power of a Tier 5 player did they understand how large the gap between Tier 4 and Tier 5 was. In front of a Tier 5 existence, Tier 4 players would only be making fools of themselves if they tried to win by Zerg tactics. The Tier 4 monsters among Ancient Rock City's defenders, though, weren't as badly off as the Tier 4 players. Because monsters mainly relied on their basic attributes and rarely manipulated the ambient mana to do combat, their penalty was not as large as the Tier 4 players. Regardless, the mythic-ranked evil Dark Dragons still had their combat power reduced by half, whereas the superior mythic-ranked foe Saint Slayers had theirs reduced by 30%. Moreover, all of them lost their ability to fly. Against Tier 4 players capable of flight, they would be at a significant disadvantage. Unlike everyone else, Shifeng wasn't surprised at the scene before him. Everyone failed to understand that his mana domain was different from the average mana domain. Existences at the world creation standard could create a small world within their mana domains. The power of such a mana domain was on an entirely different level compared to the average mana domain. Even a Tier 5 existence would be at a disadvantage if they got caught within a Tier 5 world creation expert's mana domain without any countermeasures, let alone Tier 4 players and monsters. Meanwhile, after experiencing this unexpected turn of events, a hint of fear had surfaced in Beast Emperor's eyes. Despite this situation, he still sneered, "Black Flame, don't get too delighted just yet. Don't forget that this is Ancient Rock City." As soon as Beast Emperor finished speaking, an enormous, threefold magic array manifested from the City Lord's mansion. After the magic array gathered mana from the surroundings for a brief moment, it released pulses of mana that enveloped the city. Immediately, the city defenders felt the heavy pressure on their bodies disappear. Now, although Shifeng's mana domain still subjected everyone to a certain degree of suppression, their combat power had recovered to 80% of their usual. More importantly, they had also regained their ability to fly. Shifeng was slightly surprised when he looked at the barrier enveloping ancient Rock City. What a powerful barrier. It seems you've invested quite a lot into this city. His mana domain could render even master magic barriers useless. One would need to use at least a grandmaster magic barrier to contend with his mana domain. Meanwhile, grandmaster magic arrays were incredibly rare in God's domain, let alone a grandmaster magic array that could cover an entire city. The value of every set of scrolls for such a magic array could rival that of fragmented legendary items. Black Flame. Do you think you're the only one with the means to defend cities? Looking at Shifeng, Beast Emperor sneered. This is an ancient grandmaster magic array. Although ancient Rock City hasn't reached the main city level yet, it is no weaker than a main city in terms of defense. Although you're tier 5, don't even think about taking down ancient Rock City. A main city's defensive magic array was wholly capable of withstanding tier 5 attacks. So long as the magic array had a constant energy supply, even tier 5 existences shouldn't think of penetrating it. Meanwhile, exhausting the energy supply of a main city's defensive magic array wasn't something just one tier 5 existence could accomplish. One would need several tier 5 individuals or siege weapons with tier 5 destructive power to do so. However, Zero Wing only had one tier 5 combatant now. In other words, breaking through ancient Rock City's defensive barrier would be nothing but a pipe dream. When Beast Emperor finished speaking, the members of the various powers in ancient Rock City sighed in relief. They then looked at Shifeng with sneers on their faces. Black Flame. So what if you're tier 5? That's right. What can you do by yourself? When Shifeng had extended his mana domain before, everyone within ancient Rock City had felt strong pressure overwhelming them. Saint's Hand's tier 4 experts were no exception. However, now that ancient Rock City had deployed its defensive magic array, even a tier 5 player like Shifeng would be helpless against them. Next, all they needed to do was fight a war of attrition, something they did not fear in the slightest. After all, ancient Rock City had accumulated a massive stockpile of magic crystals from the sales of Sacred Heart amulets. Not to mention, the Outer World's NPC forces would soon begin the Second War against the Eastern Continent's native forces. And in this upcoming war, the Outer World forces would set Zero Wing as their primary target. Zero Wing couldn't afford a war of attrition with ancient Rock City at all. The longer it fought, the worse off it would be in the upcoming war. Guild leader, let's attack the barrier together. I want to see how long it can last against our combined attacks. Fire Dance said, gnashing her teeth as she looked at ancient Rock City's arrogant residents. That's right. If it spells with tier 5 power, I can use a few as well. I refuse to believe we can't break this barrier, Zhao Yueru said, nodding in agreement with Fire Dance. For other tier 4 players, exhibiting tier 5 power would indeed be a challenging task. However, her Frostflame's Wrath was a top-tier fragmented legendary weapon. With it, the Fire and Ice-type tier 4 spells she cast could exhibit tier 5 power. No, that won't be necessary, Shifeng said, shaking his head. Zhao Yueru was a bona fide mobile turret. If he hadn't gotten promoted to tier 5, she would rank at the very top of Zero Wing in terms of firepower. However, besieging a city was different from attacking monsters. The defenders inside the city could launch attacks to counter Zhao Yueru's spells. The defenders could even target her directly, preventing her from casting her spells altogether. This would drastically reduce Zhao Yueru's ability to damage the defensive magic array. Having only the occasional tier 5 attack land on the defensive magic array would yield hardly any effect. But we can't just sit still and do nothing, right? Zhao Yueru said in annoyance. Although she knew that she couldn't contribute much, it was still better than nothing. Moreover, if they allowed Saint's Hand to continue behaving so arrogantly, it would deal a massive blow to Zero Wing's morale. After all, Zero Wing had already declared to the public that it would capture ancient Rock City. Currently, everyone was watching this fight. The various powers absent from this battlefield were no exception. They were all observing every detail of the battlefield and tensely awaiting the outcome of this siege. If Zero Wing won, then the various superpowers would no longer dare entertain thoughts of resisting Zero Wing on the eastern continent. However, if Zero Wing returned foiled, many superpowers would begin having designs on Zero Wing. They might even ally with Saint's Hand to deal with Zero Wing. Of course not, Shifeng said, chuckling. I'm merely saying that you don't need to take action. All you need to do is watch. Just watch. Zhao Yueru looked at Shifeng in confusion. The guild city in front of them rivaled a main city. How could they possibly capture it just by looking at it? The other Zero Wing members present were also confused, failing to understand what was going through their guild leader's mind. However, Shifeng did not bother explaining himself. Instead, he flew to an altitude several hundred meters above ancient Rock City and began chanting an incantation, his chanting causing the surrounding mana to swarm toward him. Upon seeing Shifeng's actions, ancient Rock City's defenders laughed. Are you trying to use a Tier 5 large-scale destruction spell? Beast Emperor sneered as he looked at Shifeng. This is nothing but a futile struggle, let alone a Tier 5 sword saint like yourself. Even a Tier 5 divine mage can't do anything against ancient Rock City's defensive magic array. Everyone, prepare for battle. Target the flying ship. Beast Emperor ignored Shifeng's attack, as there was no way weakened Tier 4 attacks could do anything against Shifeng. However, it was a different story for the Crimson Dragon flying ship. The flying ship wouldn't last long before a barrage of Tier 4 attacks. It would fall quickly even if Zero Wing's Tier 4 experts defended it. The many Tier 4 magical classes atop the city walls promptly began casting their respective spells, while the other Tier 4 ranged classes launched attacks at the flying ship. The 30-plus evil dark dragons took to the skies and bombarded the flying ship. The Zero Wing members aboard the Crimson Dragon flying ship felt an invisible pressure weighing down their bodies. Upon seeing the oncoming attacks, Fire Dance yelled hurriedly, "Magical classes, deploy defensive magic arrays." Even a Tier 5 legendary monster would suffer if it tried to take on the attacks of more than 100 Tier 4 individuals, let alone Tier 4 players like themselves. Moreover, the Crimson Dragon flying ship only had Tier 4 combat power. However, just as the two sides were about to clash, Shifeng finished his incantation's final verse. Suddenly, the sky darkened, and a spatial tear spanning over 1,000 yards appeared above ancient Rock City. The spatial tear made it seem as if the sky was about to collapse, inevitably drawing everyone's attention. What is Black Flame trying to do? Questions filled everyone's mind as they gazed at the gigantic spatial tear. Simultaneously, everyone felt an inexplicable chill overwhelm their heart. They could sense something terrifying in the spatial tear, and this feeling made even their souls shudder with dread. Before anyone could say anything more, a gigantic claw the size of a 4-story building extended from the spatial tear. Subsequently, a titanic figure gradually emerged from the spatial tear, blotting out the sky completely. When everyone eventually discerned the identity of this figure, they were dumbfounded. A dragon? A Tier 4 dragon? It's a real Tier 4 dragon. Any veteran of God's domain would have heard of the creatures known as dragons. Ancient Rock City's inhabitants, who were at Tier 3 on average, had an even better understanding of dragons. However, when everyone in Ancient Rock City saw the dragon in the sky, they finally understood how terrifying dragons were. The Tier 4 dragon that had just appeared above Ancient Rock City was around 500 meters long, its massive body blotting out the sun. Its aura covered a radius of several thousand yards, making every Tier 3 player in that area shudder involuntarily. Compared to the Tier 4 evil dark dragons protecting Ancient Rock City, this Tier 4 dragon was akin to a god. This is a fake. This must be a fake. How can a player summon a real Tier 4 dragon? The various powers experts standing atop the city walls revealed expressions of shock and horror. A Tier 4 dragon rivaled Tier 5 existences. Current Tier 4 players couldn't afford to provoke it. Likewise, it shouldn't be something players could control. Nevertheless, Shifeng had summoned a Tier 4 dragon. How could they believe this? This situation was even more unbelievable and shocking than Shurfeng's promotion to Tier 5. After all, given enough time, a dragon would reach Tier 5 without fail. Meanwhile, a Tier 5 dragon was practically an invincible existence in God's domain. Everyone, don't panic. While a Tier 4 dragon is scary, Ancient Rock City's defensive magic array isn't weak either. Saint's Heart's guild leader, Furious Fist, shouted hurriedly when he saw the panicked defenders. It's just one more Tier 5 combatant. So long as we combine our strengths, Black Flame will still be helpless against us. Furious Fist's words calmed Ancient Rock City's experts somewhat. When they remembered how extraordinary the city's defensive magic array was, they felt that defending against Zero Wing's assault wouldn't be impossible. However, regardless of this battle's outcome, most likely nobody in God's domain would dare provoke Zero Wing anymore. Zero Wing would also officially become God's domain's #1 guild. After all, which player force in God's domain could contend against the combination of a Tier 5 player and a Tier 4 dragon? At this time, some of the dark guilds based in Ancient Rock City started regretting making an enemy of Zero Wing. While they might escape tragedy today thanks to Ancient Rock City, what about the future? They couldn't possibly hide in Ancient Rock City forever, right? While the various dark guilds regretted their decisions, Thousand Miles's complexion turned indescribably ashen as he looked at the dragon in the sky. Noticing Thousand Miles's pallidness, Furious Fist asked, "Vice Guild Leader Miles, what's wrong? Is there a problem with that dragon?" No matter how many times Furious Fist inspected the dragon hovering in the sky with his ordinary identification skill, the results said this dragon was the real deal. Moreover, there was no doubt that the dragon was Tier 4, and it had reached level 165. However, he couldn't get any further information on the dragon without a higher-ranking identification skill. As a Vice Guild Leader of Miracle, Thousand Miles should have a high-ranking identification skill, so it wouldn't be strange if he managed to see some more information. A look of despair appeared on Thousand Miles's face as he said, "That's not just a dragon, that's a divine dragon. A silver divine dragon. Divine dragon." Furious Fist was stunned. Glaring at Thousand Miles, he demanded, "Brother Miles, you're not joking with me, right? If you are, this joke isn't funny at all." Divine dragons were kings among the dragon race. An ordinary dragon and a divine dragon were as different as an ordinary monster and an archaic species. The two were completely different creations. Turning to Furious Fist, Thousand Miles smiled wryly and said, "I wish that were the case, but do you think I'm joking?" Thousand Miles regretted using his high-ranking identification skill on the dragon. Had he not probed any further, he would have held some hope for victory in his heart. Now, though no such hope existed. Meanwhile, when the players who had fled Ancient Rock City gazed at the distant silver divine dragon, they were flabbergasted for a long time. Is this why Zero Wing was confident in attacking Ancient Rock City? A divine dragon? I must be dreaming. That's right. This must be a dream. I just reached Tier 4. So how could Black Flame have reached Tier 5 and gained control over a divine dragon already? This is a dream. Many people began deluding themselves as they looked at the silver divine dragon, none of them willing to face reality. However, Beast Emperor, who stood atop the city gate, had no plans of giving up. Glaring at the divine dragon in the sky, he ranted with a maniacal expression, "Black Flame, so what if you have a divine dragon? My ancient Grandmaster magic array can stop it." The silver divine dragon in the sky suddenly opened its maw before Beast Emperor could continue. The next instant, all mana within a 10,000-yard radius vanished, and everyone within this area felt indescribably stifled. Roar! Accompanied by a deafening roar, a beam of divine light devoured the entire Ancient Rock City. Divine Dragon's Breath. When the dazzling divine light descended upon Ancient Rock City, it forced all players within a radius of several tens of thousands of yards to shield their eyes. The divine light gradually faded away, and only then did everyone open their eyes again to inspect the breath attack's effect. This? How? Impossible! When the players standing several thousand yards from Ancient Rock City saw the city again, they were utterly dumbfounded. The divine dragon's breath didn't just shatter ancient rock city's defensive magic array. It had even vaporized the towering city lord's mansion at the center of the city along with almost every player and building in the city. Taking their place was a massive crater that spanned the entire city. Only the Tier 4 experts on the city walls who managed to activate their life-saving skills in time and the two Faux Saint Slayers had survived the attack. Everything inside ancient rock city's perimeter wall had been reduced to a wasteland. No, this isn't possible. Beast Emperor fell into chaos and madness as he looked at what remained of his city. And he wasn't alone. Furious Fist's mind also stopped working at this cataclysmic scene, his body crumbling powerlessly to the ground. All of the investments we've made, all of the forces we've gathered, gone. As if they were nothing but a joke. 1,000 Miles, who had also survived the ordeal, was rendered speechless for a long time. One attack. It had taken just one attack for ancient Rock City, a city rivaling main cities, to disappear. Who could believe this? Zero Wings members aboard the Crimson Dragon flying ship were similarly stunned by this scene. This was especially true for Ji Luorong and Crimson Mask, who had been active on the Western continent until recently. An indescribable sense of shock filled the two. The Western continent had legends describing the dragon's devastating power and how a single breath attack could destroy entire cities. There were also stories of kingdoms meeting their end because they had angered a dragon. Previously, Ji Luorong and Crimson Mask treated these stories as mere folklore. Now, they finally understood that those stories weren't just legends to embellish God's domain but facts. In reality, even Shifeng was shocked by this outcome. This is the power of a divine dragon. When Shifeng saw the ruin before him and Auerbach's nonchalant demeanor, he was momentarily at a loss for words. Shifeng had seen Tier 6 God-ranked experts single-handedly destroy cities in the past. However, compared to the power displayed by those Tier 6 God-ranked experts, Auerbach's performance gave Shifeng a much greater shock. This was because Auerbach was only at Tier 4. Originally, Shifeng thought that Auerbach's breath attack would, at most, deplete a significant portion of the defensive magic array's energy. Yet, the entire city had disappeared. He couldn't help looking at the crazed Beast Emperor apologetically. He even wanted to tell Beast Emperor that he hadn't done this on purpose. Of course, while Shifeng pitted Beast Emperor, he did not show the latter any mercy. Unsheathing the Abyssal Blade, he activated the Tier 4 Darkness Bind, binding Beast Emperor and the other surviving defenders. Now that ancient Rock City's defensive magic array was no more, Beast Emperor and the others were subject to the full power of Shifeng's mana domain. Without the ability to manipulate the ambient mana, Beast Emperor and the others were basically Tier 3 players with above-average basic attributes. Hence, they were utterly incapable of resisting Shifeng and got caught easily. And under the restraint of Darkness Bind, they couldn't die even if they wanted to. After Shifeng destroyed ancient Rock City and captured Beast Emperor and the others, news of this battle spread like wildfire across the entire God's domain. Fire Dragon Empire, Flame Dragon City, Mythology's residence. A Tier 3 ranger barged into the meeting room occupied by Mythology's executives, earning the dissatisfaction of Situ Qingtian and the others in the room. Looking at the ranger, Situ Qingtian asked in a displeased tone, "Did something happen?" "It's news of Zero Wing," the ranger said hurriedly. "According to your orders, we've kept tabs on Zero Wing. However, just a moment ago, Zero Wing destroyed ancient Rock City." Upon hearing the ranger's words, Cold Shadow responded dubiously, "Impossible. It's only been around 10 minutes since Zero Wing arrived at ancient Rock City. Even if Black Flame is Tier 5, they can't possibly capture the city so quickly." Ancient Rock City was Beast Emperor's base, and the man had long since armed the city to the teeth. Beast Emperor also had the Evil God's Temple's backing, a powerful existence capable of going against the War God's Temple. Although Shifeng was a Tier 5 player, capturing ancient Rock City should be tough. No, Vice Guild Leader, Zero Wing didn't capture ancient Rock City. It razed the entire city in one blow. Ancient Rock City is now a ruin, the ranger countered, shaking his head. He then took out a magic crystal recorder and placed it on the meeting table. This is the battle video we received. Immediately, the magic crystal recorder projected the image of a dragon. With just one breath attack, this dragon leveled the entire ancient rock city, leaving nothing unscathed. A Tier 4 divine dragon. It managed to destroy the entire ancient rock city in one hit? Deathly silence enveloped the meeting room momentarily as Mythology's executives stared at the video projection with gloomy expressions. Shock and fear also surfaced in their eyes. Their astonishment was so obvious that even the reporting Tier 3 ranger could sense it. No wonder he dared refuse our two guilds' partnership. So this is the reason for his confidence. Cold Shadow looked at the Tier 4 divine dragon and the ruined ancient rock city in the video with complicated feelings. Shi Feng had been a minor character unworthy of her attention in the past when Zero Wing was a guild reliant on external items to defend its territories. Yet, both Shi Feng and Zero Wing were now bona fide titans that even Mythology could not and would not dare to offend. What was even more laughable was that just a moment ago, Mythology's executives had been discussing how to take revenge on Zero Wing in secret. Now, however, Black Flame, I indeed underestimated you before. Situ Qingtian's gaze grew cold as he looked at the video projection. Repressing the reluctance in his heart, he uttered slowly, "Temporarily halt all retaliation against Zero Wing we discussed before." Practically every superpower in God's domain had heard about Shi Feng killing Situ Qingtian in Zero Wing City. As a result, Situ Qingtian's reputation had taken a nosedive. Although Situ Qingtian yearned to take revenge on Zero Wing, he knew full well that doing so right now would be no different from suicide. With the combined strength of a Tier 5 player and such a frightening divine dragon, Zero Wing could destroy every guild city in God's domain. Damn it! Are we going to let Zero Wing go just like that? A Mythology executive complained in a hate-filled voice. Situ Qingtian shook his head. Looking at Shi Feng's projected image, he sneered, "Of course not. There is only one thing we need to do now, and that is wait. We wait until the start of the Second War. Even if Zero Wing has Black Flame and that divine dragon, it still can't stop the Outer World's advance. Also, start searching ancient ruins for clues to the Tier 5 promotion. Spare no cost at all. We must have our own Tier 5. Although Situ Qingtian did not wish to admit it, the era of Tier 4 was already over. Tier 5 players would rule the future. If Mythology did not have its own Tier 5 player, its position as one of the 5 great super guilds would be in danger. Shortly after Situ Qingtian issued his command, the other superpowers of God's domain also issued similar commands. They frantically searched ancient ruins for clues to help their Tier 4 experts get promoted to Tier 5 as quickly as possible while quietly awaiting the arrival of the Second War of Worlds. Meanwhile, inside the Orc Empire's ancient rock city, Fire Dance and the other Tier 4 experts of Zero Wing finally killed the 2 surviving foe Saint Slayers. The deaths of the 2 superior mythic monsters granted everyone a generous amount of EXP, and they all managed to gain at least 1 level. However, compared to the EXP the foe Saint Slayers contributed, Shi Feng was more interested in the pitch-black stones the 2 monsters dropped after death. Previously, whenever players killed mythic-ranked foe Saint monsters, the player who landed the finishing blow would have a dark gray mist invade their body. This gray mist would increase the player's affinity with mana for a lengthy period. This was also why Shi Feng had not taken action against the foe Saint Slayers and had instead allowed Fire Dance and the others to kill the 2 monsters. Yet, the 2 Slayers did not release any mist from their bodies. Instead, they each dropped a fist-sized stone. What dense soul energy! Shi Feng was surprised when he spread his senses across the 2 black stones. When his concentration had reached Tier 5, his soul had also undergone a qualitative improvement. It was akin to his soul liquefying. However, compared to the soul energy in the pitch-black stone, his soul energy was nothing. After all, these 2 stones were solidified soul energy. Guild leader, are those things useful? Kola asked curiously as he looked at the black stones in Shi Feng's hands. More than that. Smiling, Shi Feng said to Zero Wing's members, "They're even better than fragmented legendary items. Is there anyone here with concentration at the Tier 4 peak standard?" After Zero Wing's members exchanged glances, Only Violet Cloud stepped forward. Guild leader, my concentration reached the Tier 4 peak standard recently. However, the 2 vice guild leaders should have reached this standard too. Good. Take this soul stone. Afterward, find a quiet place and eat it. It should increase your concentration standard. If you're lucky, you might even raise it to Tier 5. Shifeng said as he handed one of the black stones to Violet Cloud. He then said to the others, if anyone else manages to reach the Tier 4 peak standard, you can get this soul stone from me. The other Zero Wing members nodded their heads, none of them objecting to Shifeng's method of distribution. However, when Beast Emperor, who was restrained in a corner, saw Shifeng's actions, he dearly wanted to strangle Shifeng to death. Shifeng was actually treating the 2 Faux Saint Slayer's cores as a snack and letting others eat them. This was simply outrageous. He had fed the 2 Faux Saint Slayers the souls of tens of thousands of Tier 3 players to transform their cores into a soul core. So long as he had a soul core, he could create another Faux Saint Slayer. Yet, Violet Cloud received one of these soul cores as a snack. Black Flame. You'll pay for this. Beast Emperor bellowed as he glared at Shifeng. It doesn't matter even if you caught me. The evil god's temple's rise is already a foregone conclusion. At that time, the Faux Saint army will devour everyone from Zero Wing. Foregone conclusion? Shifeng laughed. Looking at the restrained Beast Emperor, he pointed at the ruined saint's hand residence in the distance and asked, are you talking about that secret land beneath your guild residence? I don't know what you're talking about. Beast Emperor stammered in a panic. No need to pretend. Do you think Tier 5 is a joke? Shifeng rolled his eyes at Beast Emperor. While Ancient Rock City's defensive magic array was still active, Shifeng hadn't been able to sense the secret land's existence. However, with the defensive magic array gone, nothing in Ancient Rock City could hide from his Tier 5 world creation mana domain. Moreover, Shifeng had already been suspicious about how Beast Emperor had managed to develop Ancient Rock City to its current level. Zero Wing had poured an astronomical amount of resources into developing Stone Forest City and Zero Wing City. Yet, the 2 cities were still stuck as intermediate cities, far from becoming advanced cities. So, how did Ancient Rock City develop into an advanced city that was close to becoming a main city? Only a fool wouldn't suspect there was a secret behind this achievement. Black Flame. Beast Emperor was momentarily enraged at Shifeng's ridicule. However, he soon calmed down and said, so what if you've discovered the evil god's secret land? Do you think you can defend it? Even if you've captured me, I will still spread this information to the entire god's domain. At that time, even the outer world forces will be drawn here. Do you think you can stop all of them? The evil god's secret land was originally his biggest secret and something he had invested heavily in. This secret land was also why he had gained his current power. Although the evil god's secret land would be of significantly less help to those not belonging to the evil god's temple, the benefits were still enough to drive everyone in God's domain wild. How would I know if I don't try? Suddenly, Shifeng executed a slash at Furious Fist, instantly killing him. As Furious Fist collapsed reluctantly to the ground and transformed into countless particles of light, 2 items appeared in his place. Of the 2 items Furious Fist dropped, one was a piece of epic equipment while the other was a token. Beast Emperor's complexion paled when he saw the token. This token was none other than Ancient Rock City's City Lord's token. With this token, one could take control of Ancient Rock City. Only, Beast Emperor couldn't figure out how Shifeng knew Furious Fist had held the City Lord's token. It seems my luck is good. Shifeng was a little surprised when he saw the City Lord's token. It dropped on the first kill. Beast Emperor nearly fainted when he heard Shifeng's words. What Beast Emperor didn't know was that aside from Beast Emperor, everyone else held no value as prisoners in Shifeng's opinion. Meanwhile, the City Lord's token couldn't be taken out of the city. Otherwise, it would be automatically teleported back to the City Lord's mansion after some time. And with how precious the City Lord's token was, Beast Emperor naturally wouldn't leave it to just anyone. The person holding the token would have to be a Tier 4 guild executive of Saint's Hand at the very least. Hence, if Furious Fist hadn't dropped the City Lord's token, Feng would have killed Saint's Hand's Tier 4 experts one by one until it dropped. The instant Feng picked up the City Lord's token, a system notification rang in his ears. System, congratulations! You have obtained Ancient Rock City's City Lord's token. Do you wish to bind the token? Once bound, you will become Ancient Rock City's ruler and obtain full authority over the city. Feng chose to bind the token without hesitation. System, binding in progress. You will have full authority over Ancient Rock City after 4 hours. You should not move beyond 1,000 yards from the city during these 4 hours. If you leave this area or get killed during this time, the binding process will be cancelled, and you may not make another binding attempt for 1 natural day. CS 4 hours? Feng was a little surprised by the notification. Has it reached the main city standard already? When one tried to bind the City Lord's token of a guild city, the binding time would depend on the city's rank. Main city-level guild cities normally took 4 to 6 hours to bind. Guild leader? Did something happen? Fire Dance asked when she saw Feng's strange expression. It's nothing. I just didn't expect Ancient Rock City to be this special, Feng said, glancing at the raging Beast Emperor. Smiling, he continued, since we have to wait for 4 hours, let's pay that evil god's secret land a visit. Black Flame, don't get too delighted just yet. It's useless even if you've obtained Ancient Rock City. That secret land isn't a place you can touch. Without my means of entering, you can't obtain anything inside that secret land. Beast Emperor sneered. I'll spread the secret land's entry methods to all your enemies and even those outer world people. At that time, you can only watch as they take all of the secret land's treasures right before your eyes. Zero Wing could indeed better defend itself after acquiring Ancient Rock City. However, Beast Emperor also knew very well that the Outer World forces had already deemed Zero Wing an eyesore. Once the Outer World's army arrived, neither Star Moon Kingdom nor the Orc Empire would survive. At that time, the Outer World forces would snatch the evil god's secret land from Feng, and Feng would be helpless to resist them. However, Feng ignored Beast Emperor and led Zero Wing's members to Saint's Hand's residence. Although Ancient Rock City was now in ruins and Saint's Hand's residence had been leveled, the guild warehouse was situated on the first underground floor, so Saint's Hand's guild warehouse remained intact. After Feng's group took care of the one Tier 4 NPC and several Tier 3 NPCs guarding the warehouse, they gained full access to it. Everyone from Zero Wing salivated when they stepped into Saint's Hand's guild warehouse. The warehouse, which was the size of 2 sports stadiums, was packed with all sorts of items. Gold coins covered the floor, and magic crystals formed numerous mounds. At a glance, they estimated it held at least 3 million gold coins and 4 million magic crystals. This stockpile of magic crystals was only slightly inferior to Zero Wing's. We're rich. Guild leader, we're rich. Fire Dance exclaimed in excitement as she looked around the warehouse. With all these coins and magic crystals, we won't have to worry about upgrading the buildings of our cities anymore. Zero Wing City's public opening had indeed generated a lot of additional income. Unfortunately, the guild's expenditure still exceeded that amount. This was because Zero Wing City's public opening necessitated an increase in the city's security. The city had to recruit many NPC soldiers to fill as many of the 30,000 slots as possible. While Zero Wing could skim on the benefits provided to the hired soldiers by virtue of Zero Wing City being a main city, the cost of employing level 150 plus, Tier 3 NPCs was still high. With everything taken into account, maintaining a Tier 3 NPC cost 5 gold coins. If Zero Wing City filled all 30,000 of its soldier slots with Tier 3 NPCs, the NPC soldiers' daily upkeep alone would total 150,000 gold. Moreover, this still did not include the NPC's weapons and equipment or the maintenance cost for the Tier 4 NPCs hired. Simply put, Zero Wing's daily expenditure had skyrocketed after Zero Wing City's public opening. At this time, the guild's stockpile of coins was close to empty. Fortunately, thanks to Saint's Hand's contribution, Zero Wing's warehouse would soon be rich again. Seeing Fire Dance's joy, Feng chose to hide the fact that Ancient Rock City's reconstruction would probably eat up all of this money. Zero Wing might even need to provide additional funds. Guild leader, come here quick. There are 7 luminaries crystals here, Blackie said after opening a chest as tall as he was. With glittering eyes, he continued, there are at least 50,000 units here. That's even more than what we have. Before Shifeng left for the Western continent, he had tasked Blackie with acquiring as many 7 luminaries crystals as possible. Hence, Blackie placed particular importance on the crystals. However, Zero Wing's warehouse currently had only around 30,000 units of 7 luminaries crystal despite his efforts. And if it weren't for Zero Wing having a monopoly over the Arctic Canyon, this amount would be even lower. Yet, Saint's Hand's warehouse had more than 50,000 units of 7 luminaries crystal. That's nothing. Blackie, come over to my spot. I'll let you know what real wealth is, shouted Kola, who stood in another corner of the warehouse, as he pointed at the several hill-sized chests beside him. All of these chests here are full of epic materials or above. From what I can tell, there are at least 300,000 epic materials, 20,000 inferior legendary materials, and 3,000 legendary materials. Everyone, including Shifeng, was stunned when they heard Kola's words. This was on the level of a kingdom's treasury. Ordinary kingdoms might not even reach this standard. Only high-ranking kingdoms would have so many rare materials. However, upon hearing Kola's words, Beast Emperor, who had been dragged along to the warehouse, turned livid, his eyes becoming bloodshot. He had accumulated these materials by ransacking multiple kingdoms with the Faux Saint army and destroying numerous NPC cities. Yet, all his efforts had ended up benefiting Zero Wing. Afterward, Shifeng tasked Blackie with sweeping through the warehouse and transporting everything back to the guild warehouse in Zero Wing City. He then brought Fire Dance and the others to a secret room on the 2nd underground floor. The secret room was only the size of a basketball court, with a pitch-black door in the middle of it. Upon entering the room, Fire Dance and the others felt an incomparably powerful pressure enveloping their bodies. Fire Dance had unlocked her mana body beyond the 110% completion rate already, yet even she had difficulty walking inside the secret room. After 3 steps, the pressure was so strong that she couldn't move her body. If an ordinary Tier 4 player were to enter this room, they would most likely crumple to the floor, unable to advance even a single step. Ha ha ha! I already said that you people would never be able to touch the evil god's secret land. Beast Emperor laughed when he saw Fire Dance and the others immobilized. He then looked at Shifeng and taunted, Black Flame, it's the same even if you're Tier 5. Without my special method, none of you should think of entering. Beast Emperor had reached the peak of Tier 4 already. He also had the benefit of being an evil god worshipper. Nevertheless, he still struggled to enter the evil god's secret land. This was why Beast Emperor was confident that Shifeng would be helpless against the evil god's secret land even though he had discovered its existence. Is that so? Shifeng stepped into the secret room after glancing at the laughing Beast Emperor. What bold words! I want to see just how far you can go. Beast Emperor watched with ridicule and complacency as Shifeng entered the secret room. He was fully confident that the evil god's secret land would repel Shifeng. However, after Shifeng entered the room, 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, apparently unhindered by the oppression the pitch-black door exerted, Shifeng advanced 20 steps without stopping. He showed no signs of discomfort whatsoever. It was as if the pressure that rendered even experts at the peak of Tier 4 helpless was nothing to him. Confusion flooded Beast Emperor's heart as he looked at Shifeng. What's going on? When Shifeng arrived before the pitch-black door, let alone Beast Emperor, even Fire Dance and the others were stunned. How did you do it, guild leader? Fire Dance asked, unable to contain her curiosity. The intensity of the pressure she felt from the secret room was unprecedented. Even the divine might she experienced in Lightforged City could not compare. After taking 3 steps into the room, she could no longer advance by even another inch. She couldn't even lift her feet. While Tier 5 players were indeed stronger than Tier 4 players, the disparity shouldn't be so significant. Logically, there was no way Shifeng would remain unaffected by the room's oppression. At Fire Dance's question, the other Zero Wing members also looked at Shurfeng curiously. How did I do it? Seeing everyone's curious expressions, Shurfeng smiled faintly and said, I just walked here, of course. However, I did use a little technique. Technique? The Zero Wing members were momentarily stunned. They hadn't seen anything peculiar about Shurfeng's gait. He had merely walked to the door in a normal fashion. Moreover, how could a technique completely mitigate such terrifying pressure? However, when Beast Emperor heard Shurfeng's words, he stared at the latter as if he had just seen a ghost. No. Impossible. Who are you? How can you know such a technique? There was indeed a trick to approaching the pitch-black door. However, Beast Emperor had never told anyone this trick. He was the only player in God's domain who knew it. Moreover, even if one knew the trick, one still couldn't approach the door without the evil god's blessing. Shurfeng couldn't help rolling his eyes at Beast Emperor. The technique required to approach this door is indeed complicated. But do you think the fundamental technique to manipulate the various elements of mana is unique to the evil god's temple? When Shurfeng saw the pitch-black door and the hurdle fire dance and the others faced after entering the secret room, he quickly noticed a similarity between the secret room and the Dragon Temple's trial area. In the Dragon Temple's trial, players had to construct a bridge using mana's various elements. The secret room, on the other hand, was filled with chaotic mana. The closer to the pitch-black door, the more chaotic the ambient mana was. What players needed to do was return this chaotic mana to its original state. Only by doing so could players approach the door. Simply put, both places tested players' usage of the various elements of mana. For Shurfeng, who had already mastered the basic usage of the various elements of mana, approaching the pitch-black door was a walk in the park. It was much easier than the trial in the Dragon Temple, which had required him to expend a lot of concentration and manipulate a significant amount of mana. The secret room, on the other hand, did not put a burden on his concentration or require him to manipulate a lot of mana. The secret land aside, this room is quite a good training spot for those seeking to learn the basic usage of the various elements of mana. Scrutinizing the secret room, Shurfeng said happily, I was worrying about how to help everyone accomplish this, so this saves me a lot of time. It wasn't easy to learn to manipulate the various elements of mana independently. Even if he provided Zero Wings members with an explanation, the learning process would be highly inefficient without a reference. They could be taking a dead end for all they knew. The secret room just so happened to provide players with an environment for testing their application of the various elements of mana. It was undoubtedly a precious training ground. One would also have an easier time getting promoted to Tier 5 if they trained here, as having the ability to manipulate the individual elements of mana was crucial in constructing a Tier 5 mana body. When Beast Emperor heard Shurfeng's words, he promptly fainted. Ignoring the unconscious Beast Emperor, Shurfeng set his sights on the pitch-black door. The door was 5 meters tall and 2 meters wide, made of a material Shurfeng didn't recognize. When he opened the door, a pitch-black whirlpool greeted him. The vortex exuded divine might, and players at Tier 4 or below shouldn't even think of setting foot into this whirlpool. After Shurfeng inspected the whirlpool with omniscient eyes, a few lines of information appeared before him. Evil God's Secret Land, God Mode's Secret Land. Raid level 150 to 200. What a powerful secret land. The displayed information astonished Shurfeng. Now, he understood why Beast Emperor was confident he couldn't obtain the Evil God's Secret Land. Secret lands were like dungeons in God's domain. The higher their ranking, the higher their raid difficulty. God Mode was the highest difficulty for secret lands. Unlike dungeons, though, secret lands would not reset. According to Shurfeng's memories, there were less than 10 level 150+ God Mode secret lands in the entire God's domain. Meanwhile, even Tier 6 God-ranked experts could fall in a level 150+ God Mode secret land. However, countless player forces would seek to enter a level 150+ God Mode secret land. It was also a place all Tier 5 players had to enter. This was because these secret lands held clues to the Tier 6 promotion. Which player who had climbed to Tier 5 wouldn't wish to advance further and reach Tier 6? Hence, God's domain's various forces would fight over any level 150+. God Mode secret land that appeared. Seems I'll now have to defend ancient Rock City no matter what. Shi Feng sighed as he looked at the evil god's secret land. Due to the Outer World Forces invasion, he had intended to defend ancient Rock City only temporarily. After all, Zero Wing had limited combat power. In its current state, just defending the guild cities it already had from the Outer Worlds player and NPC forces would be difficult. Adding ancient Rock City to the list would only make things even more difficult for the guild. However, the evil god's secret land was extraordinary. Shi Feng might have ignored it if it were only an Azura mode secret land, but a level 150 plus God mode secret land was something he had to protect at all costs. After all, finding another secret land of such caliber wouldn't be easy, even for him. The entrances of level 150 plus God mode secret lands typically appeared at random locations and existed for only a set period. Thus, none of the superpowers in his previous life had ever managed to occupy a level 150 plus God mode secret land. On the other hand, the entrance to the evil god's secret land in ancient Rock City was fixed. This increased the entrance's value drastically. Moreover, this evil god's secret land might very well hold the key to Shi Feng's promotion to Tier 6. Following this, Zero Wing's logistics members began ransacking Saint's Hand's warehouse, while Shi Feng taught Fire Dance and the others the fundamental technique to manipulate mana's various elements. Like so, 4 hours went by in the blink of an eye, and Shi Feng received a notification. System, congratulations! You have become Ancient Rock City's ruler. Do you wish to reconstruct Ancient Rock City? Reconstruct, Shi Feng said in a determined tone. System, a God mode secret land has been discovered. Do you wish to integrate the secret land with Ancient Rock City?